hello everyone, hello. I would like you to thank Zell for letting me showcase in this game for the third time. Really a longathon. It's an honor. It's one of my favorite JRPGs, and this time it's gonna be the most difficult category. All events and all endings. Um, so yeah, I just hope everything is going to go well. Um, Timer will start after you see the first now loading screen, but I'm gonna just um I'm just gonna say that it's gonna be almost immediately after startup, but I'm gonna tell. So yeah, let's just start this. I'm super nervous, especially because it's one of the most difficult. I practice, but I just hope it's gonna go well. RNG everything. So let's go. Hopefully the game audio is gonna be fine. CD, PS. Loading. So yeah. Hopefully. Let's timer will start after the first now loading screen. I mean we have to create the save file. The game has only one save file. So yeah. And no, it's fine. I don't need that. Alright, cool. And after that, there is gonna be the personal loading screen. Then the time will start. I will let the anime cutscenes play because it's lore. Because they are not that long and stuff. But yeah. After the personal loading screen, then the timer will start. 3, 2, 1, go. And I'm gonna let these cutscenes start, play. Because lore. And they are not that long. Anime cutscenes. I will be skipping the other ones. Thank you, Farlobov. Thank you so much. I will need the luck, and I also hopefully I'm not gonna be playing,
悪いが、一つだけ頼みがある。
何かな。
簡単に負けるつもりはないが、もし俺が死んだら、しばらくでいい。アスナが自殺できないように計らってほしい。
おう、よかろう。
キートくん、ダメだよ。そんなのないよ。
これはデュエルじゃない。単純な殺し合いだ。そうだ。俺はこの男を殺す。
So we start with a tutorial here. I'm gonna tell how this game operates. After the tutorial or even during it. So this is the tutorial with Heathcliff. Left button just uses skills, and you can see this area is fully 3D modeled with all of the models and stuff. It's pretty neat. Then showcases how to use buffs, and I'm actually pre-selecting here the attacks, so that I can immediately, that's a small bit of optimization here in the tutorial. I just pre-select that for quick selecting of the buff. Then it's the parry system. It's gonna be very important actually. So let me parry this Heathcliff's attack here, and this will stun them for a little bit and make them lose a little bit of defense. So then I just gonna go do this ultimate, and if I do this correctly, this will be a 2-cycle. This tutorial is very meticulously routed in, so it will, if you don't mess it up, it will actually take the same amount of time if you don't mess it up. So 2 ultimates will push Heathcliff's HP to to when the you know, the battle ends. So yeah, this was like supposedly the final battle. Yeah, we beat the game, but surprise, surprise, not really. And Kirito explains what Sword Art Online is like this virtual world, you know, game that they started to play and it turned into a dev game. You know, there's like, you know, the opening, but the opening is Crossing Field. I'm skipping the opening because Crossing Field is copyrighted, but only in Japan. So like people in Japan wouldn't be able to watch the VOD because of Crossing Field. So yeah, that's why I'm skipping Crossing Field here. But you know, it's the anime opening. They don't have, this game doesn't have any special opening or anything. Thank you, Refan. So yeah, this one is like, hey, we are stuck here, right? Like in this virtual world, and they're like, you know, yeah, I mean, let's beat the game then, shall we? That's like, you know, yeah, we're gonna do it. I'm gonna be, you know, showcasing some of the key moments because this is lore after all, and this is all events. This game has unmarked events, so I have a chart that actually, like, you know, show, you know, that I actually made that, you know, goes through every single event, even those that are unmarked. So yeah, this one is just like going through the story, just teleport with the gate, you know, go and interact with the gate here, and it's like, oh my gosh, we cannot move backwards. You can only move forward. Well, you know, we're stuck here, then, well, whatever. We have to make do with whatever we have. So yeah, that's basically this is, you know, the tutorial where like, you know, hey, you should go and buy some weapons. So yeah, we're gonna go and buy a weapon. We cannot attack. I can also point out, like, you know, the lovely art direction here. You know, it's very vibrant and like colorful, like, you know, some pastel colors. Very fine. Also, Irashai. Irashai. Anyway, yeah, they showcase like how to buy weapons and stuff, like parameters. What I'm gonna be doing, I'm gonna be buying a dagger, and this is gonna be my weapon of choice. For the whole run, with exceptions. I'm gonna buy a rapier, not for like, you know, necessarily attacking, but I'm gonna explain that when we get there. So I bought a dagger and a rapier. So yeah, they just like, hey, you should equip like how to equip weapon. So yeah, here I'm gonna be buying SP potions, which will restore SP, you know, over time. And this is gonna be important if you want to continue attacking. This game has like, you know, when you want to use an item, you there's like a little bit of a delay. when using an item, so that you have to be very careful if you want to use this mid-battle. Otherwise, if you get hit, then the item is consumed and you don't get the effect. So you have to be careful while, you know, refilling anything via items during battle, because you can be knocked out of it, and you most likely will be. Yeah. Now we are excited to bring Asuna into the party too. That's one of the things that I really like about this game, is that you know, they for like the first few floors they actually like, you know, thank you for the good luck, Alu. Yeah, they actually like make you use the party members for a little bit, so that you can be what are the you know, how they perform and all, which I really like. This is a lovely piece of game design. Also, like, Liz is just like, hey, why are you not going backwards? And just like, oh no, we stuck here. Well, you know, it's just like, okay, cool, I'm gonna set up shop elsewhere. So, you know, she's gonna be a blacksmith, like, with her own little corner. I'm gonna be, you know, getting a quest, and these are required quests. You need to do these to progress through the game. Each floor has a required quest you have to do, and a required mini boss you have to defeat. Yeah, this is basically like, you know, what if scenario, essentially speaking. So yeah, we're gonna be actually beating the whole game. Yeah, and since this is the, yeah, and hello Silica, hello. So yeah, Silica with her little cute little Racampina. I'm gonna be like talking about Silica's mechanics once we get to her, but yeah, each one of the party members in this game have unique mechanics and you know, tied to them. So even if like a party member doesn't have a unique weapon, you know, in terms of skills, they have like something else that pushes them over the edge, like, you know, to survive. We don't have to worry about, like, you know, not using you know, the other party members, because we will be this is all events, which means we will be doing all of the in-game events, fulfilling the gallery and beating the game with every single party member, and like, you know, save them from the game like individually. So you will see every single party member in action, you know, and that's also one of the reasons I really like this category, because, you know, I'm gonna, like, you know, showcase you all of the different party members. And also there's gonna be, like, you know, certain events that are just tied to the party members, like, you know, some sweet, some very dangerous, some very harem-like, you know, typical stuff for an anime, right? But like, yeah, so the first order of business is to go to this cave, which is filled with lizard men, which you know, are just, you know, typical lizard men. They're just like lizards that can walk and have like some so, you know, typical lizard man anime. So yeah, we can also see that there's like a locked gate, and they're just gonna go here and be like, wow, that's a locked gate, like, right? So we will like, you know, need to do something to get it to open. In this game, Kirito has like a constant speed. So oh, Asuna decided to fight. Sorry, Asuna, please, please, Asuna, thank you. Yeah. She really wanted to. Yeah. In this game, party members are autonomous. They are controlled by the AI system, and the AI system is very extensive. You can pretty much like control them, you know, via. Okay, hold on. Let's see. I need to go in battle. I'm gonna show you that later. Once I get into battle, like right now. Oh, yeah. So there's a couple of players, and they are struggling. So they're on the ground, and there's like this little, or like, you know, big leader, and we are the hero, so we gonna help them, right? Oh my god! You know what? I forgot to learn skills. My apologies. I was getting so bored. It's fine. Kirito will attack with an auto attack, but I'm gonna just like learn the other ones after. Kind of forgot. Was supposed to learn them, like, you know, immediately. So yeah. I'm gonna be using this like attack called Round Axle, which means AoE attack for daggers, and it does quite a bit of damage. Also, if you are wondering, will we see Kirito like using iconic dual swords in this round? No, he actually won't. Kirito actually switched jobs, and he's gonna be a rogue instead. So you know, he's gonna just do that instead. Anyway, yeah. Right now, because we have like, you know, only like couple of like, you know, this is like the switching mechanic. I didn't mean to press that. It's basically like very risky to use the switch mechanic because the party member gets in the front and in front of you, and they can do like an attack, but more often than not, they just get hit. And you know, they don't do anything, they just get stunned. So yeah, let me just quickly go and you know, learn the rest of the skills that I actually need to progress through the game. So let me just learn this thing and scout. This is the pre-passive. You can only have one type of passive per like one type of passive per you know, per choice. So I'm choosing to have EXP up for passive. What does EXP up do? Like, makes you level up, like, you know, a little bit more, and you know, and level corresponds to your total health. So at the end of the game, I will have like close to like 46k, which is not nearly enough to survive, like, you know, attacks and all. But I won't be even grinding here. Let me just really go and see. Alright, cool. I actually was like, you know, kind of concerned because, yeah, dang it, I was like, I was like so, you know, just invested in like, you know, explaining to like, yeah. Yeah, you have to, once you learn a skill, you have to wait until they are out of cooldown. Anyway, you just go and, you know, interact with this gem, and wow, we actually fulfilled the conditions. We beat the lizard man, and then we can just go. So yeah, in this game, Kirito doesn't regen health automatically, unless you know, he's using a skill or he has like he's under effect of the potion, which is also actually a really good part of this game's balance. You know, anyway, I just need to make sure that I actually, like, I really want to talk about this game, this game's mechanics, because I really I really do enjoy talking about it. But anyway, yeah, there's like an introduction to like helping other players. We won't be helping any other players unless it's in a, you know, first cutscene. So, and this is the first gather quest. I got a good RNG, which means that I will not be returning here to this place. I need to gather, like, you know, 3 of these flowers. This is RNG, but I got pretty good RNG manipulation on, you know, going. So it usually, like, if you don't miss any steps, then you will usually get, like, you know, 2 from that spot and 1 from that. The worst RNG is like you get only 2 of them and you have to come back. You lose like 3 minutes. Like I said, this game is very technical. Even though casually it's very, you know, it's an action RPG. We could argue that it's, you know, if you know what you're doing, you can make every action RPG easy. Like, this speedrun is very pretty much, you know, like meticulously planned and technical. In ways that I'm learning skills and when I'm learning them, what I'm fighting, when and stuff. So yeah, I'm not gonna be fighting this mini boss because I will wait and actually until I get like an upgraded, like, you know, weapon. And this doesn't really waste much time, or if anything, because you know, you can just like teleport to the floors that you've already been, you know, to specified locations. Here I'm you know, if you initiate battle with these, you just like snap into the combat state, and you will push a little bit forward, and I will be using this technique to propel myself forward, and you know, get since these slimes just like die in one hit, so because they are super weak, so I'm gonna be using that to propel myself forward, and hopefully if I do it well, I won't, you know, lose that much time. Yeah, because it's like, yeah, again, because Kirita doesn't really zoom. So that I'm actually just using that. Here I'm gonna be just getting a free club, and I will be needing that club later. So yeah, I'm just like, you know, killing these slimes to propel myself forward. And yeah, there we go. Yeah. Again, I'm sorry if I'm, you know, just like you know, just like explaining, but I really want to explain stuff as I'm doing that, because it can get quite like it can get somewhat confusing. So yeah. Let's just party this slime here and use the round axle. Uh, one of the big things about this game is that, like, you know, it has like a very unconventional like combat system for an action RPG. It's much more tactical in its execution, and it rewards not like, you know, quick reactions as much, as opposed to like, you know, tactical skills. Like, my gosh, this is like a lot of to explain all at once. Anyway, I need certain skills, and this time I will be swapping to a rapier here. That I bought, and I'm gonna be just, you know, not attacking and hope, you know, that Asuna doesn't really kill the. I'm gonna be like, you know, trying to tell Asuna to not kill these skeletons, because I need to actually, like, you know, grind off of these. I need to get to rapier skill level 100, which will allow me to unlock certain skills regarding to rapier, and I'm actually instructing Asuna to not attack, because I need to actually get. Asuna will, like, Asuna can ignore your command though, like she like is not like, you know, she like has its own mind, so like, you know, sometimes she doesn't really ignore, like, sometimes she like ignores your command if you're injured, or if she needs to be healed. Like, it's not like you they always, like, you know, listen to what you say. It's just like, you know, a suggestion. But like they usually do if you need them to do something. But like I said, they are pretty much autonomous, and they have their own, like, you know, AI priorities and stuff. So yeah, I need like 100 from this, because that allows me to unlock a skill tree for rapiers, and it doesn't really take that much time, and actually saves a lot of time if you get the required skills. So yeah, like, let's just hopefully 87, it's gonna be soon. 92, Asuna, please, give me that. Okay, cool. Now you can kill it if you want. Yeah, there we go. That's actually perfect. Asuna killed that. I got like a little bit of EXP, and I got the required like, you know, skill level for rapiers. So yeah. My gosh, this is gonna be so tiring for 20 hours, but you know, I'll manage. So anyway, yeah, going through the dungeon. We don't need to do anything now, just going to the end. You know, in this game you can, like, you know, just you know, if you really, you don't have to forcefully fight enemies. So you can like, you know, let me just quickly so that I don't mess this up. Need to focus so that yeah, there we go. Okay, cool. I used to have like so much issue, or like so much trouble remembering the path. But yeah, there's the first floor out of 24. that we have to go to. I'm having rapier equipped on purpose for something I will explain very shortly. So once you reach the 4th floor of a labyrinth, there's always a boss door, so you have to go close here, and you will get an option to go immediately back, which obviously you take. Again, this run is very technical, so I'm just gonna be doing things that might seem a little bit like strange times, but hopefully I will be able to right now we just gonna get the tutorial for weapon upgrading, and we will be it's not gonna be the too essential part of this run, but it's gonna be important at this moment and at some other moments too. Again, I actually pre-planned this just for the reason because this game can really kick your butt, and considering this game didn't finish twice at ALongathon, then and it even casual players have trouble with the game at certain points. So yeah, weapon upgrading, you okay, let me just do the weapon upgrade. I'm gonna explain how this works. So okay, before I do that, I'm gonna remember that I had rapier equipped. That is because if you go to a skill menu and you have a weapon equipped, you immediately take to the skill tree of that weapon. So I'm gonna be unlocking rapier level 1, that costs 1 point. And I'm not gonna be using rapier, so I'm not gonna use any part, but I need to unlock this for 2 points, and unlock this, which is this path, and I'm gonna go even here to precise. And I'm gonna be using this perfect style. Perfect style is a very good support skill that makes so that you cannot miss attacks for a certain period of time, and you gain critical. So yeah, right after I did that, I'm just gonna swap to my newly upgraded dagger, because as you can see, the dagger only has 2 skills. I'm not gonna be learning this skill because this skill is not that great at dealing damage, and I'm gonna be purposefully gimped for a little bit, or just handicap, because I only have 2 skills. But that's not a problem, because this game really pushes the teamwork mechanic, and so you will be actually your partner can actually subsidize some of your damage for you. So we haven't beaten the required mini boss, so let's do that now. I'm gonna be using here, because the mini boss is on the room below, and this ensures me that I'm on the entrance to this path, and just gonna go backwards to immediately go where the spider is. Now I need to I don't need this. This is attack for a shield. I don't need this, and I'm gonna be sorting my skills right now. Gotta get my SP heal potion right now. And the skill that I just got, you can see that you have very clear little indicators right here. And I'm gonna be parrying the spider immediately and trying to defense down the spider, obviously, because debuffs are very good. Even though this is not something like Shin Megami Tensei or Persona, debuffs are very, 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 very good. Buffs and debuffs are essential, I would say, in the speedrun. And how this combat works when you have a partner. So this combat system is very cool in that it, like I said, it encourages teamwork. So if you and your partner does skill in a certain, in a quick succession, you get a skill chain. This skill chain, deals additional damage, and stuns the enemy for a little bit. this is not as broken as you might seem, because you know skills in Infinity Moment have like you know startups, so that like you know the enemies still have a chance to do stuff to you, and you know one thing that also is important is that like all skills consume speed, but so does your support skills. And furthermore, support skills are on a cooldown, so that you really cannot like you know just like you know spam them willy-nilly and get like you know infinite like you know infinite like you know casting or infinite like status effects. One thing I really do like in this game is that like you know skills for weapons don't you know don't have any cooldown, so you can actually use the skill for its qualities and not because you don't have the skill available at the moment. One thing it's very important to do, and it ties to the whole relationship mechanic, is that if you praise your partner after you know they do an attack, you will like, wow, this is like a really bad crimson spinner. But like if you praise the partner, then they will recover you and they will recover like 50 SP, and this allows you to continue attacking. Also parrying does, if you parry well, then you will recover some SP too, but you know parry is on a cooldown, so like you have to really be you know careful when parrying, because if you fail the parry, then you will take the damage to the face. Again, this fight is not really great at the moment, like you know I had like very quick, and oh my gosh, it even like my you know crit chance just really got. Oh my gosh, this fight is just, wow. I had this fight really you know be very quick, but you know the enemies can go really haywire. Especially if you go out of sync, which that's also the part that you know. That's why I'm not gonna try to like you know, especially during boss fights, I'm not gonna try to like you know talk too much, because yeah, like as you can see, it's very easy to get stun lock for come on. So that like you know you and your partner get like easily stun lock, and they can be quite aggressive, the enemies, so
Nice.
then you can lose minutes to this, and to like bad fights, and god.
Nice.
Come on. Like you can see how aggressive these enemies are.
Nice.
There we go. That was atrocious. Anyway, since we have to go back quickly to floor 76, you know, we're gonna use teleport crystal, which is a Triasto gem. So yeah, let's just go quickly to you know, to the go. And yeah, and now I'm gonna, you know, fulfill that god request. This game has only one save, and it saves automatically, so any screw-ups, you know, unless you want to redo stuff over, have to be counted. So like, you know, you cannot just reload, and you know, it has only one autosave. So, you know, it's very punishing if you die. The speedrun is very, like, you know, you have to actually be very precise in your fights. It's very easy to die, especially in multi-enemy fights, and it's generally not the safest thing in the world. Like, this game is not marathon safe. I'm telling you right now. Like, you know, mistakes are very, very punishing. And you know what's even more punishing? This game has very cool equipment. However, you have to be the one to deal the last hit to get the item. These items are very powerful. And if you don't do the last hit for any reason, you don't get the item. And with the autosave, unless you want to like reset the console and do the 10 minutes or like minutes of fights again, you won't get that item for the rest of the game. So for this reason, I'm gonna be very focusing during the boss fight. I'm gonna try to you know, have commentary, but like I need to focus. All right. I learned, okay, because it took so long. I'm gonna learn two new skills so that I have more of an arsenal with my daggers. Daggers have the unique property that like they have like debuffs attached to them, which are very, very good actually. Like vitality down basically makes the health bar slightly, you know, slightly shorter. Come on. I missed that. And what does this enemy attack do? It's very annoying. It actually makes SP minus. What is SP minus? The SP minus means that your SP regeneration is, you know, you just don't regen SP, you lose SP over time. So, forgive me if I don't... I need to really parry and focus for it. Game is, like I said, seems very rough. I really want to focus just for... Sorry if my commentary in these segments won't be the best. Yeah, see? I missed a parry and now I don't have parry. I basically want Asuna to attack, but that's why I instructed her to attack. It's like I need to be very careful. Because the bosses can actually attack like at random intervals. Because like Gaslig is here, despite being the introductory boss, is quite rough. It's not the worst early game boss fight, but it definitely shows you that. See what I mean? I really... Sometimes you can really... Like, sometimes the bosses can be predicted, but most of the time you just have to, like, you know, anticipate their next move. Sometimes they have attacks that are telegraphed, but you basically have to know, you know, just like, you know, I'm basically like guessing their like next move, and as I'm they don't have like many attacks, but the fact that they are like, you know, at like, you know, they do them at random points. And they have like random attack patterns, kind of like, you know, process branching. You have certain leeway for parrying, but it's not a lot. It's like not super strict, but you know, it's you know, it's enough of a like, you know, it's enough of an inconvenience that you really okay. Yeah, even the sliding has like a cooldown. The sliding will make you, if you do it correctly, it will make you invulnerable to whatever attack for a brief period, like 1 second. And this all bosses also have a pushback that you know, that actually, like, you know, just pushes back and cancels any attack you do. I know I'm sorry if the commentary seems like a lot, but I really want you to, you know, I'm gonna be, like, you know, talking about every boss when possible, because all of them have like different types of attacks that different attack patterns. Yeah, you can like go through liberalization. You know, if you time it just correctly, you will not take damage. You don't get pushed back. And remember, like, attacks will cost the speed, so you will lose the speed when you get pushed back. So again, this combat system is less about speed and more about, like, you know, tactical. Okay, I have enough. Yeah, I'm gonna be learning here. You attack. Mid-fight. Because this game doesn't pause, except for, like, oh yeah, and the boss actually inflicted paralysis. Paralysis is pretty annoying. It gives you some time to recover from it, and if you don't, then you will just not move for a brief period. You get like you know, about like 6 or 7, you know, 7 like, you know, seconds to cure it, and if you don't, you will just not be able to do any action if it procs, and it will proc. Again, yeah, you can see here, I didn't cure paralysis, so paralysis is just paralyzed. It's not random, but, like, you know, it will toss a wrench into your plans. Like, you have multiple times to cure it, but all of the ways to cure paralysis require you to have resources, either in form of SP or in form of, like, consumable. You can also disengage fight, but that also has the added downside to, yeah, you see, I got pushed back. I'm gonna be setting up a potion, and I'm gonna be hoping that the boss doesn't die before I do the last hit. Again, this is very important for the first few bosses. Like, this run is basically just, you know, routed around. If I don't get it, I don't get it, it's fine. It will toss a little bit of a wrench into everything. So I'm very, very careful about... My god, did I do it? Did I do it? Please. Please. Yes! And this is gonna be every boss fight. So, again, this run requires extreme focus, and you saw, like, at the last moments how I, you know, how I got stun locked. This is every boss fight in the game. Like, this run is not easy. all. Especially this. Like, maybe you could make an argument, oh, this game is easy casually. I mean, yeah, you can make that argument. But like, you know, as a speedrun, this can be very inconsistent and very punishing. You lose tens of minutes for just, you know, misplaying. Even once or twice. Anyway, since this is all events, I will be soon, you know, doing events. I need to. Zelika here is just like, you know, she feels kind of, hey, I need to level up and get stronger. So like, you know, hey, you should find something, and Zelika will find something. We'll see. So like I said, this game has like tracked events and untracked events, and I have a spreadsheet. This event here is that I should like, you know, talk to Liz when alone. Gonna do it right. This will also like level up harassment, which will come up, you know, sporadically, but.
Yoshi.
So yeah, like, hello Coco, hello. So let's get a smithing skill, leveled up, and now we move on. So yeah, Klein is here. There's a ferry that is in the forest, and we should check it out. But first we gonna check this quest.
Yo.
And I need to go. This is. Get the skill. 3. It's also very convenient because the quests are 1, 2, 3, like they're always like on top of each other. But even so, I do have like in my route. What like in my practice I forgot to actually accept the quest, so I didn't get any tracking. Yeah, thank you, Coco. So you will still get the, you know, the items, but it's nice to have a tracking for the quest, because this game has random drops. Yeah. Once again, I can like point out this beautiful art direction. Like you can see how like, you know, everything is just like neatly put together. Especially for a late PSP title, which has like, you know, NPC movement, enemy patterns. Like, you know, it tracks multiple NPCs at once. You know, it has day and night cycle. You know, and generally. It's just like a visual treat, so it might not look, you know. Asuna gets a little bit jealous here, but yeah, you can need to check the ferry up. Like I really like this effect, like, you know, look at see how like, you know, dense the forest is. I'm gonna be letting this. So we met Sugu here. That's Lifa, it's Kirito's sister. I also really like the sprite that she has. Like I really like how she has like this little, this like, you know, her hand on the chest. It's really, and also like it's gonna be very emotional in a scene like that. But, yeah. One thing you might have noticed in this game, the sprites here are hand painted, so they are not vectors. Every single sprite is painted like, you know, just like, you know, by brushes, and like it might be digital art, but it's not vector art. You know, you can see like every single brush stroke. It's pretty neat. Like there's a level of detail. Fun fact: the background here will change depending on if it's day or night. So if you went there during the night, it would be like a night. You would see like instead of daylight, you would see. So it's actually, like I said, there's a level of detail that I really appreciate. Like, okay, yeah, we here, and surprise, a girl has fallen from the sky, literally. Nice catch. Just like Shinon. In this game she's called Shinon. Like, you know. She has also like you know, a specific outfit for this game. This is basically her attire. Yeah, Shinon. She's specifically called that. If you check the character info screen, it's like it doesn't really matter in Japanese, but yeah, like it. I mean, yeah, like you could say that, but still. Anyway, I need to go and do this event. So yeah, they are here. They're actually my favorite. Rifa and actually really, you will, like I said, you will see all of them in action. Hold on, need to check if I need any event. Okay, cool. So let me just go. We just got like introduced and stuff. Anyway, so we're gonna go to do some dungeoning, and who is gonna be our dungeon partner for this? Gonna be Liz. Hello, Liz. Gonna be a dungeon partner. She will not have a sniper rifle. She will have something else, but we will get to that. Anyway, let's dungeon to the floor 77. Gonna be this like, you know, floating continent. Like, yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna be learning one of the few most important skills in the game. So, learning skill, so that I don't forget. I'm gonna be learning invisible and sneaky. If you have both of these active, then you will be undetectable. But because, like, you know, I learned them late, I have to. You won't be detected if you have these active. And like, that's also what I do like about this game in particular. You can, like, you know, do exploration at your own pace. You don't really. And by the way, we will need to save this player who is chased by a slime. like she's called Apple, and we will be helping her. So Lisbeth, what is her special? So I need a little bit focus here, but what is her specialty? Well, her specialty, I like attacks that hinder the opponent, either by decreasing, you know, either by stunning them or decreasing their ability to do attack. One downside she has, that she's a little bit slower, because she has to like hold this hammer around. But you know, and also these slimes are slippery. Also, you see that like the attacks are, you know, in this game they are like, you know, separated by distance. So if you do an attack from a distance, you will miss because it has distance-based hit rate. So you know, positioning is also very important. So you can see that Kirito just whipped because slime just zoomed. And also Liz too, because she was a little bit off. Because like this slime zoom. Yeah, I put it a little bit low. And also the slimes can also like, you know, inflict strain down. They are very slippery, as you can see. Again, I really want to focus, so I'm gonna, you know, not talk. These slimes can stun lock you pretty hard. I mean, Liz doesn't have any armor, so yeah. Like, you have the option of giving the party members, like, you know, if they like you enough, you can give them like armor and new weapon. And if you saw this like little green icon, that's poison. That's property of daggers. So one of the hidden properties of daggers is that daggers have the ability to poison enemies, and poison is actually very good for, like, you know, damage control, since it allows you to actually, like, you know, deal damage to the opponent without actually, like, you know, doing an attack. So yeah, we saved Apple. And yeah, like, she's gonna be, yeah, thank you, I'm gonna go. Yeah, let me just go and do invisible and sneaking. And we're gonna move on. As you can see, buffs and debuffs persist between battles. You can have you see these little indicators, you know, on both enemy debuffs and your debuffs, so that you can, like, you know, accurately guess how long it's gonna take. It's actually very important to the run and to the you know, to the integrity of the game as a whole. So, you know, I will be paying attention to it. And yeah, so here there's a teleporter, but the teleporter doesn't. I'm gonna speed restore. This is the smallest speed restore, which restores, like, you know, a small amount of SP over a, you know, small period of time. But it's still good if you want to continue attacking. I will be transitioning to better SP potions as I get them. but for now this will do. Now, there's gonna be 3 slimes we need to defeat. These are, you know, big and scary. These slimes definitely can, like, you know, stun lock you and make your life... you usually won't die from this because Liz is very diligent in like, you know, healing you, but they can definitely make your life miserable. You can see if they, like, you know, spew mucus on you, you have, like, stun down. Means you will, you know, do like, you know, less damage. Each attack that I'm using has, like, you know, different set of power and different set of, like, you know, skills. So I'm gonna be periodically, using different attacks. Because I usually want them for their effects. You know, and sometimes for their power too. But, like, the effects are important because it allows you to, like, you know, control, you know, the enemy's behavior. It's definitely gonna, it's definitely something that, you know, and also it's very important to, even though it might not look like it in the speedrun, like, you know, to a casual observer, I actually really am particular which attack I'm doing and when. I generally want, like, debuffs first, like DOTs, but there's times because again, the attacks cost different amount of SP, so you will see me use attacks that have, like, lower SP cost, but, like, you know, it allows me to do more attacks in the long run. And also, because of the different SP cost of the attacks, I need to actually make sure, you know, that I do the attacks in a certain order. So, like, you know, this one has, like, 5 hits, which is generally really, you know, desirable. But I also want to make sure that I debuff the enemies as much as possible, because it actually really hinders them. And, like, you know, if you apply dexterity minus, they will gonna miss more often. But you will have the option to have a shield here, you know, and that also, you know, and you might be saying, why would I use the shield? You know, shield makes parrying easier, and to like explain what I mean by that is that in Infinity Moment, if the attack misses you, you cannot parry it. So while evasion might seem like, you know, it's overall better, if you really want to go with the you know, parrying style, or if you really want to parry a particular enemy, you can have, like, if you have high evasion, it can screw you up. So you know, that's because, like, equipping a shield, like, makes your evasion stat up to 0, and it also is a little bit slower. In that way, you really need to wait for the attack to resolve. You know, like if Kirito, because Kirito will automatically, you know, just, like, you know, deflect, because, like, you know, the properties of shields that they deflect attacks. So it takes a little bit longer, but, like, you will be able to parry 100%. And like I said, you cannot really say that, like, you know, evasion is always important, but in this speedrun generally, you know, I'm gonna be relying on evasion, but there's definitely gonna be some moments where, you know, having high evasion just isn't the best outcome. But, like, you know, since this specific playstyle that the speedrun does relies on evasion, I will have to put up with it. Though I will have the opportunities to get shield. You know. because evasion is very good if you want to gamble on the fact that you want to do an attack. But because remember, in this game, like every attack can actually stun lock you. As you can see, these stuns are really bad. The case in point. Again, attacks have startup speed. And see, I applied poison. That's actually very good. Any extra DLT is great. I didn't expect him to. Again, I'm sorry if the explanations are a little bit too like overwhelming, but thank you for the raid. But I really want you to. Again, this game might seem might seem very easy, to a casual observer, but it is a rather intense speedrun that requires a lot of knowledge and enemy attack pattern knowledge and enemy behavior. Just because I'm not mentioning it doesn't mean that I I'm not paying attention to the battlefield. Precious Stone, man. This is a dense forest which has a fog effect, as you can see. And I will need to actually get the required drops from tree. Fine. Again, yeah, see, I really want to also make sure that the enemy, because of the startups, you actually really have to be deliberate with your attack. You cannot just throw them willingly. And this is gonna be basically the whole game, but I'm gonna be trying to talk about the events in the game as well. So yeah, now they just trying to find the labyrinth, and I'm gonna show you something. This game has distance-based sounds, so you can hear and see these wonderful looking monsters. But if you go farther away, it's gonna get quieter. Again, one of the really, on a technical level and art direction, this game is absolutely beautiful. And again, I don't think I got a single drop now. Yeah, I got a single drop. Okay.
Nice.
So yeah, I actually, like I said, I'm actually very sad this game never made it to the PSP, out of the PSP, and like be officially localized. There was a remake, but well, if you want to see what the remake is like, you can check my Longathon run last year, and let's just say it's one of the cases where the remake was rushed and in more ways than one, and it actually the game suffered quite heavily on all fronts, and like the remake is widely accessible, but you know it's not really the same game at all, and it it doesn't even look that great, and it's balanced really badly. The mechanically changed like for the worse in my opinion, and you know, like I said, I really don't want to talk about it too much, but like I actually, if you want to know how I feel about it, I was like very like you know how I said that like this game requires like, you know, attention, and I can't like talk much to chat because of the fact that like you know, I need to be focused to actually not mess things up. In the remake I would be you know, like not paying much attention because you know, because the mechanical changes made it so that you really can just unlock an enemy with ease, and you don't really have to react to them, which is terrible for an action RPG. Okay, I get bad RNG for this. That's fine. It is fine. Let me just go and kill the mini boss.
Nice.
わかった。
Sadly, didn't get good luck with the RNG. What can you do? Kill this one. Really? It has to be the like one of the worst RNGs that I ever had. Let me see. Okay, I need one more at like. Fine. Let me just kill the mini boss first. This music that's playing right now is also probably my most favorite background music in this game. And this is the Goblin Cave. This particular cave is interesting that like to reach your destination you don't have to go through any doors. So yeah, like you just like, you know, go. And if you need to go through a door, then you made it wrong. So yeah, I'm gonna like I said, I'm gonna try to provide context in the run, but I also need to conserve energy. Like I said, like this is only the second dungeon, and yeah, there's like 23 more to go, and plus the final boss multi. Thank you. I just picked up a dagger. Thank you for the good luck. For a dagger, and since you can see it's better than what I have, I'm gonna immediately. Now I'm gonna be using around axle. This is also very deliberate. I'm gonna be trying to be huddled up between these three enemies and like, you know, kill two of the archers at once.
Nice.
And please excuse my lack of commentary here. I really want to be focused.
Nice. スキルチャンスだ。
これでどう飛んでけ
ナイス。スキルチャンスだ。
We defeated the goblin leader, we can move on.
ナイス。
わかった
One of the things that I would like to point out is that, you know, this combat system, like you see, it's not much more about like you're not as agile, and like, you know, it doesn't have like the whole 360 movement that you might see in other, like, you know, action RPG. But for me, like I really enjoy this combat system. For one, because you know, I have disabled limbs, and you know, this includes my hands too. And you know, it actually just like, you know, I actually very much struggle with RPGs that like are reflex focused. Anything that's reflex focused actually. So this combat system being more of on a deliberate like, you know, action selection than like, you know, quick reaction and, you know, like, you know, hectic like, you know, combat. It really just like, you know, spoke to me, and I think oh yeah, I need to kill 1-3. They didn't respawn. Cause it takes a while for. Okay, since we got like bad RNG now, I'm gonna go back and see if I get like the drops from the other 3. It's a little bit of a marathon luck really, but I had this before. It's not new. Again, this game, like I said, the RNG and everything, and the fact that you have to react to enemies is one of the reasons why I really like it, and I really am happy to showcase it in ReallyReallyALongathon. There's a lot of like little things that, you know, I have to pay attention to, and you know, adapt. Really? It didn't drop? Really? Okay, hold on. I'm just gonna check. No, I need still one more game. What is this RNG, please?
しくらえはい
Game is really pissed off at the moment. Need one more. Okay. Hopefully the 3D spawn by this point. If not, I'm gonna if I don't get it, I'm just gonna finish the labyrinth and just teleport back. This is unbelievable. Like, this is unbelievable, Orange. Game is definitely... Okay, we are adapting. We are just finishing the labyrinth and, you know, just using Tresto, I guess. Game just did. Game just did. So yeah, let's just finish the lab. This what I picked up is like, you know, the better healing potion. This dungeon floor, you know, you have to go around. Anyway, yeah, I'm gonna have to go back and hopefully get the drop. Wondering, yes, this is a time loss. Would be a time loss. Never had that happen in a while though. Yeah, Silica found a new job. And she is in a maid cafe. So yeah, yeah. And she's blushing because obviously she's embarrassed. And then she's like really happy to see see Kirito and just like kind of like just just like she's doing like the whole the whole magic words and all like maid cafe and stuff. Then she just like gives him like an omelette. Yeah, and then she just like Kirito love. Yeah, I wonder what she wants to say by that. And then just like then she just like then she just gets like indirect kiss from Kirito and Silica levels up, I kind of like burst up laughing but then it was fame. I'm not gonna get list, but I mean you would have to, and I'm gonna hope that I'm gonna get the drop. Go. Yes, let's go. I'm gonna burn one teleport crystal. I will get more, but that's just how it rolls, Sometimes you really have to deal with things. This is, hold on, like you can't tell. This is comical. Like I swear, if this is how the run's gonna go. Thank you. This was some atrocious RNG right now. Very, very bad RNG. I'm gonna save just in case. This boss can poison you. It's not pretty. So let's just go. This time we will be, fighting with Lisbeth, obviously. So one of the part of the game's, tutorial. Soft tutorial. Tutorial for this party member. And I'm gonna, try to also, again, this is gonna be the same, I need to focus, but I'm gonna try to talk about the boss's mechanics and, what their attacks are. But, I'm not gonna try to look at chat so that I can focus. It's a scorpion. Crystal Ice Claw. I'm just like using this opportunity to set up with each of the this is a very annoying boss actually. And I will have to do the last attack bonus thing. So I need to be focused on that. Can apologize if I don't speak because I need to focus. Like there's like I need to focus on every boss to be true. Okay, yeah, this boss has like multi-hit tail attack that I need to disengage combat. Yes. I knew that he's gonna, like, you know, I had a feeling he's gonna attack. Sometimes I'm just like dodging like right there because I don't really feel safe. Sometimes I'm just really... that was too late. Nah, too early. Thankfully he didn't poison me, but just like, you know... That was also too soon. Yeah, that... Okay, cool. It didn't take, like, you know, it didn't... Really? What just happened? It's a risk break. A risk break makes the boss, like, you know, drop these defenses for a little bit, and it also, like, you know, cancels their one attack that they had to up until the state end. The defense down, or like, you know, the slight, like, you know, the fact that you do slightly more damage, like, lasts until the risk just gets, you know. Up until the risk gets reset, like right now. Yeah, I kind of messed that up. I really wanted to, you know, okay, hold on, let me bury that. There we go. Oof. Fights will get really tense. I mean, they are getting really tense. Did I get it, please? Yes! Oh. Like, you have no idea how stressful this is. Like, I'm generally trying to get every single piece of equipment. But especially the first few from the first few dungeons. Oh yeah, they have like, they are like, teasing Kirito in the scene. And then like Kirito gets, to his room, and then Leafa just like visits, and they have like this little chat where Kirito's like, oh, why did you come visit me? And just like, this is dangerous, and just like, I really just like, was worried about you. Is that like so wrong? So she's like, Kirito's just like, okay, I mean, you are here now, so like, you have to deal with the consequences. You could have stayed at home. Anyway, let's sure that I actually get the events, all of them. Again, I really need to make sure that I do trigger the events correctly. Because if you fail to trigger an event, then you have to wait until the next day, and there's like a hard cutoff date. Then like, Liz, this is like a part of the Liz quest chain. And this also like raises her smithing skill. Now I will be equipping my, didn't forget to equip anything. Now I'm gonna get to my quest. And now we're gonna help Silica, because Silica wanted to level up, but she's gonna be in trouble. And we will be helping her, but I'm gonna be actually using Mace and let Silica deal with that herself. I'm actually gonna level up Maces to, Skill Mastery 400. This is actually very important for safety. Basically the whole game I'm trying to be having the skill set to actually beat the final bosses. And since I need to beat them multiple times, I kind of, need the specific skill set, and they can be very, very awful, so. I'm actually just getting everything that I need to have a, you know, so that every single attempt will go first try. Like Pina actually, you know, saved her and stuff. So that was actually really cute. And we will get Silica as the partner. You can see. And because this dungeon is feel like themed after dragons, so that's why you get Silica here. Silica the animal tamer. This is one of the things that I really like, you know. I will be, you know, just like not using any skills. So I will have a little bit of a downtime. Because I need the Mace Mastery to be at 400. Not here, not now, but like, you know, kind of soonish. Like, it's not completely necessary to be clear, but, you know, up until, like, you know, the end game, but, or, like, you know, the mid game, I would need to be precise, but, you know, I'd rather have it sooner than start killing these. In 9. Like, trust me, guys, I will need to rest my hands. I honestly want to also talk about how I appreciate the detail of the enemy models are pretty detailed, especially for a PSP game. It does cause like you know lag at places, but considering what this game does in terms of like you know art direction and like you know general like you know game design, I think it's just like a absolute like marvelous achievement. even if like you know you get some slowdown occasion. Like, I honestly would say that this is like one of the hidden gems. You know, like kind of like stumbled upon, like kind of complete by accident. But, you know, I actually really, you know, enjoyed like you know my playthrough because of how impressed I was. Was just like kind of like surprised that this like you know Serrano line being very popular. I was surprised to see like people not just like you know mentioning it all that much. So like I was just like yeah, and you know because I enjoyed like in general how the game was like relatively hard, and you know like skill based. Then I decided to speedrun it as well. If I wasn't impressed like you know with this game, I don't think I would speedrun it, or you know just like enjoy the Sword Art Online Last Recollection, which released 2023. And I honestly owe it to this game, which I don't have any nostalgia for, unlike you know Hackling, but you know I honestly you know just like put it there with you know other games that I really like. Because it's generally a you know fun game. I like the game structure. I like you know the combat system. It's like I said pretty unique, and not to mention the whole like you know feel with the diegetic UI and everything, it's something that honestly I found really impressive. And this is also why I'm so happy that ReallyReallyALongathon organizers were so kind and accepted this game again. Because as you can see, it's not really the easiest thing to speedrun. I would argue the games that are the most simple casually are the hardest to speedrun because of all of the optimizations you have to do. And this game definitely falls into that. Okay. I need to savor the last few moments that I have because it's coming to an end. I'm getting the required vibrant. And I need to get my full attention again. I'm not gonna have these much of these moments anyway. As soon as I'm done with the maxing, this is gonna be pretty much constant action. Aside from like a brief moment of respite at the end game. Or near the end game. And with that, my moments of respite came to. Now I will be in this dungeon. There's like precisely 6 or like 3 mushroom pairs, and I'm gonna be killing these mushrooms. Not only because I would like the reward from it, but also because these mushrooms have a chance to drop a required drop for a required quest later on. So that's why I'm gonna be killing these. Because there's an interrupt quest, as you can see, bottom right. And this quest will, you have like 9 minutes to complete. Like the time is plenty for these quests. Like it's not like just like we need to be very, no, but you get like these, to get you some, small goodies and that's like pretty cool pieces of equipment. Just to make you interact with the enemies a bit. It's important to note that you cannot leave the area until you kill, all of the enemies in the interrupt mission, because then it would reset. So, yeah, like I said, these mushrooms, I'm basically killing them because I'm hoping for the drops. With any luck, I will get the required drops immediately, and you can actually complete a given required quest immediately. You don't have to unless in very specific case, you don't have unless it's a very specific quest, or very specific type of quest, you don't really need to kill them in the location in the floor that you get the quest from.
Nice.
yeah, I'm also really need to rest my walk. I'm probably gonna, soon get some water because I would like to commentate as much as possible. Again, if you haven't guessed it, I honestly really love this game. Not because how, in my opinion, like a good technical achievement it is, but it also was really good for me. Is that like it really was able to, which is something I have to like praise the game for. It was generally able to tell its story, even like for like people who just were like, if you haven't like heard anything and just played this game, you would be able to get a general gist of the Aincrad arc of Sword Art Online and what Sword Art Online is about, which I honestly think that every licensed property should do. Like if you expect that like like if you make a game from an existing property or IP, then you should be having some onboarding effect for a new players. Just so that hey, like maybe they're like hey, this game seems interesting, right? Like, and they might even like become a fan of the IP. Oh, by the way, this I have so much to talk about in regards to this game. But yeah, this particular event was that we need to kill a dragon, but Kirito tried, and the dragon is impenetrable to normal weaponry. So we need to actually visit a blacksmith to get a special weapon. So yeah. So we are now visiting the blacksmith, and he's like, oh, you need to kill the dragon? Sure. It's an NPC, right? And then like, oh, I'm out of materials. Could you please give me the golem, item golems like core? And she's like, sure. Stone. Like, sure. So so we are gonna go get the core. What I was saying? Oh yeah, onboarding. Which is something, when I actually was a little bit a lot of disappointed, because I actually got talked to by the general SAO fanbase, into buying Sword Art Online Fracture Daydream. Like I wasn't really liking their reaction because they actually like trash talked the game that released like in the year prior, like last recollection, because they didn't like the battle system. Most likely, and it was like that was like their most general, like they didn't like how the battle system controlled, and how how grindy the post game was. And I honestly like why you can definitely see that like post game could be like less grindy in that game specifically. I really did enjoy the battle system and general game structure. And like and the general like sentiment from the vocal minority was like that the game is like crap because it was made by a developer that the fanbase doesn't like, because they generally have battle systems that are unconventional and like very quirky, like this one, like right? Like AQURIA always has like battle systems that have like that are kind of like very quirky in by nature, and like some people really don't like that. Like I can understand why some people would bounce off this game specifically because they don't like the battle system. Like because for an action RPG, this game is not very reaction based, and it's very like it's rather slow. In terms of execution, like I said, it's more about precision rather than quick like again, it's hard to articulate by just watching, but it really does put into perspective, like if you expect to be for you to be like extremely agile, you are not in this. And like I think that's okay. But anyway, yeah, we actually killed the golem and got the stone. And I'm gonna talk about once we get to the labyrinth, because that's not gonna be too much to talk about outside of the gimmick. But anyway, let me just finish up the thought with the Dragon Quest line, and then I can move on from finishing what I wanted to tell. So yeah, now we're gonna get the weapon. So Kirito just gonna go here with Silica, and like gonna just chug a potion. And yeah, then we're gonna go to the dragon. And I'm gonna just go critical. And like, you know, the dragon is like, oh my gosh, haha, yeah, you know, like Kirito just like tosses the sword and the sword breaks and the dragon is like, haha, your sword broke, now you can defeat me. And just like, no, the sword was to dispel your barrier and not to defeat you. And then they just like, you know, start to actually play along. Dragons have the, you know, very much like, you know, the attacks that they can breathe fire. You can block. There's an attack to block fire. Like specifically, it's a skill called Airy Shield, which will block breath based. Because this game has multiple types of attacks that enemies can do. But like in the speedrun, I'm not using it simply because it lasts like, no, like it's not that it wouldn't be useful. It is useful, especially casually. But like, you know, in the speedrun, like, you know, I really want to make sure that I get just enough points. Like everything is pretty much like pre-planned, and I will get some extra points, but like you shouldn't waste. You know, because like learning the wrong skill means that you cannot unlearn it, and you are stuck with that skill. So like, you know, use your weapon more to have more, because like these skills are only learned by, you know, mastery of weapon. But yeah, this labyrinth, since there's not much to talk about gimmick-wise, aside from that it's the very first labyrinth in, you know, the game that it has like multi like, you know, multiple paths, and, you know, fake outs a lot, like, you know, fake outs, like you're gonna go into one direction and it's another one. That's like the introduction. Like, you know, the labyrinths are just like, you know, these mini puzzles that have like, you know, interrupt missions for extra goodies. Very cool actually. Like all of the goodies I would say are pretty cool casually. Have like a lot of, as much as the game seems linear, like, and it is, it definitely has a lot of like, you know, rewards for the player if you are like, you know, willing to invest like, you know, in just like fighting everything. But anyway, what I was saying, yeah, when I actually got Faction the name, I was like, okay, cool. Like people say that, like, you know, my favorite developer, like AQURIA is also like very small. Like the team is like about like 60 or 50 people in Yokohama. So you can definitely tell that some games of them have like some jank, like, you know, some animations are not like as perfect, and you can definitely like, you know, engage in a discussion. Is that like if a publisher or IP holder, you know, is, you know, just like, you know, if it is good to actually request, you know, small developers for like licensed game work, right? Because they often have to work in a very, you know, very tight deadlines and very tight budgets, because obviously like licensed, as much as like, you know, I wish it wasn't the norm, licensed IP are for the publisher like low risk endeavors, so that's why they usually you know, commission small developers to actually just like, you know, make something so that they can market it, you know. And as sad as it is, it actually, you know, they just expect for the IP to sell, just because it has the IP attached to it, which I honestly feel a little bit sad. But I do actually like AQURIA for the reason that they like genuinely try. They actually really like Sword Art Online. They genuinely tried the best what they had given, you know, with, and generally, like, you know, they always, with their SAO games, they try always something like, you know, new, or something like, you know, that they mix and mash like existing concepts, and they try to just like, you know, make something like unique for each like entry that they develop. Even though you can definitely see like some animations can be a little bit janky, and depends on, you know, generally they are very good with that direction, as you can see with Infinity Moment. Like, Infinity Moment is exceptional. You know, you have like, it's a long game, you have like dungeon gimmicks, mini bosses, social links. Like, it's a very long, and it's a definitely library of love. But some of the games, like, you can tell that they are not as polished as they could have been. So, you know, purely because of the issue that I talked about, is the IP holder just like wants low risk investment. Hence, even nowadays you see a lot of games with IP that they are just like, you know, very, like, they might seem low effort, but you have to remember, like, the developers that are tasked with this, they don't want to half-ass this. Like, I don't think any developer wants to half-ass a project, especially if they have like a famous IP, because I think there's like it's like an honor for them. Like, they really want to, but like they just not given enough, like, you know, resources to what they want to do. Like, we can you know, go to any, even like, you know, very successful licensed lines, and we can, like, you know, see how tight the development team was, like, how strained they were. And, you know, I honestly, like, okay, cool. Let me just oh gosh, I need to do, I want to talk more, but I need to focus again. But yeah, they really want to just do the best, and you can definitely, as you can see from this game, you can definitely see the effort. Like, you cannot tell me that this was like a cynical cash grab, because there's like a lot of, like, even thoughtful game design. And that's why I honestly, when they falter, and I've seen like 2 cases when AQURIA actually did falter a lot. You know, like, you know, because this bar has been set really high, like with this game especially. You know, with the general, how it's like generally made, how care was put into it. So whenever I saw some elements in, you know, some of the other games that weren't up to stuff, and I know they can do better, then it just makes me a little bit, like, you know, sad, you know. I mean, I do understand, you know, the situation, and honestly, AQURIA is one of the developers that actually, dare I say this, they actually really, more licensed developers like this, like, you know, they always put their hardest into the projects. Like, they really don't want their games to be seen as, like, you know, low budget endeavors, so they try to mask it so hard, even if performance suffers sometimes, because they really want to be seen as, like, you know, games with like higher budget, and like, you know, when you have, like, you know, unlimited resources almost, you know, and they just really don't want to see people to associate that it's just like less quality on it. Like, you can definitely see the passion, but, you know, circumstances sometimes can, okay, cool. Just here, this boss can actually just rip you in half, or silica, and that's no great. So yeah, let me just, I need to focus, because this boss can actually, it did kill me multiple times. Sorry, I need to make sure that. I need one. Ah. Yeah, that axe is actually very scary. Thank you Yatogami. Thank you so much. I need to focus, so I'm sorry if I can't do commentary now. But... like I said, this boss has axe. It's also very strong. The raw DPS from this thing is you know, so great that like, you know, you cannot survive this attack unless you have strength down, and I don't even have strength down on my weapon as an effect, so I cannot even debuff attack on him even if I want. So I have to parry and just be very good. Also, you really want to make sure that this is very scary actually. Like you can even see with the cutscenes how, you know, how Kirito looks like, you know, a lively like, you know, teenage boy, and especially if you compare it to the remake, which they only had 1 year to make it, and they chose quality and the polishment aside, polish and game design, and it shows. It really shows. And what's sad about it is that, like, you know, because the remake is more accessible, that's how their first endeavor is gonna be remembered as. Even though they were really in a bind in that point, because, you know, they made this game, like you can see like how clearly work of love it is, and you know, like, you know, the PSP was on its way out, so obviously, like, you know, Namco Bandai wanted to focus on, like, you know, the next console, you know, and so they actually, like, you know, wanted to have like, you know, a next game, or like, you know, like a remake of this game instead, so that they can sell it to more people than, like, you know, PSP, you know. So they had like a very small time to develop the remake, and it really showed. Lack of game balance, the translation, it was so bad that it ended up on Legends of Localization website. Like the game design, like, you know, the game design of the extra area was, like, you know, very empty with some mechanics that were like just there to just pad the time, and generally it wasn't really that, like, it was the opposite of this wonderful endeavor that you can see on this. That's all. I finished my train of thought and focus now. Boss is getting closer to death. Make sure that I don't actually die. It happened. At a longathon, actually. Even during my PB. Like, you know. Or like, you know, PB attempt, I should say. A bull enemy, that's what. Oh, yeah. Like, you have multiple options here. I can actually just, like, oh yeah. Yeah, see how it almost, like, you know, cleaved all of the attacking party. Once people die, they are dead forever. And if that happens to your attacking party members, then if that happens to like, you know, the background part, like, you know, attacking party, then like they're dead completely, and they are gonna be replaced by someone, you know, else. And if anyone dies from the main cast, wait, Klein. Klein is also a thing. It's like you need to actually, like, make sure that Klein doesn't die, because Klein is like one of the main party members, and he needs to be alive. Otherwise, if you know, if someone dies, then it's game over, like, from the main party. So it has, like, this game has permadeath. You need to be careful. There's no reviving anyone, so yeah, I need to be careful. I actually want to get the. Yeah, like, I have to make sure that I actually, like, attack when I get the chance. So that I don't over damage the boss. Like, I'm actually very scared. Hold on. It's not the biggest one, because this item is not that important, but I want to do that. Hold on, I need to parry that. Oh! There we go. Parry that. Did I get it, please? Yes! My god, yes. Wasn't the fastest, but I take it. Like I said, these fights can be, you know, faster or slower depending on RNG, depending on how the boss feels, how you play it. Like, it's not the, like I said, this run is the opposite of marathon safety. Like the times can vary wildly. You can like end up with like half an hour of like, you know, just like losing time for. Okay, hold on. Realize. Need to make sure. Oh, before I will have time to talk. I need that I do get the, since this is all of it. So I have a chart that they track my and track your friend. Can actually track your friend. How about this? Less like and you know is like I said, these some of these quests are unmarked, so yeah, Kirito gets stalked. It's like a plot point here. Hello, Yui. Okay, did I? Hold on. Actually, oh yeah, I need Shinon, and I think I triggered the quests, like quests a bit early. I think I triggered the quest a bit earlier, so I will do it like, I think I will do it like, you know, right now. Oh no, it's not. I need to go to Les. I'm sorry. I think I haven't. I didn't visit her. we go. Oh, and Liz wants to recharge, so like, you know, she felt tired, so they went here, and Liz is just like really happy, and Kirito's just like completely flustered, as you can see here. Like, Liz, what are you doing? I just wanted to recharge, you know, so just stand here. Like, you know, Liz obviously very much like, but we need to go to do some dungeon crawling. And we had like Liz, we had like Silica, we had Asuna, so who is gonna be next? He's gonna be right now, so right here. FIFA! There we go. And that's gonna be our part. And I'm gonna be talking about my experience with Fractured Date. Because I will have like some amount of, you know, free, because I'm actually gonna max again. So, okay. You just first set up. Anyway, okay, anyway, so yeah, my experience with Action Anime, I already talked about how I honestly understand, like, you know, the studios then. And I wanted to say that AQURIA, honestly, more like studios like this. I honestly feel that if we had more studios that would honestly really tried as hard as they could, even with the minimal budget that they get, then we would get less like licensed games that are, you know, very underwhelming. Because that's the thing, they are really... the thing with the developer that developed this game, AQURIA, is that they really can stretch the budget super, like, you know, like to unbelievable things. Like the things that they are able to do with, you know, what I assume is not a lot, is just like, I actually kind of envy them, because, like, you know, you can tell that they try their hardest to just like, okay, like, we don't want to ship an ugly game. So we just gonna work on the art direction more, you know, so that, like, you know, we don't have a budget, so let you know, screw it. We're just gonna try our hardest to stretch this budget as thin as possible. Like, and that's something to be admired. Right? Come on, I didn't want to anger the bee. But yeah, like that's one of the things that I really do. And when does the Fractured Dating come? Well, Fractured Dating, like, on its own, it was also, like last recollection, it was made for the reason, like, you know, because of the Sword Art Online game's 10th anniversary. And and like, people liked games a lot, you know, because they made, like, you know, Fatal Bullet, and like Fatal Bullet was very beloved by the fanbase, more because it had, like, you know, the options to create your own character, which, you know, not even Fractured Dating had, but, like, you know, that was one of the reasons that like, at least the fandom sides, that, you know, it was popular. And also because like, you know, the battle system was, like, you know, much more standard, like, to, you know, kind of like conventional battle system. Like, I haven't played it, I've seen it, but, like, you know, it didn't really spoke to me how dimps actually you know, made Fatal Bullet, like, you know, in a way, because I didn't feel that it was enough, like, you know, it was something unique. You know, because I honestly felt it could be like implemented to another game. And like, you know, that's kind of a double-edged sword, because on one hand, you have like a battle system that doesn't alienate like anyone, because it's very, you know, conventional. So naturally, like like a lot of people are gonna enjoy it. Like you're gonna find like, you know, just cast the widest net possible. And also, like I said, the fact that they could, like, you know, make your own character also was like a factor. Like these two things, in my opinion. And so that people have like very and also that they don't like apparently, like, you know, it's not grindy like mine, you know, like at least Fatal Bullet wasn't. So like people were like, you know, just much, you know, because AQURIA has like, you know, kind of like different design philosophy when it comes to their games, all of their games, not just on and online, but like, you know, they have like a very heavily, like, you know, because like, you know, their budget is stretched, so then they have like a post game that really keeps you going for a while. Like again, they really want to make sure you get your money's worth. So like if you really want to get the post game, that the post game is, you know, usually something you find in a gacha. You know, very like resource and time intensive. But like, you know, that's how they operate really. And you know, one of the reasons that everyone was like, you know, excited for Fractured Gaming is that you know, they, you know, apparently Fatal Bullet wasn't grindy at all. So you know, on that merit, I actually decided, you know what, like I'm gonna actually buy Fractured Daydream. You know, like I know the fan base insulted Last Recollection, which I really enjoyed, even though I really acknowledge its flaws. Like I think that, like, you know, even though I didn't mind the structure, like Last Recollection was linear RPG with a very interesting, you know, squad-based like, you know, the fact that you had like pairs of combat and you controlled like all of them simultaneously. It was like something you would find in a multiplayer, but like in a single player setting too. And you know, it actually had like very intense boss battles, because you know, they had like a lot of HP. Like some of them were legit damage sponges, kind of like not in like an unfun way, in my opinion. It's just like, you know, the fights, you know, just went for a while. But you know, the general combat was, in my opinion, very interesting in how it was set up. And one of the things that I didn't enjoy is because how, like, the number of locations, like the locations where, yeah, Sugu cannot swim. Okay, I need to talk about this then, and introduction of the mechanic. So we went to this dungeon, and Sugu cannot swim, and you know, and even if she could, you cannot, like, you know, you cannot like get through this water because it's like, you know, dangerous and lethal. So we need to. That's the introduction to drain puzzles. It's nothing too crazy, but again, introduction to drain. Again, I won't have much time to talk about. I'm gonna try to, as I'm gonna go through the labyrinth, I'm gonna try to, you know, talk about more, but I just want to explain the gimmick on this. So this is on a waterfall, and you have to defeat this lizard man, this bigger lizard man. One of the things is that he's like surrounded by more like lizards, so that, like, you know, you have to either like, you know, or you just lure him up. So in my general experience, you know, you know, he actually likes, you know, the other lizards like to follow him. I don't really like to kill this one. Again, I'm sorry that I had to like pause mid-thought, but I know, want to make sure that I play this correctly. Then you lose minutes. As you can see here, like, quarter of your health just gone. Like, the health is is not that big of a concern unless you are like in a very stunlock heavy boss fight, which there are a couple. You know, it makes you lose a lot of. So I apologize if I'm not able to talk.
Nice.
And it doesn't seem like it, but this will add up. Another, this one is like another, like, you know, set of the, you know, border puzzles. And you know, we need to actually just like push a couple more switches here. But the ending of the dungeon will be not as you expected. But I'm gonna talk about it. And I actually really have to point out that the water looks really nice. And when you push a switch, you can see that they have a little, you know, ball inside, like a glowy ball. That's something that the remake didn't, because it was so rushed. It didn't. They actually forgot to add the glowing ball into the switches, so they don't glow. And again, it was very rushed. Like the development team was extremely rushed, and they decided to, you know, just focus on quantity instead of polishing. And you know, that was the result. Like the art direction and the weirdness with with like, you know, the hashtag retexturing. Like, you know what they do to the texturing? Instead of, you know, like, you know, hand paint every single you know, hand paint every single, like, you know, the dungeon is like meticulously designed, like hand paint, like, you know, the textures are hand painted. They are not like the photos. But for the HD remaster, what they did, because they didn't have time, they just went into a texture library of realistic textures and just slapped them into it. It looks so bad. You see a lot of texture warping and a lot of visuals that they are not visually cohesive. You see like you know, grass that looks completely dead because it's a realistic grass, as opposed to this abstract, you know, hand painted texture. Because again, they didn't have time, so you know, we need to make HD, and you know, because we are going to like consoles and all, like, you know, Vita and all, and so yeah, that's actually like, it really shows it really shows, like, especially in the order, like there's a lot of like texture warping, like a lot of seams that it looks so bad. I'm now grabbing ores that I will be using for later, for way later, with certain weapons. But yeah, like it really does look awful. The lighting is off, and you can definitely tell. It's not even like, you know, I'm nitpicky or anything. It just really. But so, you know, it was really a shock too. Yeah, I grabbed like teleport crystal because I'm out of it. So yeah. Also why, like, I really like. But yeah, let's just push the switch here. Again, and again, now there's gonna be a player, and they're gonna be blocked by giant enemy crab. And it's like, and there's like, oh my gosh, oh, help! And instead of, you know, going through the exit here, we're gonna actually go back and help. That's actually the thing. It's just like we don't, and somehow we end up like where we need to be, even though we're gonna go backward. But anyway, as I was saying, yeah, the rush texture work and the unbalancedness of the game mechanics, like, all can be attributed to the remake being rushed in development. Especially because when they made a next game, which was more of a after that, which was more of a, like, you know, like something akin to FF14 or like, you know, MMORPG style, like that kind of style. Like it was a game that didn't appeal to me because how it played, but it's a very good game. You can definitely see the texture, like, you know, the difference in texture work. Like the you know, the environments look absolutely like amazing, you know, and you know, like every single shading and like it just looks so good, even with the realistic texturing. Like it looks so good. It like everything is just cohesive. The shadows look cohesive. I actually was very impressed of realization on a technical. Sure, there were some like things that like the vector sprites didn't mesh with the very good looking realistic environments, even on the for the background for the visual novel style. But like, you know, like everything was just like you could see, and it's a lot of people's favorite. Hollow realization, I mean, because there's like a lot of things to do. It's like an MMO style, like, you know, game that you know that has like more of a real-time combat, you know, like more of a action-based combat, right? And like a lot of people remember that game very fondly. I can honestly confirm, even though it wasn't my cup. It's a very like it just proves my point. The development team is very talented. They are rushed like that, like with the remake of this. It definitely does suffer. Like, especially with the PC version, because they changed the mechanics yet again, because of the complaints of the fanbase that the combat is just like the combat is just too slow. So they caved in, and made the combat faster. But like they didn't balance it enough well, and so that the combat is essentially just like you can stun lock an enemy very easily, and it's just uninteresting and like, you know, unfun to go through, you know, because there's no challenge to it. Because the system that the game was like designed around just wasn't adjusted, and then you get like this slab of nothing that just hurt the game a lot. All because they just really wanted it to be like, you know, more of like, you know, pleasing to the, you know, to people who just found this style of combat too slow. And I honestly find, and not to mention that they again didn't want to, they didn't get the budget to do any retexturing again, so they just like adjusted the combat mechanics, add some minor stuff, and shipped it on PC and consoles. And that's like honestly one of the reasons that I really don't like the remake, because it really didn't do this game. Not only visually, but mechanically as well. Like the extra area is like full of empty areas that are just like bigger, but like they're like, you know, it's just like filled with like, you know, empty spaces that you cannot, even though Kirito is faster now, it's just way too big with nothing interesting in it. Just because they could, like, just because they wanted to say, hey, we have bigger areas now, and they didn't want to be like, okay, we have bigger areas because we are not on PSP. Again, it was like basically just like, you know, remake by force, and not because of it. Like, I don't think there was like any like, you know, legitimate like, you know, time or resources to do any kind of retouching that it's probably needed to. The result is just like a game that has nothing interesting to say. Like, I know like that people told me that they liked it, but yeah, kind of that, yeah. Yeah, oh yeah, and then now Shinon is just like very sad because she just like doesn't know what to do, because she just ended up here, and like, you know, what am I kind of, you know, useless? What if I'm not you know, useful enough? And you know, don't worry, I had a friend too, and you know, I'm fighting for her as well, because you know, I lost her, and and like, you know, I just gonna fight just for her, and just like she, and that comes she. But anyway, yeah, that's basically what happened. I'm pretty much convinced that happened because you couldn't explain all of this, like, you know, rushed and unbalancedness otherwise. Especially if you compare it to like I said, Hollow Realization, even something like Last Recollection, which, yes, it's like linear. Yes, it could like use a little bit more area wise, but like it's a very cool game with you know very interesting balance. I said, like, you know, even to my friends that I actually really liked it, and you know, if their game went on sale for a reasonable price, they find acceptable to pay with it. You know, it's a, and if they liked the demo that they put out, I would recommend, because I actually had a lot of fun. I was just like disappointed that they couldn't add like at least double the amount of areas, because the areas were like a single screen. And they were really well done, like atmospheric wise. Even the quests were fine, but I just wanted a little bit more because the map felt a little bit more empty. Again, it was a consequence of, like, you know, them. Not to mention, it was like, you know, first time the team switched to a new engine. So, like, you know, they had like they had to account for that. I do understand, like, I even made like a post on a Steam forum, you know, celebrating the 1-year anniversary of Last Recollection, and I mentioned the flaws that I found, like, you know, the fact that, you know, it could have been more, like, there could have been at least double the amount of locations, because it felt a little bit too empty, especially for, like, you know, the full price that you're paying for. Which, you know, that's also another debacle for discussing, is that, like, you know, how much, you know, if you know, if it's correct for, you know, the publishers to charge all of that much because of IP, you know, and stuff. But, you know, I did enjoy Last Recollection more than Fluctuating. Also, before I do the boss, I'm gonna quickly talk about it. Then I have to focus on the boss. We're gonna be fighting Hydra with Sugu. But yeah, Fluctuating I actually bought, like, I actually got, like, you know, even the like, you know, the like, you know, the ultimate edition, whatever. And because I expected, you know what, I didn't show it Last Recollection. If the fanbase says it's gonna be good, I feel I have a gut feeling it's not gonna be my cup of tea, but I'm gonna try it out. And what I've got was like kind of a mobile game. Like I didn't get any, like, you know, story recap. I just got like some kind of cliff notes from Sword Art Online, but because I'm not a hardcore fan, I just couldn't. I was just so lost, and, you know, couldn't even appreciate the story because it was basically like, you know, Kingdom Hearts Chain of Memories, but like just like, you know, cliff notes, like, you know, moments, favorite moments from Sword Art Online, and I couldn't just like enjoy it because I didn't have any context. So like I like saw conversations from people I had no idea about, and scenes that I just, like, you know, barely remember like that. And I'm just like, you know, and it didn't have any onboarding, and like, you know, and to top it all off, once I went through the tutorial, I was greeted with a battle pass. The game was always online, and it had features locked you know, with always online, and there was like grinding up the butt, and to skip the grind you were expected to pay microtransaction on top of the full price. And Last Recollection didn't have any microtransactions. It had even, like, you know, dedicated single player mode. If you just wanted to enjoy the story, it wasn't always online. And, you know, it was so bad in Factory that, like, if the collection just never dropped for any reason, you were dropped mid cutscene. Like, mid story cutscene, really. Just like, even if the server had like one single hiccup, then the whole game crashed to the screen. And, you know, and everything was just grind. Everyone, like, you know, Kirito had only like one weapon type, like there was a lot of like, you know, you were expected to explore like, you know, the areas like locations, but like, you know, there was like a lot of like, you know, spawning enemies in, like you didn't even, the enemies spawn as you explore, so you had to explore everything. It was just like, it was kind of like a battle arena with nothing like, you know, like something that, and people like that for some reason. Like, I mean, I can understand why, but like I just couldn't. I even streamed it, like, but like then I just dropped it, and it's like, should I even finish it? Like, I paid for it, I feel bad. I didn't enjoy it at all. Whereas like Last Recollection, I even like, you know, played the game as much as I could. I wasn't even, you know, just like advancing the story because I enjoyed the general battle system. I just had like fun fighting enemies, and like it just, even though the areas were very small, relatively speaking, and you know, but like they were like packed with enemies, and you know, and stuff. But like still, but like I just spent like multiple streams just like, you know, just like battling in one single arena. Even the enemies that you weren't supposed to fight at that moment. Because okay, so focus. But yeah. So I mean, yeah, Factory Dream is like, I honestly feel it's that kind of game that's like, you know, has the widest appeal, like battle system that everyone understands, you know, not any quirkiness, right? Something very familiar, and you know, like, you know, it was like also marked as an anniversary, and you know, it kind of felt like, again, Factory Dream was like clip show. And I honestly feel like combined with the battle system being so broadly appealing, like that's why it was like successful at least initially. Like everyone just like, you know, celebrated it, but like for me, I just felt nothing. Like I honestly didn't even like, you know, enjoy the fact, you know, that like, you know, the enemies were so easy to kill. Like, you know, like you just like, you know, press the button and like every single enemy died, you know. It was like the complete opposite of Last Recollection. Last Recollection had like enemies that like took like, that was complete opposite, like that took like 10 minutes like for a boss, you know. Sometimes more. But like, you know, it was very intense because you manage like 4 party. Now you cannot manage like, I mean, you don't manage anything in Factory Daydream. It's just basically kind of like this multiplayer arena. Like, that's the way I can describe it. And it had like a battle pass. Do you want to skip the grind? Pay money, additional money for what you... If you want to skip the grind. Oh yeah, and we have like costumes in the shop that you have to pay real money for. On top of the game that you already bought. Like that felt so insulting. And it had like less characters than like, you know, Last Recollection. Way less. Granted, like every one of them had like unique mechanics, but it had less characters, and you know, like that was the anniversary, just like some kind of generic kind of protocol live service type of thing. Well, was this like, you know, the best that you could come up? That was the developer that everyone was celebrating, that never does anything grind, and they made a game that you have to grind like every single character up the end. So, you know, I honestly, I didn't even want to engage in any sort of conversation, because like, why would I even like, you know, just like, you know, engage in some reasonable discussion with people like that. Like I honestly, I don't think I'm the biggest, you know, SAO fan or anything, but I honestly feel that you should have at least some dignity and not be taken advantage of. Like I know why they went for the live service more, like quote-unquote live service, because it's popular. It's like that. It's kind of standard, right? Like, but you know, I just couldn't enjoy it at all. Like, not because the game would be badly made or anything. Like, it functions, you know. it's not a bad game. It's just that, you know, it's not something that I was like interested in. It's not something I would even, you know, say that it's like, you know, unique or interesting. It's just kind of generic. Like you see the other live service games, you know, like multiplayer shooters or whatever. Like I do like to talk about interesting games, and that's as far from interesting as, like, it was the safest bet, honestly. And, you know, it's kind of like, you know, because they wanted to please up. So oh yeah, and you know what the most insulting thing was? You had to grind for nostalgia. So they had like cutscenes from every single game except Last Recollection as like a still image with like music. They didn't even have a dub, but like they had cutscenes, the key cutscenes from every single game, like that. So instead of playing the game, you could just, like, you know, grind to have the game spoiled for by, like, you know, some inferior version of the cutscene. Like that was something that I would just, like, you know, stare at blankly. I was like, really? This is what you call a celebration? An always online live service generic multiplayer arena. That's the celebration. You know, instead of something, you know, like interesting, that, you know, kind of unique, that, you know, that, like, you know, Last Recollection was. In terms of battle system, like, it literally doesn't, like, I know it functions, it's, hold on, I need to make sure that they kind of feel, like, I felt insulted. Did I get the, please tell me I got it, otherwise I have to, yes, I got, oh my god. Okay, I got the vest. So we will be seeing Kirito with a new gear. A very good vest. I'm gonna show you how good it is. Like, I understand why Fracture Dating was that way. Like, you know, Battle Pass, paid Battle Pass, Deluxe Edition, microtransactions, Battle Arena, clip shows, like clips from the show, like, you know, every single stage was from the clips from, like, you know, SAO, from different parts of, like, characters meet up from different parts of, like, you know, universe. Just to see some clip show, you know, and it's not some kind of, like, big storyline. They just some meet up and, like, you know, hey, you do this, you do this, you do this. Oh yeah, and you know what was even crazy? They even ripped off Vampire Survivors. The deluxe edition came with a mini game that ripped off Vampire Survivors because it was popular. Like, Fractured Daydream is just basically the most generic, the most like, you know, the most, like, fans will buy type of deal I've ever seen. There was nothing that you wouldn't see elsewhere. In other genres, like, and I was like, but, you know, sitting there contemplating my choices, like, did I seriously? Okay, hold on. I need to make sure they do the events. But yeah, did I seriously just get the most generic game that has barely any story, and it doesn't even bother you to explain anything, and wants you to buy, like, immediately after you finish the first one? And just like, did I really just buy? I felt insulted. I really did. I honestly didn't even feel the way to finish it. I honestly felt like, and even when I did engage in the battle system, like, you fought like with like 6 other party members. You didn't matter as much. Like, everything was just like a mishmash of nothing. It's like, yeah, I mean I'm doing something, but like, you know, I don't really enjoy because of that. Anyway, yeah. I need to go with Leave. Okay, cool. I need to go with Shinon first, and then after that I need to make sure that I get the cutscenes. Sorry about the little tangent. I just really, again, the reason I really love this game so much is because how unique it is. How the battle system is something that like it's very unique amongst action RPGs in its structure. It still tries to. It even fooled like some people are thinking this game is online, because because it has the diegetic UI and it's just like. It's just something, and then you just look at Fractured Daydream. Like I'm not gonna, like I said, I'm not gonna say Fractured Daydream is a bad game. It's not. The most generic one. And for a lot of SAO fanbase, that was enough. But now. Like when I was like reading the positive reviews, I was like, oh my gosh, like really? I guess so. Okay, yeah, we only got 5 out of. Let's go to the labyrinth. Fight some stuff. Labyrinth. Oh, no. I mean, yeah, like it was called Kirito the Hero, and it was just generally just vampire survivors with like Kirito. Like it was a standalone game. But like still, like really, really, like everything was just so like by the numbers. Okay, hold on. The 77, god damn it. I chose a floor. I'm gonna just like take the time. It's my fault. I'm gonna take the time loss to just like go to floor. I could use teleport crystal, but I want to say. I just teleport to a different floor. That's my fault, that's timeless. Yeah, that's one point when I actually like okay. Yeah, that's on me. I should have just not chosen. I'm very technical, and I just made a mistake. Like very angry at my experience. Like I do get why people enjoy it. I really do. But I'd rather prefer something unique that I can present. Like, if I was speedrunning Fractured Daydream, it would be hell first and foremost because again always online. But second of all, like what would I even say about that? This is a game which copies like the base, like every single live service type model that exists. Like that's not anything. Like it's functional. And the art direction is also good. It's that like it's not ugly. It doesn't have bad soundtrack. It doesn't play badly, it's just like this is also why actually like I actually kind of drop out as well because I was expecting like some cool epic boss fights and I got enemies that die in 1 and 2 hits. And you also kill them in like and they also can kill you in 1 of 2 hits. Like everyone is fragile or something. And you have like AoE wide wipes. Like really. This is the combat, Like, the character interactions were fine, I would say. Like, I actually enjoyed some of them. But like, again, no onboarding. No onboarding, and it was clearly just made so that fans can like fawn over. Just make something generically appealing. So that, you know, people just like, you know, and just add some microtransactions that you know, that exploits people's nostalgia. You know what, I'm not gonna max my equipment here. Because really, I'm gonna just leave that in this. Again, continuing with the trend with horrible RNG. You can actually get like the slime quest completed immediately, right? That's why you kill the slimes instead. Still didn't get the drops. Come on. God, this RNG. Game, please. Again, this can hurt. It's kind of like you can. I mean, you know, this is not like, you know, the fault of like, you know, I hate the game for that. It's just how it is. It's something that, you know, a lot of dungeon crawlers have, Persona included. Finally, we can finally go. Finally, we got the 9. Come on. Yep, there we go. I actually misclicked because I didn't read, I'm sorry. That's a healing crystal, I just wasted it because I cannot. Oh yeah, you wanted to see the cool armor. Gotcha. Like, you know, yeah, because equipment actually does change appearance. So yeah. That was my experience with Fractured Daydream. I honestly even read some Steam review from a person who just wanted to. Okay, hold on. Finally we get okay. Oh. So yeah, one thing I forgot to mention is that like when you upgrade the weapon skill to a skill tree, you get like, you can see you get like 5% attack, more 10% attack, 15%, 20 and 25%. So, you know, you get like stronger just by, you know, selecting. you know, your proficiencies from the skill tree. And also I need gonna equip and you can see Kirito has now a dual vest. It's pretty fancy. Yeah, I want to learn some other skills too. So I hope you enjoyed the commentary. I really should got something to drink because my throat's getting dry. Let me just learn skills today actually. So I'm gonna learn tactic. I'm not gonna be using spears, but I'm learning. I need this, and I need almost all of this. So this one draws aggro. This one is weapon bash. This one is SP restore, like on a cooldown, and this one is plus attack. Very important set of skills. And I'm gonna rearrange, because I can do that, I'm gonna rearrange my palette. Oh, yeah, let me just rearrange everything. Very cool quality of life. So yeah, hopefully you do enjoy it, like comment, because I'm gonna go and get this over. The SP restore is gonna go. So oh no. You can like rearrange the items for easier access. But yeah, now we have like, you know, need for now. We're gonna go and look at this wonderful little, like, I honestly like how sinister it is. Look at the torches, how they barely, like, you know, lit in the ominous red glow. I love this. In the remake they brightened the contrast to Oblivion. It's unbelievable. It doesn't even look sinister. Again with the whole retexturing thing I talked about. Anyway, big scary skeleton. We will fight a bunch of them, but yeah, this one has a shield. So you know, Shinon usually likes to buff herself and Kirito. Like, that's one thing that the party members do. They always like, you know, buff. And you know, Shadow Stitch. Shadow Stitch is one of the, you know, one of the better skills on the dagger. One of the best, I would say. It's like a 5-hit attack that also has a chance to paralyze the enemy. It has like a very decent damage. So, very cool. The gimmick of this dungeon is that it's a dungeon of a mad, like, you know, mad scientist. Like warlord. And yeah, I'm gonna, like, you know, get key. You have to actually get keys to open this. Mám treasure chests, yeah, so. The road is so dry. And we have like, we are still in the early game, in the tutorial portion. So, you know, game is very long. Let me refresh the Stoma. it's invisible and sneaking. One of invisible makes the yeah, one of the spells makes the enemy makes the Kirito, like, you know, invisible to the line of sight, and one of them makes it so that he's not heard, because different enemies like, you know, respond to different types of you know, like, you know, things like sight or hearing. And if you cast them both, then you are undetectable, except for very specific enemies. Very little that, you know, they are not like immune. They don't really they detect even. Like some bees can you know, be immune to this too. Some very specific bees. Yeah, and now you can see we are getting to attention of a mad worm. The Kirito is commenting on, and you can see that the switches even, like, you know, have this little tint, because, you know, they are like in a dark area. It's dark enough to be like unsettling, but not like, you know, dark so you couldn't. I love this aesthetic. I love this aesthetic so much. Again, like, yeah, I'm trying so hard the commentary here, but it's hard for me because, you know, I actually have to focus, and you know, because this run is not easy, especially if you want to try to beat. The reason I'm killing these mushrooms is because I really hoping that they drop the required thing. I need poison spores for a quest later on, and, you know, these are mushrooms that drops. Yeah, you follow these diary entries. It's really cool. It's pretty cool signposting. I honestly really enjoyed about Aincrad and each floor that this game provides. That, like, you know, each little floor tells its own little story. As you would have, like, in any like, you know, in any you know, MMORPG or RPG. Yeah. I mean, yeah, like I said, I really do enjoy this game for what it's doing. Even though, like I said, you can say it's on an easy side, it's just really enjoyable, especially since, you know, you cannot just, like, you know, make the enemies do nothing. You know, without you doing anything. That's important to disclose. As you saw with the fights so far. And even if you can have the upper hand, you still have to know the enemies in and out. Yeah, and now we have a dragon zombie here. You can see how, look at that, like, look at how rotten it is. It's dead. It's just like it's not like a proper mini boss, but you can see how much of a detail this had.
Nice.
And this game, like I said, this game just, like, really surprised. In more ways than one. I was just like, you know, I honestly did expect something of low quality. But, you know, it ended up being one of my favorite Japanese RPGs ever. Like I said, but, like, it doesn't mean that, like, you know, I don't like other types of JRPGs. It's just, like, I really do like this game a lot. Like, it's something that I hold close. Hold on, yeah, I did take the wrong turn. Again. Yeah, you really should. Yeah, again, we are following the diaries. I took the wrong. There we go. Yeah, just like went straight into the dead end. Come on. Oh, I always take like a wrong. There we go. I don't know why it always like, you know, why it always full. But yeah. So yeah, this is the real, you know, mini boss. This little Grim Reaper here. I'm gonna just like toss a potion. And let's just beat it up. The Grim Reaper, this Grim Reaper enemy, generally likes to use stun and bleed, and you know you can do that like to him as well. Like Shinon does that, with like, you know, because she's also a, you know, dagger user. And yeah, she leveled up now. Yeah, very easy enemy. However, like I said, you know, the boss that's gonna be a very difficult boss actually. Like, not that it would be impossible to beat. Like, none of the bosses here are impossible to beat. But like, you know, it's a rather challenging. Especially since he can spam paralysis on you. And like I said before, paralysis is very bad. If that happens, like I do have, probably, I said to myself that I'm gonna do it for this marathon. But it's gonna be a little bit, okay, let's see. Yeah, let's do it. And this is like a purification spell that purifies every status effect. That's why like every single, you know, like that's why paralysis has this like little cooldown, so you have chance to react to. I generally don't get these for like, you know, PB attempt, but for marathon safety and because paralysis can be annoying if it actually hits, then yeah. Anyway, now you have to like, you know, press a button. You can see like these little. I really do like the Grim Reapers. They are very scary actually. I wouldn't want to look at them for more than I have to. Very much creep me out. But you know. Some of these labyrinths I'm gonna comment on, they have really cool gimmicks. Even though like the labyrinth is just mostly, you know, like its purpose is just like have, you know, to fight enemies and have some, you know, kind of like, you know, twists and turns. They have like, certain of ones are actually my favorite, you know. Even though like they have like similar aesthetic, labyrinth, like, you know, as in labyrinth, it's just like some of the gimmicks are just that I really like. And they have also like really powerful enemies that they give you generally good rewards. One of the coolest things is that you can actually min-max in this game. So even if you have excess equipment, like you might be saying, okay, what am I gonna do with that? Well, this game has a really cool quirk in its battle system. It is that you can actually assign different equipment to your attacks, and you know, to optimize even more the attack that you. if you have excess equipment, you can just like, you know, throw some equipment to a specific attack to even boost it even further. It is just something really cool, and like the speedrun won't get too much equipment, like, you know, for that to happen. But like casually, if you have excess, you can just throw that to even more, like, you know, optimize your attacks, even beyond the initial.
ああ、気づかれちゃったか。こんにちは。
今までに会ったことはないよな。
うん、はじめましてだよ。私はストレア。よろしくね。
So, the person that's talking to is here, Strea. You know, and Strea is very, very lively and very energetic person.
どうしたの？怖い顔して。
And, you know, and she really, really likes to do this. Yes. Yeah. She really likes to, she really likes to do this. All the time. I find it so funny. Just like surprised and just like, hey Strea, I can't breathe. Gonna suffocate him. Anyway, we have events to come. Anyway, let me just hold on. Yeah, I need to go to Lifa, and I need to go and do the because this is all events. So fine. I need purify. Yes. Okay, so I need to find Leaf. Cannot like say. Let me just fulfill the quest. Again, like I said, this system might seem a little bit simple for some people, or like, you know, too restrictive, but I personally do like this game because of its system. There we go, and there we go. Oh yeah, and you can sit on benches. I don't know if I can like emulate that, but like, I'm pretty sure you can. I don't know like how you can do it, but like, oh, there we go, X. Go. You can sit on benches. You sit on benches. Doesn't do anything, but you can like sit even. Yeah, you can see people like reading stuff. Some people even sleep, you know, if you. They even like give you room. Lovely fun. That's just a small little detail. Lovely. I need to like, you know, get the stones for, and yeah, and like and what Leafa does, you just like, you know, you just like, you know, just like slept on him. And everyone feels embarrassed, and everyone had a laugh. Oh yeah, typical harem stuff, you know. And you know, it's fun. Funny anyway. Even though the humor in harem anime got me. It just makes me laugh. Yui. I need to go and bring the diamond to you. Let me get Asuna. Oh no, I need to talk to her. Hello. Yeah, she wants a stone. Yeah. Labyrinth and sector. I think you don't have to be there with Asuna. Like, it's she. Now I'm gonna get to floor 76. He wants a dime. But yeah, I'm. This is like so difficult to do commentary on, but I honestly okay. I need to check the flow. And then we're gonna get the diamonds to UE. I mean, I probably don't need the, stoma, but oh yeah, one thing that the game does, once you explore the floor, you don't have fog of war anymore. See? You have like full map. Once you explore the floor, you only have fog of war when you're exploring. But you don't have fog of war. You don't have to explore it like already explored for. Check if I'm on the correct. Should be. I think I already got. Let's. Let me just go a little bit far. Just think. I mean, I will know if I got it. In any case, one cool thing with the labyrinths is that they all are connected. Just because you beat the boss, you can actually go to the boss floor. There's not gonna be anyone. But all of them are connected. So, you can go from floor 76 boss floor to floor 77. That was the boss. It's not there anymore, we beat it. And if you go here, you'll be on floor 77. And you can actually go through this to actually go backward. So it's actually, because you cannot teleport out of dungeons, a labyrinth like that. So that's the next best thing that you can do. If I got the diamond, I should have them in the party. Why cannot this see? Yeah, she's in Nigel's. Okay, let me. Did I already turn on? Let's go to Agile's shop. Me. then we did all of the events. If I'm, there we go. Yeah, we did it. Yeah, and then we're gonna fight the boss.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, that's actually really cool. That so I actually am so happy that I actually managed to introduce someone to the Dot hack. I mean, it was like, you know, just like a nostalgic game for me. Link, I mean, so I mean, I'm so happy that you enjoy. Anyway, yeah. This boss is the Grim Reaper. I'm gonna talk about the mechanics. The Hydra, even though I skipped over that, was actually pretty dangerous because Hydra can poison you, which also means that poison in this game affects your max HP. So you can die from poison at any point, even during, like, you know, cutscenes and all. So, you know, yeah. This one has paralysis. I'm bleeding. And we will actually... Let me just be... You know, let me just, you know, not talk about it, because I need to focus. This enemy drops the hyper ring, and I would want them. Because I'm gonna show you why. It's very good ring. Gonna parry that, I think. Yeah. Oh, yes. Ah. This is not parryable. This is ref attack. Oh no, no, no. Oh, it wasn't a breath. It wasn't the on. This was the only. Okay, cool. I'm bleeding now, which causes me lose HP over time, as you can see. Yeah, like the skills that I picked up, Shining Echo, increases your attack by 20%. Please. Okay. I'm gonna not. This can actually paralyze you, so I'm actually like, that's why I'm stepping back. it's very important so that you're a partner and you are on the opposite sides for the sole reason that for the sole reason that if the boss attacks, he doesn't hit both of you. Oh my god, I need to clear that. Ah. Well, it doesn't bite me in the butt. You will see that after like a half, I'm just gonna not be able to respond because paralysis blocking. Yeah, okay, good. Yeah. Yeah, like this boss attack, it's like it inflicts darkness and paralysis, which is the worst thing. And it generally, like, you know, yeah, this makes it very hard to approach. God. Oh my god. Oh my god, I got it. Oh god. What's the hyper ring? Yes. That was awful. Like I'm sorry if that seems like an overreaction, but like I I really needed these certain pieces of equipment. And you could tell how the boss is annoying if you don't, even if you do try to manage it properly, it definitely does. Nestra, hello. Like, hello. Like some time it's there here. And now, floor idea. My throat is getting so dry. Really wants to. I'm okay, 81. Okay, that's a lot of events. So, Asuna list select Ashino. Wait first, then Asuna list. I'm gonna first do this, like, accept the quest. And the Yui is not Yui that's like walking around, it's in Agile. Oh. I need to talk to Yui in Agile shop. Come on. Yui.
よしキリト
And like, this event is about like there's like couple walking around and there's like, can you have a child in Aincrad, is that possible even? And like Yui feels so bad because like Yui is Kirito Anasuna's daughter, he adopted. Like, he kind of feels bad about it. And but like, they try to just like, it's fine, don't worry. Event we're gonna do training. You have to train, right? So that you can be useful in battle. So like, and there's this old man telling her about like an event that she can undergo to become stronger. I gotta stand and talk things over. Gonna go Asuna. There's like a lot of them. I have to make sure I don't forget anything. Let me just equip the hyper, just so that I don't forget. Instead of this engagement ring, let's have the.
よし
I also need to talk to Asuna and go to resupply some items. Another part of the quest chain of Liz becoming a better blacksmith, so like agile gear, gives her a book that she can follow. And and then we have to resupply items with Asuna. I just need to make sure.
キリト
Okay. Yeah, okay. Asuna. Asuna. How are you? Not boring. Alright, cool. I'm enjoying this so much, like even though my throat is so dry from the commentary. So you have to talk with her, get her into the party, and go to shopping street to resupply items. Then she has like this little exclamation point and you need to talk to her. Like, you know, and then this event is like, you know, hey, something's wrong, we are supposed to be married, right? Like, in-game marriage, and it doesn't work. So like, try to like, you know, initiate marriage with someone else. So I'm gonna like, you know, just go with she. And then you need to like, you know, kind of like, you know, resolve that option, you know. So, you know, it was because of the glitching that happened. So, you know, game bugs and all that. So we have to, okay, let me just see what, because there's like 2 events and okay, we're gonna go to floor 76 labyrinths, floors and like I have to make sure that I don't forget anything because again this game does operate on like per day events. Like let me just see, I think I already did that one, but like let me check once again. It doesn't like it really take that much. If it have like if I already triggered that event, I'm gonna just like, you know, go and yeah, I already triggered that event. But I'm gonna like Uh, I hope I didn't. Hold on. That's kind. Can't trigger that. I missed something. Let me just go and go to because I think I missed like everything is just so tangled that you miss one step. Kind of threw me off guard. I don't think everyone. Because there are missable events. Have to make sure that I don't miss anything. Otherwise we cannot call this all event. Hopefully I triggered everything. I said it's a like I have a spreadsheet. Keep track of. Because this is one of those games where there are missable events that the game doesn't tell you about. Let me go to the floor so slapping. Just so make sure. Oh my god, it's so much of a tile. I'm so. But I just want to make sure I don't forget. Like I swear, if I finish the game and I'm gonna miss one event in the gallery, I'm gonna cry. Yeah, I did it. Forgot to talk to Yui. And see that you have a nice CG. You have a little bit of romance here. There we go, cool. Forgot to talk to Yui. Sorry for that, I got so thrown off. Then you have to keep track of things and let me just go through this again. But yeah, I legitimately do love this game. If you couldn't tell, I really just like you know, hackling. I do like this game, even though hackling is more of a nostalgic, you know, from my childhood. And this is like something I just you know played relatively recently, quote unquote recently, a couple of years ago. But you know, I actually didn't expect this to become my favorite RPG. Like, not the most favorite out of everyone. I think that would be kind of disingenuous to all of the great RPGs, even within the genre. Like, you know, but like, I really think that this one, just to do the sheer effort and, you know, the technical achievement of like what it's doing. It's really good. Okay, so hopefully we triggered everything. Floor 7. Yes. Oh, now we're gonna go to church. Because we want to restore the engagement and marriage. And then we're gonna go to where the lizard man fight. We're gonna fight enemy here. I have to point out that this is a really cool area. I love this a lot. Like, look at this giant waterfall. Like, it's like. So yeah, we're gonna fight this giant enemy called a Ring Guarder. Yeah, the spinning attack. This spinning attack is very dangerous. But yeah, they can actually stun, like really stun lock you, as you can see. I mean, I'm so happy that I poisoned it, but now I got an open. Yeah, like a huge part of this game is like, you know, a lot of the times you have to create your own opening to attack. I'm actually gonna go backwards because I really don't want, because if they hit you while using teleport crystal, you will lose the crystal. Okay, cool. And now we're gonna give this to the, you know, to the Holy Father here. We're gonna get a ring. And then we're gonna get silica. I wanted something. Go silica, and finally, after we do the event with silica, we can finally progress through the game. So yeah, I hope you really enjoy. Hold on, that's like yeah, that's the. Yeah, I know. Don't need to be reminded. Not Shopping Street, I think it's Center Plaza. Yes. The remake also of this game removed all of the little you know, text that hovers, you know, over this for no reason. I don't know why. Kind of silica. Oh my gosh, like that actually warms my heart. And not to mention I'm running like the most difficult category. Yeah, is all events, which means I will have to, you know, beat the final boss 6 times, and it's gonna be very difficult, like, let me tell you that. So, okay, let me just go, and let's do it. Where is it? Yeah. This is not gonna be a, you know, difficult fight, I think, like, you know, I think it's not. It's just gonna be for the event. Yeah? So, yeah. Gonna need... Gonna probably get this on my own, because, like, I don't want to get it, you know, into an... And it is very exhausting. So I'm actually really, you know, appreciative that that it has, like, you know, really good reception. Like, it is very difficult to actually run this game optimally, and not that it's long, it's very focus intensive, and now Silica will fight these mandrakes, but it's not gonna be like difficult. These are not like difficult. These specific. No, they can still stun you. They'll have to be careful. And then Silica, like, you know, Silica kind of like gets caught, and you can see, like, it's kind of melting her skin, like, not skin, like her clothes. I mean, the skin probably melts too, let's be honest. So yeah, you have like this Silica being embarrassed, and you can like have her in a towel and just like, oh my gosh, you looked this, didn't you? Oh no, I'm so embarrassed. No, I did not. But how could you not? And just like, yeah, like way too embarrassed, the guy, you know. Anyway, I'm gonna go and do the same trick again. I'm gonna go to the end of the labyrinth to save on teleport stones. Not to mention, you cannot teleport inside of the labyrinth. You go outside of it. You have to be outside. Big effect, I'm pretty sure. Like, certain floors have this effect of the labyrinth, certain don't, but you know, I haven't noticed like what is the requirement. Sometimes you can teleport immediately, sometimes you can. I don't think you can though. I think I'm just misremembering. But it's not like that long of a walk even. Like, you know, it's always 3 floors long. And this game is very long, and but like I said, I really do like its structure. So I don't mind it being super long, but yeah, it has, the floors are not too like long so that you feel fatigue, and I do appreciate that all of them are like different in, like, you know, what you need to do, and atmospheric wise, it's really cool. Anyway, and backwards, and I go finally to do this. Go outside. Is the I think did I read that correctly? Is that shopping street? Finally we gonna go, and I will be finally having some little break because I'm gonna be maxing. Yeah, my engagement ring got swapped out because of the events. '81. Finally we gonna go to this floor. It's themed after desert. Might be one of my favorite floors because of its theming. Like I even like this gimmick a lot. But yeah, we need to kill 10 score. So yeah, we maxing. I honestly really want to go and pick some. Probably gonna do that after the scorpions. Maybe I could do that. Like I don't know if like because I'm disabled, right? So I don't know how quick I would be in like getting the drink. But I actually have like some like very dry throat. I'm gonna like go and go and get the drink after I go and lock onto another scorpion. And if I stop like attacking, can I aggro? Can aggro these. So yeah, I'm gonna do this. If they kill me, I apologize. I think I aggro too much. I hope they don't. Okay, well, I'm gonna go and get something to drink. Well, and hopefully they will kill these in the meantime. Alright, I'm back. Yeah, this like. No, didn't I? Okay. Alright. I have finally brought the drink. Part time. So. Hey. I'm gonna wait a little bit. So. I guess that I'm disabled, so it takes me a while. I mean, I was born with for like, you know, disability.
やった消せない
We are almost done with maxing, by the way. We only need like 30 more. 33, yeah. Like I said, this is not gonna be the most important. I did some reroutes, but yeah. This is basically for extra safety, and like especially at the final boss, I don't think it's completely essential, but like, you know, without this kind of like unfortunate, because I need like a little bit more. So I'm probably gonna have to hold on to this a little bit longer, because like if this Scorpion is killed, I really do need that. Like, yeah, like it's a little bit more, just a little bit push, but like it's gonna be killed. It's a little bit of a shame. Whatever though. Like I want 400 just for the extra save. But we're gonna get a new dagger soon, yay. Now, the gimmick of these four, you know, this area is like there are four different trials that we have to collect, and each of them they require something else. But everyone has like a boss that you need to defeat, like the same one, that you defeat at the end. But first, I'm gonna actually go here. To the I'm gonna like, you know, you just need to kill the boss. I'm gonna be getting a few teleport crystals because I'm short on them. And the teleport crystals like save things quite a, you know, save you a lot of travel. Not here, that's money. Money is not as important to get in chests, because ideally I will have enough. This is important. Teleport crystal. If I remembered correctly, it is. So, I don't think we need like. We will see these little devils. You know, the more dangerous. This one is like, you know, difficult enemy. It's not even a named enemy, so these are not like usually bad. Then it's actually like, I think this is slightly faster to just walk back. I'm not sure you can like, you know, teleport from this. I don't think you can, so you just have to walk back and go to the next trial. This trial was about like, you know, you getting lost, but obviously I know where to go. So yeah. And here. Next one. Gonna go clockwise. Yeah. Here, there's the option to get more, um, drops for a quest later on. Funnily enough, in this dungeon, light trial, you have to defeat the named enemy, the required mini boss, and the boss that marks the trial as complete. This dungeon is special in this way that it has dull hands blocking the entrance. So you just killed it. And yeah, this is the the named enemy, mini boss. It's a bit actually kind of botched the party. There we go. Technically, I could nab like the. Okay, hold on. I think I can nab one of the phantoms with the. Like these phantoms, I will be killing a bunch of them for an item later on, so it's not essential to kill. But you know, like later on, I mean like at the labyrinth. Because honestly, like having enemies chase you when you try to explore is very annoying, and this prevents.
Nice.
Don't let me. Like I considered killing all of these phantoms here, and you could make an argument that that like it would be beneficial, but they are just very much spread out, and you don't get anything for them other than XP. So I want to point out that like if you see the HP and SP bar, they have this little cloud effect, and it's generally very nice looking, at least in my opinion.
Nice.
In the remake of this game, it doesn't have the cloud effect. It just kind of is a generic bar. So I kind of found that disappointing. Even with this though, I generally kind of like miss the, because they don't have to drop. They have like one of the 2 drops, if I remember correctly, 2 or 3 drops that they can drop, and you need a specific drop for a quest like at the late game. As you can see, this game has like a different music if it's nighttime. You can see stars, and yeah, like it has like daytime passing. So I actually really like the nighttime music. Here is like there's like a bunch of locked doors, and you have to either press switches to open it or get key. Getting extra SP potion. You know, why would you buy them if you can get them for free? I still have SP potions. They are like, these are the better SP potions. The high SP potions. Let me do, because I'm behind on this. I'm gonna do some max. And I'm gonna tell Shinon to stop, but
待機してくれ待機してくれ
一緒に行くわ食らいなさい
but like yeah the, I mean, I have a method. If that fails, then I will have like a method today. It also raises evasion, if you can see that. That's... Hold on. Maybe I don't have to. Hold on. Let's see if I can. Okay, 4 more, please. Come on. Oh, 2 more. Okay. I think that can. Yeah, I think it's gonna be fine. Like, I'm gonna do, because you can hot swap weapons. I'm gonna just do maxing on this, and then like, you know, final ditch this to club. But it has to hit. I don't think it's like, might not be the best choice, but you know, I kind of hope. One more, and then I can. There we go. Finally. And I have to make sure that she. Yeah. Thankfully they have. They can like. Oh, please don't die, otherwise I have to do.
体力危険かも
食らうかよ
I got no.
了解よ
しくったか
There we go. That was a bit scary, but yeah. Let me heal you up.
ナイス
了解よ
There you go. And you have like a slow HP regen over time. In the remake, they changed this default ability to have a large HP heal and like a large AoE regen over time, and you can spam it now because it's easy to refresh now. Another really lovely addition to the game, to the mechanics in the remake that definitely doesn't break the combat or anything, and makes it. But anyway, yeah, that's like even the subtle mechanical differences because why I'm running this and not. I mean, I did in the Longathon, like there's a board, you can check that out. Like I said, I'm very sarcastic towards, you know, for the majority of it. Cause like, you cannot tell me that like you take something that's like really interestingly designed and neatly, and then you just like make something worse looking that actually is not balanced well. Like, I refuse to see if it's like that's improvement. Anyway, this one is interesting. I had actually had to refresh the stomach because see, there's a mimic, but because the mimic is blind and you know I'm invisible, it doesn't see me. A little. This like prevents mimics from jumping at you. They're just gonna stand there like it's gonna stand there like. Oh. It's pretty funny actually. I love it. I love that interaction. This is called the mimicry trial. Just open the. Oh. Oh yeah. He didn't see me. I'm sorry.
よっ食らいなさい
Here you go. That's the trials though. You can go back.
ナイス。
了解よ
The praising is also very important because affection actually will affect, it affects growth, and not only it affects their strength, but it also affects like if you can give them gifts because they trust you more, right? And in Shinan's case, there's gonna be something that if I didn't mess up, you will see the effects very soon. So Labyrinth in this one actually has a really cool gimmick. So there are these locked doors, and you cannot open them, right? Like what do we do, right? We cannot open this. Well, we have to defeat the guardians, and so okay, we're the guardians, right? Like what do we need to do? And yeah, one guardian is like right here in front of this chair. But before that, and gonna get a dagger. But this game does have randomized loot on occasion. Like randomized stats and all. So that's why I'm just like, both of these just will have dagger, and I will just see which one is better overall. One thing you might be asking and wondering, like, isn't it a waste if I pick up like a weapon and I already have a better one? No, because you can sell it and you can actually buy some more stuff with it. The final shop, which I will be using, is very expensive. So, anything extra that I get is... And I actually need the final shop is actually has some pretty good weapons. Yeah, like, it's just basically there if you, if you haven't like, found anything, or just like, didn't, if you failed some weapon upgrades, that you have some decent weapons for the end, for like, the final boss.
Nice.
Bosses, actually. Let me just... I'm gonna get this. It's slightly ultimate DPS weaker, but it has better overall stats. You can also gift like weapons of the type that like the characters have to them, and they will use that weapon up until they also will buy their own weapons though. So you will, it's like in Persona 3 that like the party members buy their own weapons, and it's the same here. Like they will use the weapon for a while, but like if they find something better, they will equip it. And it's like one of the things that I really appreciate. The party members have their own, like, are their own character basically. They can even refuse a weapon if they don't feel that it's worthy to them. like you know, if it's weaker, in like particularly the DPS. They also don't have like you know, they don't like if you give them like an upgraded weapon of any sort, because upgraded weapons are always better. Like you know, at least in their eyes.
Nice.
Why am I killing these phantoms, you might be asking. And the reason for that is that like I'm killing them because I hoped they drop like not only because I hope they drop the required item, but because if I kill if I do this interrupt mission, I will get paralysis charm, which reduces the odds of landing paralysis. So it's like, you know, getting two birds with one stone.
Nice. Nice. Yosh. Yosh.
Now I have the paralysis charm. And hopefully the required number of items that I will need for quest way later on.
Yosh.
I really appreciate that in this game, like everything explodes, even the NPCs that like you know, they are not supposed to be quote unquote dead, that are just exploding in combat, and they corrected that sadly in the remake, so they don't explode, they just like you know, kind of like stay there and just like have the HP bar depleted. I kind of like you know, I know why they did that, but like you know, I kind of wish that they didn't fix that because it's just really cool. Just seeing everyone explode into giblets. Even though like the people that are not supposed to be dead going into like, you know, story and all, it's just like something that I wish that they didn't quote unquote fix. But you know, again the remake is kind of like really just like I'm not really fond of it for many reasons, but this one is more of a like you know personal preference, but still, yeah. I love when even the bosses just completely just explode into giblets. Quest. Now finally we have this one. Bird. Those. Nah, that's... If I don't get this last life bonus, it's not gonna be that big of a deal. But I'm still The Luna necklace is better than.
なんだ
So I will get Shinon the. Because you can do that. Hold on.
何
Okay.
The-
Fine, now yeah, there we go. Let me just give her this.
ありがとう
There we go. She has the better. She has the diff. She even thanks you for. There we go. Hopefully I won't die, but I think what is it? This one. Yeah. This since we are out of like quote unquote the tutorial on the early game, you will get like, you know, choice who wants you as your partner. I'm gonna get, you know, I'm getting Shinon because again, like she will be, for reasons I will explain later and like very soon. She's gonna be the main damage dealer the rest of the speed. Because she's just really that, like, she's gonna be that fast. Even though, like, she's gonna have, like, a little bit of RNG to it, and it would be technically quote-unquote slow, she makes up for it by her unique special ability. This one, this Night of Darkness actually has very delayed parries. It also has very strong attacks, which we will not hopefully see. Because, like, you know, they can really pop off. I died to this, so, you know, I think twice over the course of me speedrunning this. So, you know, yeah, you definitely don't want them to, give them the upper hand, really. Especially not like, you know, these enemies with the big sword and stuff. It also helps if you debuff their, you know, dexterity too. So let me just see if I can get like. Then I'm not gonna be, you know, much speaking, unless like I'm gonna explain the bosses of that. Oh, that was bad. I need to. There we go. Yeah. Okay, cool. Oh my god, yeah, like if you accidentally select item, then you will have to wait like a couple seconds. Yeah, that actually whiffed. You saw that, like, you know, that more like too much evasion might not be a good thing, because, like, you know, then if it doesn't hit you, you cannot parry what doesn't hit you, really. Makes sense, but like, you know, this is the prime example where what, like, you know, too much evasion might not necessarily be a good thing. Because you can only parry if it hits you, if it would hit you. Also, we have to be very careful to not accidentally, like, you know, go out of battle mode and. Oh my god, no. No. Ow. Okay, Shinon almost died. No big deal, no panic, we're fine. Again, if any one of these, important characters die, it's game over and you reset to, your last autosave, which is the only autosave. So, yeah, that's why I was, like, really just, like, panicking at this moment, because, as you saw, like, you know, the speedrun doesn't really have a much bigger room in terms of like, you know, you can like avoid too many fuck ups. Even like, you know, when you have to expand your evasion, you have to be deliberate with it. Like you can see, I thought it's gonna attack in a different direction. Hold on. Okay, cool. Cool. That the skill chain come in clutch actually. Like the skill chain is definitely you know, more of a mechanic that like, you know, allows you to attack more. Like, you know, even if like the enemy just like, you know, decides to have like very irregular, you know, like you try to like, you know, wait for it and it doesn't do. Okay, cool. I think I didn't get it, but like I don't think this is blood necklace. I don't think I got it. Oh my god, I got it, but I got it. I don't know how I got it. It's a blood necklace that this one is not necessary. Not to get, but I got it. I mean, I'm happy. The fun thing is that like you, not only you can, you know, use your equipment you get for yourself, but you can also, if you have your affection high enough, you can give them to your party members as well. So again, you know, if you get excess equipment in this game, it doesn't really the uh-huh.
ごめんね、キリ
Uh,
ト。ちょっ
yeah,
と怖い
oh my gosh, alright, yeah. Okay, cool. Now another slew of events. Let me get some sip of my water, please, and I'm gonna like, you know, continue. My throat is getting very dry. Much better. So yeah, let me just get these events. I need to pull up them. Let me pull up my chat again, and you know, I actually could like, you know, I'm gonna pin the chat because I have like a single monitor and because I don't have room for more, so I'm gonna just pin the chat. You know, like and so that I don't have to like, you know, maximize it. If I can actually pin the. There we go, pin this. There we go. And so I pin this into the desktop. There we go. So let's just do that. And what do we need to do? Less silica. Okay, daytime. Less silica daytime. Here we go. Let's. I'm gonna get the quest first so I don't forget. And this one is the first one. So okay, this is one of the gather quests, and you know, this can be like multiple tries. Need to go and visit Lace and Silica data. Shopping street. Hello, Silica. So yeah, like the Silica is just like, you know, still kind of like embarrassed about what happened before. Let's This is continuing her quest of becoming stronger blacksmiths. I did that. Get my. Let me just get my like. Da, da, da. Let me just get my like. You know. Let's. Yeah. Okay. There's like so many events. Track of, to keep track of, you know. Like that's gonna like it's gonna slow down, but hello Silica. Being and it's like, you know, the Silica like pulled Kirito there, and then everyone just like, you know, goes there, and Asuna is just like, oh my gosh, are you cheating on me? Oh Kirito, you're despicable, and and then, you know, everyone like had a very fun time. Except Asuna, of course. Yeah, this one should be, yeah, this event is about, like if I, no, this one is like the, yeah, this one is the really cool one that Shinon actually finally acquired her new weapon, and it's a bow, and now she fell into the water, and she's very embarrassed about the event. And Yui has here a brilliant idea of because Klein has like, because Klein got very excited, let's just say, then Yui is just like, Yui has the idea to check everyone's breast size, so everyone gets very uncomfortable just because one guy got you know, got, because like, you know, children are very impressionable, and so she just like got this idea that like, you know, we should she just like, she's physically just like, you know, check, you know, chest size of every girl, like yeah, to see like who has the like biggest breast size because of one guy, you know. Just, hey, because obviously so yeah, there we go, then we're gonna go with Yui. Okay, yeah, this is like a really cool scene. You know, Yui is actually wants to know where babies come from, and she thinks that if Kirito and Asuna kiss, that there's gonna be a baby. And obviously both of them are kind of uncomfortable with the idea, like, you know, idea of like doing that, and like Kirito's just like, you're the mother, you explain what it is, and just like and Asuna is just completely red, like, no, I'm not gonna do that. So, you know, it's kind of like yeah, that scene is actually pretty funny. Kind of threw me off guard the first time. So yeah, that's another event, and let me just get the other ones that yeah, I need to get like I need to get to with Liz, Silica, and daytime, and yeah, Asuna, and I did the Silica one, so we're gonna get like we're gonna get Asuna and go here in her floor 82. Yeah, so you know, like general, like, you know, kind of like funny harem. But yeah, the one with the babies, that's kind of like interesting, because, you know, Yumi is just like so excited, and she's like, yay, and it's like, no. Like I don't think I don't think anyone goes through with this and just like it's gonna no it's not it doesn't require kissing, it's something more complicated, like you know you just like okay, alright. it's kind of like I burst and laugh when I you know just like yeah, and now we have another set of they need to bathe in a lake for the engagement ring to regain its power, and so Asuna gets very flustered. And you know, it's just like they kind of like bathe separately and you know kind of like away from each other because you know because of the ritual, and the ring changes color, and yeah you can like see Asuna here because like she's very as you can see very embarrassed for everything with the whole process. But yeah, the ritual is complete. Now now we have to go through a list to get to actually do something more a little bit less like you know repository, and we're gonna go and let's gonna get the next part to the blacksmith improvement ritual. But yeah, it's gonna have a really cool stuff later on, like you know the Kirito and Asuna thing. I can't say it's my favorite event just because it's really involved, but I mean I think it's not. It's just not. Yeah, I actually like different events more than with Asuna. So Liz. So yeah. Sadly, one thing I really wish this game had a replayable event gallery. It doesn't have it. You can only see you know the images. You cannot replay events, which is something I really wish. Again, this is something that the remake has, but the remake has also the issue of you know all of the other issues. So you know this is something if I would enhance something on this game would be to add the event gallery, so you don't have to like you know replay the game to see the events associated with the CGs. All this. And you can see like you can it doesn't do anything, but it's nice, like we can and Asuna can sit together. Kirito's looking at Asuna. Again, like it's just like this little like you know thing that these little things that I actually really appreciate about this game so much. Like they didn't have to do this, you know, but it like builds atmosphere, and I really do enjoy this so much. Again, and like I said, yeah, the replay thing, I wish the game had, but you know, I honestly don't really, I really don't hate, you know, that it doesn't have it. It's just a little bit disappointing. But yeah. And even the little animations you get like from players to just like fall asleep on the couch and like you know all of that, like or like the bench, not the couch. It's just something I really. This is just so neat. They didn't have to do this, but I'm glad they did. I need to go. Yes. Is it 80? I need to make sure. Yes. Paranoid. Yeah. But so far it's going fine. I actually expected this to go way worse. I'm not gonna use a stoma for this. So yeah, this one is gonna be a fight against like the bigger version. Oh no, yeah, this is gonna be hilarious too. So this event, you know, like, you know, there's this demon that guards the ingredients for the part of the blacksmith ritual, and he, like, you know, charms Kirito, and he like charms Kirito here, and like he's like, you know, completely out of it, and Liz has an idea to snap him out of it. She just, like, you know, gets his face to her chest, and that kind of works. So, you know, she kind of, you know, she kind of panicked and just like, what? So, you know, I
Nice.
I mean, Liz obviously really likes him.
Nice.
Come on. Come on, there we go. Come on, come on. There we go. We did it. And we found like the stone that we went for it, so I'm just gonna nope out of the dungeon. Search, teleport.
Dang.
So yeah. I think I all got all of the. Okay, let me check if I think I did the Silica event. Like I said, there's like so many things to keep track of, and yeah, I'm gonna just do. Did I do this Silica event? No, but I think I did that. But like still, I just want to check one more time. And it is all events, so I have to make sure that I actually do all of it. Even the hidden one. I honestly even planned this exact speedrun for the for the day that this game takes place. It's like 2024 11th November, but it didn't go well. I had like very much trouble with this, but so so instead, I was just just racking my head around and trying to just find something consistent. I found it, but I couldn't find it on the day of the anniversary, so it kind of bumped me out like a lot, because I really wanted to do this run, but even with all of the cutscene, it would take additional 6 hours from the estimate that I submitted. Cutscenes are quite long, and so okay. I'm so nervous. I did go to this. I need to go get Shino, because I can't get selected. Because like Shinon has now the bow,
よし
so she's gonna be very helpful. I did that. So yeah, Shinon and we're gonna go through the floor 82. So, 82. This is a really cool floor because it has like this spiraling intersection and this bridge in the middle. You can see that Shinon will have a bow now. This event also triggers on affection, so it happened to me in one 80% run where I actually had to wait a floor, like, you know, a floor after, because I forgot that I forgot to praise Shinon enough, and that event only triggers on enough affection. So yeah, it doesn't matter which order I will do these in. I just need to get both of them, and you know, hopefully I will get good RNG. So this floor, well, this section of the dungeon requires me to, you know, kill some eyeballs. And this eyeball attack can be parried as much as it doesn't look like it can be parried, but it is like a technically a breath attack that can be parried. And I went the wrong way. I usually want to go like where I am, yeah, you want to go left first because you need to kill big slime first before you know, the door opens, because the big slime is guarding a switch. So it's, you know, it's also a very, it's not a named enemy, but it is like you know, yeah, hold on.
ナイス
Yeah, I didn't. Thought I did. But if I always like mix. Am I just like because like one of the floor, like it really, one of them has like the slime and one of them doesn't, like, you know, doesn't, so. Yeah, this one. Really, I didn't. I have to. I like. I'm sorry. It's unbelievable. I like did this well in practice. Oh, no. God, I'm stupid. Yeah, I'm stupid. Like, this one has the key and the eyeball, and the next one has the... I'm thinking ahead. because like both floors require the. It's also like the introduction of the eyeball door. There are a couple of gonna be like including a big one because like a lot of these enemies, the small they have a big variant later on. Just something I really appreciate. Like you fight like one small enemy and then you have like a big though like you know big enemy. Yep. That's the bottom. There you go, that's this. What is the named slime? But like it's not the mini boss. It's like a mini boss of this dungeon, but not the mini boss of the. And so I'm gonna explain like Shinon's bow mechanics since they are relevant. So Shinon acquired a bow. The bow is a special item that you can buy, but Kirito it's the only weapon type Kirito cannot use. Because it's specifically tied to Shinon. And the bow does like has like you know 2 modes. Well, 3. One is the normal attack. The second of them is like Time of Snap, which is like a attack that inflicts darkness on the enemy, meaning the enemy will miss more often and has like lower accuracy. And the second one that she can do, you know, if we don't talk about her ultimate, which we will see in the run. Then it's like a hailstorm, hail bullet. And hail bullet is a level 3 poison that applies a DOT on the enemy, with the only caveat being that some enemies are resistant to it. The reason Shinon is used is because the DOT, like you know, even though the DOT lasts for like a relatively short time, it you know it takes percentage of your max HP. In fact, poison DOT and other DOTs are so powerful. The developers and the enemies the developers placed enemies in the final stretch that exclusively spam these status effects on you. So you know, so that you can get like enemies or spiders that have double speed and double poison. You can all imagine that poison in RPGs tends to be pretty strong. It's no surprise is the case here, and even though it is like timed, then poison as a DOT is pretty much the fastest way if you get RNG to bless you. Because you know it just goes through enemy resistances, or it basically doesn't care about your resistances. The same applies to you obviously, so you know you can die from poison, and the developers know that, so they placed in the final dungeon, like you know in the final stretch, they placed enemies specifically abusing you know skills like you know like poison and bleed. And it's not like you weren't exposed to these earlier, it's a new thing. Like all of the other enemies, like you were slowly introduced to this concept over the course of the floors, like the Hydra in the earlier floors with Lifa, you know the Scorpion, bleed for the you know the Grim Reaper. So like you know, and they start to combine them together, and it really creates some really tense moments that you know I'm gonna be trying to avoid dying to. It's also one of the reasons that the speedrun is very finicky, especially you know, especially especially when it reaches like near the end. Because like and to switch things up, they like the other boss enemies don't abuse DOTs, they abuse other, like they have the other mechanics and those mechanics. So I'm actually have to like, even though it might not look like it, I'm setting up right from this very moment to actually have everything I need for the final battle. And even with all of the prep, it's not really easy, and that's why the speedrun of this game is very volatile. Not because of not just because all of the RNG, even like even though it might seem pretty easy now, but because like the fact that like DOTs are like under like RNG based to be applied. Kirito cannot apply reliably a DOT that's only exclusive to Shinon, which is something that the remake changed. So Shinon is now bottom tier. She has no redeeming qualities because they allowed Kirito to get like poison on any weapon if you are willing to engage with some RNG gacha lottery. And she's also very slow, and the remake rewards if you rewards you if you are like extremely fast. So they took this interesting character and this like interesting like kind of like mechanic that they had, and they just completely just dumped on it. So she is basically the worst character in the remake because purely because of the bow, because she's slow, and they nerfed her DOTs, so they kind of like nerfed the only thing she had going for her. I'm not even kidding, that's not even a hyperbole, that's what... Like, you are better off just using anyone else than on the final battle, unless you really want the ending.
Nice.
Is extremely bad. Like, again, like one thing you can give this game for to credit to is that every party member has its own flavor, and everyone has like advantages over the over the other. Like I honestly do understand why they would want to nerf that, but like they just didn't even fix the supposed problem. So that's kind of cool. I got the drops. It was very good RNG, and I need to go to the other. Because this is intersect towers, and these two dungeons are connected. As you can see from the teleport, I kind of like it. It's quite nice. Though it's not my favorite. Floor. Yeah, basically, like, I honestly, because here's the thing, you can like make like the poison consistent on other characters, like you can imbue the poison on other weapons. So like, the bow is now completely useless, and Kirito can use it like either in the remake. So like, like, it's much, like, if you are willing to put the time, then it's just basically better to just like farm drops until you get like 100% poison on like any other weapon, even like 200 sword, and then like go with that. It's pretty dumb. Like I don't really appreciate.
Nice.
In this game you don't have any lottery or any like way to directly imbue status effects, so I like actually really like that I wouldn't say like Shinon is like honestly like overall the best option, like because of the RNG introduced, but like honestly it's like enough of a flavor that she has over the other characters. Yes, she is RNG based, yes she is a little bit slow, but she makes up for it for being like the fact that like the DOT will just like kind of melt enemies for. No, like I don't know if you get what I'm trying to say, but like it's kind of like a trade-off, and they get the they get. It's like, yeah, that these ones are, I always like, oh, this is, because these are mirrored, and the other ones have like ores. Funny thing about ores though, Silica is like a dagger user, and she wouldn't have anything going for it, but she has Pina, and Pina actually is very interesting. I'm not gonna be using any. I'm dumb, ignore me, I'm just collecting it. But like, you know, ores for no reason. There we go, that's the. But like, on the subject of orbs, yeah, so, or like ores, so you can unlock like Pina to have different development, and you can feed her gemstones to actually have her different effects, and like, you know, she tends to use debuffs and buffs, and depending on how you fed her, then you're gonna get like a bigger duration on the debuffs and buffs. She has like 8 different stages of development you can set her to, and you can, like, you know, and then you can feed her so that she is like a nice, you know, companion that actually has like consistent way of applying debuffs, even to enemies that are usually resistant to applying debuffs, which is pretty cool. I actually really like that idea. The speedrun doesn't use it, but you know, it's a pretty neat, like I said, it's a pretty neat concept to give the character its own flavor and get into the whole animal caretaking, It's pretty, like I said, this game has a lot of really cool, you know, ideas. Honestly, it just makes it really just something really special. But yeah, it's like, honestly, like with the whole RNG gacha lottery, one thing I would, you know, gonna see, you know, like, which would be even more boring in the remake is like, you know, a tool-assisted speedrun. Because if you could like manipulate the RNG for the weapon lottery, then you could just get the best weapon, like, you know, pretty early, and then you could even like, you know, just break some pretty, like, you know, get some pretty sick, I would say, on the boss kills. It's kind of like, you know, like, and the worst part is that, like, you know, you cannot really even influence the weapon upgrading because they nerfed the weapon upgrading. They simplified, but in the process they nerfed it. Is that you can use in the process of weapon upgrading. I'm gonna show later on when I need it. But in the process of weapon upgrading, you can actually use like certain enemy drops to actually up the chances of the forging to be successful. So they got rid of that in the remake, so now it's just complete RNG. You don't need to like combine the gemstone, like the ores, the gemstones, for you know, so that you can do the forge, like, but like, you know, at the cost of, like, you know, just you rolling completely the dice with no way to influence. You can only use like the enemy drops for the RNG gacha weapon forge. It's complete RNG. It even tells you like percentage chances. It really feels like gacha. Obviously, there are better weapons for this if you you know, are willing to invest the time. But like, the speedrun is boring is also of the remake for this reason, and also very asinine, because like you're basically playing for 5 hours the game, and then you just gamble on the weapon forging, and if you get a bad weapon you won't PB. And you know, it auto saves after that. You can't even save scum. Like it auto saves like before that, so you cannot even save scum. So like, you know, you just basically play the game for 5 hours, then you go to the weapon forge, give the ingredients and pray. And if you get unlucky, then the run is dead, and you can just cry in a corner, and you just played 5 hours for nothing. As opposed to this game, which doesn't really have anything else in it. Like, I know, like, it seems like a minor thing, but, you know, it kind of really grates you, like, hey, I really tested this stuff, it's just that, like, you know, yeah, you will lose, like, an hour or two just because you got, like, a bad roll. Like, this is so stupid that I don't even... yeah, and why would you want to do this? Yeah, because they nerf chests too. So they made, like, you know, the chest drops completely stupid. Everything, like, the weapons are just so bad from chest drops. You like, when you start to like, you know, when you start to, like, you know, trying to, you know, like, you know, hey, maybe I found something in the chest. No, you won't. Because the chest are just completely nerfed, and it's just very, very bad.
Nice.
了解よ。
Am I dumb? I am dumb. Did I just pick up wrong? Yeah, I did take a wrong. I apologize. Oh yeah, I was like very concerned by, yeah, I was like explaining the mechanics that I got.
了解よ。行くわよ。
So basically, what the speedrun of the remake is that you just basically collect gemstones, couple weapons that are not, like, you know, that are kind of upgrades, and then you just play the game until, you know, until your boss smelter gets replaced, and you know, maybe even slightly before that, and you just get like you know, just hope that you get a good weapon, and that's and if you do, then congratulations, you can continue the run. And I literally mean boss smelter because the remake actually lets you have Strea, who is like a pre-promoted unit of sorts, and she just melts everything because she has like a 2-stage 200 weapon, and you can have her from the start. So like 95% of the game is just like faster just because you have her from the start of the game. gosh, I'm so I'm just like so. Yeah, this labyrinth is really cool in the sense that, you know, it's a giant spiral. All of the 3 floors of the labyrinth, so. And the last one has like, you know, has you do something. I'm gonna talk about it once I get it. So yeah. Gosh, I'm so like it's get really tiring, but I really feel I should. It's just like I'm trying to, like, you know, talk about the dungeon, you know, because there's the remake of this game and. This one, like I said, it's you know, kind of like a snail final. But yeah, I really hope that at least, like, if you wanted to know something about, like, I don't know every single mechanic, but I do know enough that, you know, like, I cannot give you a percentage, but
Nice.
but you know, I actually, like, again, I played this game quite a lot and speedrun it quite a lot, so oh yeah, now this. Don't really want to get into now the last floor is that on the previous 2 floors I got you know, got SP potion and teleport crystals and some ore by accident. But yeah, if you wanted to know something else that I, you know, that you might be interested. Oh yeah, here. There's like this one you have to defeat, but I'm gonna defeat this one in the hopes it drops me an item. And if it drops me an item, I will not have to hunt, you know, for. This was also the interrupt mission that I completed, but I don't really care about, you know, the reward of that. I just really want the drop from the old. Doors opened, and I really hope I will do a couple more fights for these, with these, like, orcs to like, you know, sure that to hope that I get the item. I always have, like, you know, so much, you know, I'm so worried that I really hope that I actually am doing good commentary. It's really hard to focus, and especially in a long category like this, when you have to give it your all. I'm doubly nervous because the run wasn't able to finish. I mean, it was any percent, but the run wasn't able to finish at previous 2 longathons that I submitted it to. So I'm actually hoping that, you know, today we finally will see the ending, and not only one, but we see all of the. Oh, we save all of the characters and see all of the endings, and we will see the glorious side of completed gallery. Is honestly why I really like the category, even though it's long. Complete almost everything except for the quests, which, you know. Yeah, I hope you can definitely see the passion that I have for this game, and you know, and hopefully it shows even, you know, when I'm playing it, that you know how much of a passion the developers have when they actually made it. So yeah. Anyway, we will use Shinon because this boss is actually one of the more difficult ones. It's one of the golems, but they are like, you know, bigger, and they have like 3 distinct attacks. They can do a spinning attack, which kind of does a crap ton of damage. If you know, I would say like half the health, even more. Then they do have a core attack, which does like a blast attack. It also does a lot. It's not like unmanageable, but it can definitely kill you. The legacy of Brand. Let's just again, I technically, like, I could I'm probably gonna be probably, like, you know, learning it soon. For this boss, it's not technically necessary, even though, as you can see, it has very like, you know, some very difficult attacks, and like the first one, it's like an AoE circle that just does a crap ton of damage to you. So I'm actually trying to hold on. I need to make sure that I actually do this right. Yeah, because like this boss can, like a lot of the other bosses, they can actually just do pretty cool. Yeah, you could see now there was like Shinon's time of snap. You could see the little purple icon with the white eye, and that means darkness. That means the enemy will gonna miss more often, and it's actually really potent. Like if it actually like lands, because here's the thing in this game. In this game, status effects can stack if they are coming from two different sources. For example, oh my god, that was like the worst part that I could have. Yeah, and this is what it actually can paralyze. That was completely on me, because as you can see, it's like very important to not do, because you have like cooldown and, like, you know, startup. It's important to not toss out skills willy-nilly, because, like, you know, and trying to, like, you know, gouge like what the enemy is gonna do. Oh, this last attack bonus is not like that important. You know, it's not that important. It's like a shield. If I do get it, I'm gonna show you what shields do. But like, okay, it was a cool parry. And again, it's actually really cool to do a parry, because then you you know, get like some of your speed back. And as you might see, Shinon landed the poison attack, and it just deleted like half enemy health bar. What is the issue though? You might be asking, hey newbie, like, you know, this seems pretty good. Yeah, the issue lies not like with this necessarily, but it lies with the fact that you know, that like poison can actually kill the enemy before you can do the last hit. So you have to actually be very careful to do not, like, because the poison can kill the enemy before you can deal the last hit. So while it's good for killing enemies or like softening them up, it's definitely more risky, and I will be just running that risk, just because like the DOT make the boss that much like a lot faster. So that's why I'm rolling the dice essentially for both the poison to hit and hope that Shinon doesn't, you know, land the poison during like really bad time, because there's also a thing of the fact that they can like, you know, initiate the pushback attack, you know, which means that you either have to have like you know, like blockage ready, or you have to do this like hiding slide ready, and because it will push you back, and then therefore you won't be able to deal the last hit if the poison is active. Like, it's to the point I will need certain drops that I will reset if for the required drops I won't get them. Like I will have set up temporary invincibility, but you know what I've said about like temporary invincibility. It has like it has like some good effects. Like, you know, for a set period of time, you and your party member is invulnerable. But how does it do that, right? Well, it does it in this way. It does it in the fact that you the attacks won't be able to, like, you won't be able to like, you know, hold on, did I get it? Yeah, see what I mean by the poison is that, like, hold on. Okay, we don't get the Shin. This is fine. This is fine. She don't got the last hit. It's fine. Yeah, that was like, yeah, she got like the last hit before I got to go. I should have gone with the other one. It's fine. What is the last attack bonus? It's the shield. I won't need a shield. It's fine. It doesn't. But yeah, this is the dangers that I was talking about with poison and you know, DOT, is that like you have to make sure that like the poison is not procced before the enemy is dead, like, you know, or like very close to dying, because you will get like miss out on the reward. Considering the rewards are quite good, you don't really, again, like every single like, even though it makes the game like, you know, even if you can say, oh, it makes the game quite easy, every single aspect has like, you know, kind of like a risk and reward associated with it, even though ultimately the game is kind of quite easy. But you know, I do really like this design that, you know, every single little thing here just makes you like, you know, consider what you're doing, and you know, what are you doing for your actions. Just like little things like the last attack bonuses, it's pretty good. Again, okay, so now events. This is the poisonous spore, so hopefully I have enough. This is what I was talking about earlier, is that, like, you know, you can collect the quest rewards. You have to like back away and see if you got it. I didn't got it. I need to kill some mushrooms. Fine, don't worry about it. It's fine. That's expected. Anyway, so we're gonna go to do these events, right? So Asuna is gonna be regional. So yeah, like, again, there's a lot of reasons why I really think that, you know, I'm really proud of showcasing this game at ALongathon, because, oh, hello, Pina, and they're gonna, okay, that's gonna be a cute scene. Look, Kirito and Pina are sleeping, and it's gonna be Silica. Look at that, like, it's gonna be so cute. And you can really definitely like see and appreciate the sprites and the background. Like, you can see how they are not vectors. Look at all of the brush strokes that, you know, you can definitely, like, you can see the individual, like, you know, brush strokes that like goes to each individual shadow. And, like, you can see that these are not vector sprites. So, you know, it's just like this little of detail, like that just like blew me away. You can see, like, this is just a cute scene, and yeah. It's just yeah, this is like anyway, let's just go and do dance. So yeah, I'm really hoping that you are enjoying commentary. Yeah, we have to have hornets. Just like, you know, just kill them real quickly. And you know, we protected Yui here. Okay, and hold on. Asuna Agile floor, FIFA daytime. Center. Ah, gosh. And we're gonna do another part of the side quest, which, you know, which will involve us hunting for a pendant. And I'm gonna actually show you the scene. Once we finish the side quest. It's actually required because, you know, it's part of the endings. And we're gonna go to yeah, now Kirito just like you know, now Kirito discovered gonna go with Leaf. Now Kirito discovered a nice cottage which you know, he's gonna ask Achel about, because they cannot return to the floor they had their old home. So, you know, they decided to have this little cozy and I actually really like this floor visually too. And also the dungeon gimmick is really cool, like, you know, at least you know, story wise. But I'm gonna, you know, so we are here with Lifa to actually get like pendant, which is gonna be important for, you know, part of a quest. It's like a sun and moon pendant. Tsuki and Taiyo pendant though. Yeah, Lifa here, and then there's like the sun pendant, and that's why we went there with Lifa for. And Asuna, alright. Asuna needs to be yeah, I need to go to Agile. Tell them. Just like I said, I really I'm just beaming at the moment, because I actually really do you know, appreciate when I'm talking about, like, you know, a licensed tie-in that is actually a good game on its own, considering but like I said, what you see from some other tie-ins, then, you know, and even if the developers have like a good idea, you can see that sometimes it just doesn't land. It's not really a fun game, even though like you like the concept, but you cannot help but feel it's just like, you know, they could have been done it so much more, and the publisher or IP holder just hopes that the name alone will sell the IP. You know, I honestly feel that you should have a fun game on its own. The IP should be a bonus. Like, at least in my opinion. but like, you know, like for daytime, I just go as Angel. Okay, playing Asuna, and like I think I don't need to, but like I'm gonna do it either way. I think the event trigger.
よしキリト君
So honestly, like I said, this game has like a very special place in my heart. Just as don't hack Link now, but you know, both are actually very fun games. Anyway, okay, cool. So Yashino. I even like, you know, have my Asuna t-shirt on me for good luck. Have like the, you know, t-shirt with Asuna, like, you know, from Minecraft. I really wish they had like one with like, you know, Liz or the other girls, but you know, I mean, this is a nice shirt. I love Straya. Don't worry, we will be actually with her. So yeah, there we go. This was like, you know, so I'm so glad it's mostly going well. Like it sucked not having, but like I really don't need every last attack bonus. It would be nice if I got the shield, but what am I gonna use the shield for? It's like the route doesn't require it. So yeah, since I, you know, since I'm in, you know, in this forest, then you can, then you know, I'm gonna be specifically hunting for the blue mushrooms. Because I need the drops from them. Gonna try to kill them in like, you know, but with one attack. Did I get all of them, or sometimes like, you know, the no, I got.
Nice.
If I don't get the mushrooms right now, I'm gonna just go through the dungeon, because the alternative is would be to sit here for a couple minutes before they respawn. This is a pretty like, you know, twisted place with a lot of pathways. It's definitely the more labyrinth-like forest. Okay, cool. We got it. Okay, cool, nice.
Nice.
Yeah, I think you should always, like, you should be like indie games, right? You start with a fun concept, you know, like, you know, let's just like, you know, see, like, okay, I'm making a game about, you know, I'm making a game about, you know, whatever, like, you know, Dragon Ball, right? Okay, what should we make it? Like, you know, that's like obvious. Maybe we should make a fighting game, right? Because like with Dragon Ball, we have like, you know, the most memorable aspects are the fights, right? So like that should be the aspect. And you know, how can we translate this to a game that we are like, you know, making? And you know, how can we make it? You know, fun to battle? Like something like, you know, something like that. And I honestly feel that like, you know, some concepts were like, you know, better than others. Like, you know, I honestly am very happy that for Sword Art Online, as much as I do have like reservations for Fractured Daydream, I do love that like every Sword Art Online game, every single one, you have like 3 developers, right? AQURIA, Dimps, and there's like Arting. Each one of them has a different structure and idea how to make a Sword Art Online game. So having like conversation of which Sword Art Online game is the best, it's kind of nonsense. Unless you're talking about a remake of an existing game, like Hollow Fragment was for Infinity Moment, I don't think like, you know, it's like, you know, fair to compare, or like, you know, even like objectively compare what is the best. Because, you know, if you asked me what would be the, you know, best Sword Art Online game, like, you know, I would say based on my personal experience would be Infinity Moment, because I love the game as it is. I do like how it is structured. You know, I do like how it's a dungeon crawler, how it does like weapon progression and all that. But like, you know, someone would be saying, but like I don't find like you know, the Infinity Moment fun. I just like Hollow Realization more, right? So like, you know, I honestly don't, or like I do like, you know, Fatal Bullet more. So like, you know, I don't think there's like objective, unless you talking about a remake of existing one. There's objective like, you know, which is the best one. It really depends on what you want to experience, I think. That is why I really do like Last Recollection as well. Is the game linear? Yes. Is it can it could it have like more but yes, but still I do like the game, how, you know, how it is and what it does in terms of its battle system and, you know, game progression. Even though there are certain gripes with it, I really wish weren't there. You know, I do like both. Like I wouldn't say one is better than the other. Like this is something that, like, you know, it's really, like, I would say it's really fun. You know, just like, you know, to delve into like all of the different Sword Art Online games and see like which one do you like. Like, I honestly feel like it's the one that you have the most fun with. Like, because you can honestly, like, you know, with like a Hollow Fragment, like, you know, the remake of Infinity Moment, you can absolutely point out if it's worse or better based on the qualities and if you can see the game design being followed, right? But like for the games that are just trying to do something else, like, you know, Lost Song or a Fatal Bullet or Last Recollection or Station Licorice, you know, everyone else, like every single one of them tries something different with the formula, and I honestly think that that's honestly the most fun part for me. That, like, you know, I honestly don't think, like, you know, Infinity Moment, like, I wouldn't say like is like, okay, gosh, I'm just like, you know, I didn't get the chest. Oh my gosh, I didn't get the chest. I didn't get a chest. I didn't get a chest. No, I just went past it. This one has actually good dagger there. Yeah, I'm just like getting so passionate that I just forget to grab the chest. This one is one of the variable chests, which means that it changes contents based on the weapon you're holding. Oh, bye. Okay. Yep. Yep. Yeah. So this one is a dagger because I held a dagger. I honestly like, again, one of the things that makes this game so much fun, I honestly feel, even for the audience I hope to experience, is that like how kind of like, you know, how fun the dungeon crawling is. How you know, yeah, how the floors are not too long or not too short, and you know, you can just like you know, have like this little, I would say, like mini-sized dungeon. But like, you know, you can just like, you know, which was like the intent is just like you can just like pick up and just do a floor or two and just like do something else. But anyway, now this is gonna be, we're gonna be saving some players that got imprisoned by the goblins there. Yeah. So yeah, this is gonna be, we're not gonna be like saving them directly. We're gonna you know, handle the keys to that we find to the main captain of this party, and he will actually rescue them, retrieve the keys. So yeah, that's actually really so yeah, like I said, like there's a couple of like licensed tie-ins that are, you know, classics for a lot of people, and I honestly feel that that's like, you know, I honestly feel that's like the strength of gaming, is that like you can have like really a really, you know, fun interactive experience based on sad property, and you know, you can just experience it in like an interactive way. That's why, like, you know, that's what's the strength of the video game as a medium. Like I do like, even like I certain like licensed games that are just like, you know, tie-ins, but are actually really good. Like I like the old Matrix game because it's a brawler. You know, it's like a part of Neo. It's definitely just like, you know, recreating mostly the moments from the films, but also mixes some original content from the Wachowskis. And that's one example of a licensed tie-in that actually, you know, is really good. Like, you know, I would say it's a really fun game, a fun video game. I didn't want to kill the goblin, but whatever. You know, I just blew my cover. And as you can see, you definitely have this little aspect in this game too, is that you know, you are definitely feeling you getting stronger, but you also feel the enemies are getting stronger too. And if you want more, this game has a new game plus mode where you can like set the enemy levels to be higher and just continue to gain levels. So like, you know, it even encourages replayability. Again, very, very, very cool. Like, it just, so you have the nod of like, you know, Kirito being all powerful, and you can make him very obscenely powerful by just like, you know, mixing and matching stuff. Like you can just like, you know, swap between weapons, you know, like, you know, even mid fight. I'm not like, you know, doing that, but you can. There's also the aspect that you can actually do casually, where every single boss has a different like, you know, weakness you can exploit. Because every boss has a weakness that if you exploit, you do more damage to them. And you know, the you actually like you actually don't like, get to see like, you know, this slow down of the experience gain per weapon until you get like, you know, to level 4. So like you can just mix and match weapons in casual play, and you know, just like have like better, you know, like, you know, like faster balls, just like interacting with all of these different weapons and stuff. So yeah, we saved the you know, players, and we continue on. This is like, you know, this is like a hidden labyrinth which we gonna go to. Oma. Yeah, you have like very big mushrooms there. There's like a you know, mission where you can like, you know, kill them, but you don't do like, you know, like the speedrun doesn't need to. We gonna continue on. This one is actually pretty fun. This floor actually requires you to go to the destination, and if you go fast enough, I mean, you have like a lot of time, right? But like if you go fast enough, you get a rabbit cape, which boosts your agility. It's a pretty fun reward. Like, yeah, it's just, and I'm actually gonna be this is a fake out. If you go down, then you're gonna like, you know, be at a dead end. But yeah, I'm gonna be actually equipping the kit. There we go, rabbit cake. There we go. Those are boosted, like, you know, properties. It's just an overall good equip. You get it for free. Like I said, this game has these little, very little, like, you know, cute little nods and design decisions. Like it makes it so much more like fun to just. In the speedrun, it's a little bit annoying if you go for PB, but you know, that's every single dungeon crawler. Let's be real. That's just not a fault of the game, really. Any dungeon crawling RPG can get annoying if you are trying to shave off, like, you know, minutes and stuff. Again, I'm killing these orc generals because these have a chance to drop the equip, and you know, not de-equip the required item. And that's why I'm killing them. Hopefully they get. Otherwise, we have to go to the cave of. You know, it's just like, instead of like, you know, immediately returning the quest, we'll have to like go to a cave on the opposite side of the floor and try to kill the orc generals there. Like I said, this game has enough, like, you know, RNG that if you're getting off for like something, you know, for a PB or whatever, it can infuriate you. As most, if not all, dungeon crawlers. So yeah, we at the end of the labyrinth, and I'm gonna check the events once again, and this one I'm gonna try to get the last leg bonus for. But if I don't get it, it's fine-ish. But like I'm gonna be leaving like damage, like a risk reward equipment set. So let me not talk much during the boss fight. I'm gonna try to focus. I'm gonna take a sip of water. Yeah. My gosh. My gosh, my throat's dry. Yeah. But I hope the commentary is worth it. Like, I was so nervous in, you know, just like doing the commentary, and I think I'm managing pretty well. All things considered. Okay. Focus time. I honestly hope I will fit into the estimate, because, you know, the final fights can take a while, you know, and even the end game. So hopefully, I try to be conservative, but like, you know, anything really goes. Yeah, I actually have to make sure that Klein doesn't die. Sorry for being quiet. I really need to. I didn't get it. Yeah, it's fine. We don't get the chaos armor set. It's fine. I really didn't expect the poison to be that quick. Fine. Like the chaos armor is like a very risk reward thing, so like it's not that necessary, but you know, wanted to show it off, but no, not necessary. Oh my gosh, events. Irritating. Oh my god, it's my least favorite floor. This is the very floor 84 introduction of multi enemies, and it's ants. They are very annoying. I need to actually. And if you talk yourself a newbies, yes, these skills are very necessary. Anyway, I need to go and do the events now. So we're gonna go to talk to Asuna in Angels. Or it's either that or yeah, there we go. I'm probably have to you know, get you know, Asuna to Agile ship. Yeah, we need to save Shinon because Shinon got Shinon got into training and she got into trouble. So yeah, Shinon is grateful for Kirito to save her. This is what I would do in any percent. Because I want Shinon for the final battle, but alright, I don't know if I have the sneeze or not. Hopefully not. Anyway, Asuna. And then go. As a teleport again. No, Asuna. He's at the teleport gate, so. Asuna. I don't need. I actually wanted to be sure. Because like I have the... Now I have to go to her to 482. To the home. Like I actually, you know, have these chains planned, so you know everything just neatly. It's the... Yeah, they are gonna go into their home, this nice little cottage, and you know, Asuna's gonna go get changed, and she's in this apron, and that's very embarrassing for her, as you can see. But yeah, that was what they needed to do for the ritual, you know, kind of like a wife thing. Like all of the things, like, you know, kind of, you know, have like this like husband and wife thing kind of thing going on. So Asuna, Liz, okay, cool. Silica, nice. Hello, Yui. Okay. And then we're gonna go where we fought the tree. And there's gonna be a cutscene. Because like, you know, this is like, you know, a quest to, you know, empower her Dragon Pina. So that's gonna be the event. Gonna be this big dragon looking like Peanut. Like Peanut's gonna, you know, protect Silica, and Peanut's get an upgrade. Support them.
Kane!
Then we're gonna do then we're gonna actually we're not gonna use Lisbeth as Shinon. We're gonna use Lisbeth for this floor. A nice change of pace. What? What the heck? Did I forget anything? Hold on. Did I forget?
Yosh! Nice!
Feel like one last. I mean, did I forget it? Kind of weird. Hold on. Oh my! Oh, you know what? I know what that is. I. What did I forget? Kind of. This is like a list, I get it. But let me just... I had to forget some. No, what? You see, I can actually see what it is. Like, I had to forget something. Let's see. I'm gonna like, kind of shuffle it down. See if I can actually get some. I lazy, yeah, that's fine. I think I did everything. Maybe it's like with the yes or no. Okay, cool, I get it. I forgot that Kirito needs to be alone in his room. Because I forgot about the Shinon set. Yeah. Yeah. Basically, yeah. Like, I actually like had to roughly translate, like, did I write that or not? Yeah, I did write that, I just misread. I'm sorry. So anyway, go to, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I forgot about this. This is the hot spring scene with the family. Yui and,
パパとママと一緒にお風呂楽しいです。あ、これだけ広いと泳げちゃいますよ。
Yeah, you can see Yui with like, bathtub.
こら、もう女の子なのにはしたない。
So yeah, see? What about that? How could I forget? Oh my gosh, I forgot about this. I'm gonna show that in gallery. I sped through it too fast. And I forgot about the cute hot spring scene. Anyway, now that we did that, we can finally get Liz and
Kirito!
yeah, this should be the last one. Hold on. Yeah, this is the... So yeah. Anyway, yeah, this is gonna be a floor full of ants. And this is also a hot spring themed floor, as you can see. Also, Liz has a new hammer. The reason that we will keep Liz because we will have to go hit her here anyway, and like it doesn't make sense to go back for Shinon just for like beating 1 or 2 bosses. Shinon will be you know, in the actual boss fight now. And as you can see, it's like a lot of like ants with in a grotto. Like, you know, as much as I, you know, dislike ants, they look pretty cool. Yeah, first I need to go here, so that this is the slime. It's a part of the cycle. This is also why I'm going with Liz too, because of the simple fact that you know, I actually need to be here with her anyway. It's the sacred flame that we are trying to. Yeah, as you can see, I'm trying to debuff it as much as possible, because these slimes are incredibly annoying, and you know, like, better safe than sorry with them. Here we go. We got the sacred flame and we found like a hot spring here with Les. Look at the cute. And like she's like feeling something strange. She's like very distressed. And yeah, it was just like a, you know, it was just like a grasshopper. So it's fine. And yeah, you won't get teleported to the, so we just gonna go and finish the dungeon. So you know, like that's why we have Bliss for this floor. Purely because, well, that's why I have Bliss for this spot, because you know I do need to do this anyway. So you want like, you know, see the Ishinon for this floor, and for one other floor too. Because like, you know, like I said, you already are on the way. It doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense to, you know, like go back and swap part.
Nice.
Anyway, that's the
Nice.
gate open, and we're gonna move on. And yeah, there's like a full of ants, like you can see. Gonna go and hopefully get the drops from the print. What the? Oh my god. Something happened to my capture. Oh my god. Really? What? Oh my gosh, hold on. Technical difficulties. Oh my gosh, really? My god. What did happen? My god. Oh my god. My power went off. Hold on, I'll fix that somehow. How do I do that? Oh my god. Well, I mean, I have it like, set up so that like, I can have like, PSP inside of like something I can capture. How do I do that? Alright, let's do this. There we go. There we go. Okay. Everything should be fine. Let's see. In my Hopefully we don't encounter any desync. There we go. I feel much safer now. Hopefully nothing, like my save file still be intact. Like if anything, I'm gonna like I'm gonna like just do something and just resume on an emulator. Everything seems fine, I think. Like, I don't know why that happened. Okay, cool. Are we on? Are we on? Okay, cool. Yeah, there we go. Yay! My god. I didn't expect that. Like, I don't know why that happened. Hopefully it doesn't happen again. Because if the save file corrupts, then that's run over, but... it wouldn't be Longathon with some sort of technical difficulty. Okay, cool. If anything is like delay in the audio, then tell me. Like, I honestly, if like the power goes off when it's saving, that could be trouble. I still don't know why did it happen. I usually I have this setup so that I can actually use a controller, and this is like pretty accurate representation on, because because it's basically you have a miniature PSP. So that's why I have it here. Because I really like to play on the original environment, and and you could tell if it's on emulation or not. It even emulates the lag the PSP has. So that's how I that's how I capture this. Because it's I actually like to have HDMI, because if you remember PSP only has like AV output. So the picture would look really bad. And this actually allows me to capture it in like, you know, up to 1080p.
Nice.
Everything is everything fine? Like, is everything fine? Like, is there any audio delay? You know, if it happens again, then I'm sorry. Like, that's how I, you know, like I said, that's how I'm trying to be, like, you know, I have it like set up as vanilla as possible. Just, you know, no any like, you know, standard deviations from it. It's just basically how, you know, a PSP would be.
Nice.
Okay, cool.
Nice.
So yeah, like I really like the like I really have you know, infinity moment like that, because I really dislike the playing on an emulator for this game, because the game actually, like, you know, plays faster on an emulator and has graphical inaccuracies. Okay, cool. Thank you. Yeah, so like, because this game has emulation inaccuracies, and it's like generally like, you know, there's like a you know, speed up, or you know, there's generally like, you know, it doesn't like really emulate the environment correctly. Like, this game specifically has this issue where, like, you know, it has like not only graphical glitches but also some really, you know, kind of like it just emulates speeding correctly. But if anything, you know, went badly, I will switch to an emulator.
Nice. Nice.
Like, you know, if like, you have like most games, like, you know, most games you know, run fine on an emulator, but this game specifically has graphical issues and even some like gameplay implications. So if you said like that the game is like, you know, a little bit you know, slowed down, that's like basically the PSP stock speed, and you know, this is not emulated. Oh yeah, this is a new quirk because we have Strea now. Then Strea is not protected by the invisible and sneaking. Then we will need to refresh that so that she does not get detected. I still don't know why that happens, honestly. I'm honestly dreading the day if I have to replay, because, like, you know, the console itself is very hard and like very expensive to replace. And like, you know, I'm just dreading if it ever stops working. I'm just hoping it doesn't, because I really like the idea of having, like, you know, of having something that's like, you know, resembles the original hardware so closely, but I can actually capture 1080p from this. Not to mention I can connect actual controller to it. You know, like a DualShock, and play it that way. Like, could you imagine playing this on the PSP small screen for like 20 hours? Like, you know, this is the next best thing I have. Anyway, like Straya got into the dungeon, and then we are just like, you know, rescuing her here. So yeah, if it happened, like I had it happen once, when I actually got so much, like, you know, the worst technical difficulty possible. My save file got corrupted. Because of a memory card issue. And this game has only one save file. So, you know. And it corrupted right at the end of the run. So, you know. That was fun. So I'm gonna, like, I don't know what I'm gonna do, but hopefully it doesn't happen. Hopefully if it happens, it's just gonna be like, you know, random, you know, just like, if it happens, it's gonna be only a power off. I really don't want this to die on me, because like getting a new one would be very inconvenient. I mean, I can imagine this was very upsetting. Like, honestly, this is the reason that the leaderboard has like a you know, non-emulated and emulated, because like, you know, but like, you know, the BSTV does it, it's not emulation. It's like basically running the virtual environment, like, you know, the 3DS is running DS games and all. This is not like emulation, because like if you saw emulation, the emulation has bugs, like quite a lot of it. So, you know, because like, you know, PPSSPP just didn't really fix them. So okay, hold on, I need. Yeah, there we go. All right, cool. We have everything. I'm hoping that doesn't happen again.
Nanda.
I'm just so stressed out now. Please don't. This is like supposed to be 100 and kind of, well, not completely 100%, but like as much as I can do. Like all events is technically. So anyway, this one boss fight is quite possibly a casual filter. It filtered me, and this is the introduction of multi-enemy boss fights. This is why I have the temporary invincibility. I'm just gonna hope that, you know, I don't really disconnect it, because like, you know, the connectors on this thing are kind of flimsy, especially the power connector. Like the power connector is not really secured at all on this thing, because like that's how Sony designed it. Like, I seriously don't know why they couldn't secure it like better. Good morning, Mega Cake. Get many hours, yes. Because this is basically as close to 100% as you can get. It's not like complete 100% because I'm not doing every quest, but like it's all events and all endings. Do I honestly really want to do an like run on an emulator of, you know, of the any percent and any percent, like, you know, and this category too, just for the speed difference and all. But like I'm gonna point out emulator issues if I when I get to them. Because, like, you know, the leaderboard has like two categories, one for emulation and one for like, you know, non-emulation PSP and stuff. Because of the speed, the speed differences and, like, you know, that like are kind of big. But like I honestly don't really think that, you know, it's kind of like, you know, lesser way of playing the game. It's just like, you know, I really think it should be just accounted for because of, you know, the speed of the PSP itself and stuff. But like I honestly want to see, I'm pretty imagine that I could, like, you know, save like 30 minutes just by playing on an emulator, because, you know, there's no, you know, it's just like faster to play on it because it's inaccurate. But like, you know, it's not like, you know, that like game is not playable. It's just like you have like speed differences. That's one thing. Like I said, I really want to actually die on an emulator and just use, like, you know, like a different controller for it and stuff. So yeah, I actually like I said, my most favorite way to run this is like on here, like, you know, in the original environment, like, you know, as the game would be played on a PSP itself. Like, I mean, it is played on a PSP, let's do it. This is what can happen. First death. Yeah, I actually noticed it too late. Noticed it too late. Yeah, like poison can kill you, like, you know. So. So yeah, just to drive home how difficult this can be. This is the bowl. This can be your bowl, like in casual playthrough.
なんだ
It's not, no. I didn't get it, I think. Yeah, I don't care. It's like a full face armor, it's plus 20 defense, I don't care. I hope there are not any of these things, really. Cause like, I'm so nervous now that it happened, like I please let everything go well, I beg. We have an interaction of one of the main antagonists, Albrecht. He is a very like, you know, snobbish a-hole. He challenged Kirito to a duel, and you know, and he's kind of bad. Also, look at all of these events we have to go through. Yeah. So I'm just gonna check the stream if everything goes fine. It looks fine, everything's fine. Okay, please hold on. It's fine. Floor 85. 15 floors left. Events. Agile shop. Alright, cool. I'm actually really happy for the reception, even though the technical difficulties are just like unexpected, but I always feel very happy. Oh yeah, you will have we will have this emulator difference now. I'm gonna point it out, but not here. One of the things is that like you family is enjoying you know, vacation time. And look at this, look at this beautiful, like Yui has like this swimwear. Like look at this is cute. and Asuna just have this lace, just like white, you know, pristine white. And you know, like Yui is so happy that they like spend time with her. Like, you know, I look at this, look at her. Like I wouldn't be able to say no to that face or anything. Just look at her. She's even blushing. Like look at this, is so cute. Anyway. We had this very good family bonding moment, and yeah, I'm just gonna go here. We're gonna talk to Agile, that's also an event. Gonna be a bunch of them actually. Yeah, so like a bunch of these events. It's just like, yeah, there we go, bonk. Yeah, and Agile just brought like a costume for Asuna, look at this. Like she's gonna be even.
ふーんキリトくんこういうの好きなんだ
She's like, you know, very happy to, and she ain't gonna put on the costume. Like, look at that.
お待たせーってキリトくんまだ来ていないの
Look at that. Like, so cute. Like, she's in a very cool costume. It's like part of the marriage event. Right. I'm gonna pull up the camera here so that you don't see like the underside of the floor when the camera resets. Okay. Now we're gonna go here. Another event. This is like a fortune telling for everyone. You know, like that's. Like basically the fortune teller just tells them everyone to like, you know, their fortunes. And you know there's gonna be this fine like, you know, if like, you know, there's like gonna be like a client's like, hey, is like Kirito my soulmate or whatever, and like Kirito's like, and or like, you know, it's like Kirito just like making fun of client's like, no, I'm not into guys and stuff. And it's just kind of less like, you know, funny scene. So okay, we need to go shopping street, Silica Leaf. や、Kirita, you know, Silica just gave Kirito a kiss, and it was her first kiss. And Kirito's just like, Kirito's like, are you sure you want to give me your first kiss? That's special, right? And just like, and she's just like, nah, I wanted to. I mean, you know, you helped me and stuff. So, like, and she's blushing even. She's so cute. Like, and even that they have like this little with Pino and stuff. Yeah. Leafa first. She's gonna teleport. So happy that aside from the technical difficulties, everything is going as it should. It's fine. I mean, that one death, I mean, that one death was kind of... Like, I know it was a little bit my fault, but, you know, just shows how difficult the boss can be. All of them that actually summon other enemies can be this way. Okay, hold on, I'm gonna check like one thing if I... Because I think I'm gonna initiate this while just going here. Like, I really don't want to miss any event, because this is all events, right? So, yeah, there we go. First Liz and then Leaf. Huh? Like I said, I'm really happy that, you know, just to just present this wonderful looking game. And like I said, it really is looking good on the PSP. Like, even if you look at like emulation stuff, like, sure, like the models might look a little bit, you know, kind of like, you know, the models can look okay with like upscaled, but like the effects get desynced, so kind of ruins the image a little. Like the models are upscale, but everything else is not, so it's kind of like this weird like, so it's kind of like weird kind of looking feeling, because like you have the models upscaled, but like the textures are not, so like you get this kind of weird look to it. Yeah, like these effects are broken on an emulation. They don't work properly. And also the entrance here, if you play on an emulator, Leafa zooms into like zooms for the walk to the front, and that's like a difference between emulation and you know, playing, you know, in on a PSP. Because like PPSSPP just like kind of like bonks the walk cycle because of the speed difference. Now this floor has like a blockade we cannot get past until we clear an event, and clearing an event here is like a saving a person. Yeah, I'm gonna like, you know, kill some orcs. We need to kill 9 of them. And the reason that I have Leafa again is because of event stuff. Because like I would have Shinon, but I will need Leafa here. So, and she's gonna kill me some orcs. Then we swap to Liz. The orcs will respawn. Oh yeah, that's why I'm just going here. So yeah, we killed 4 orcs. This is intentional. This is actually a part of the route. Because then I will need to go and do another event with Leafa, and this will like kind of teleport me back. But I need to kill 9 orcs, so this is like a time saving measure. Because like they will respawn by the time I will get back here with Liz. So you know. So we need to beat this harpy.
ナイススキルチャンスだナイススキルチャンスだナイス
You go. So we got the pendant, and then we need to go actually back to a floor, and you know, go back when we found the other pendant, and that's how. There we go. And yeah, Leafa needs to perform a special dance. In the remake, they have her have this generic, like, you know, kind of awkward pose. They didn't even have her like this pose. Like, they didn't even bother like drawing the second pose, like with the hands. So it kind of looks very awkward and stupid. Like, actually. So instead of her, she has this kind of like awkwardish pose, like, you know, victory pose, and it just ruins the scene. And like, you know, she actually like feels bad because she likes Kirito, but like, you know, they are like really like, you know, they are siblings, right? So like when she explains that she's not like his you know, that she's not like his sister, like, but his cousin, and that like, you know, their parents kind of like conceal that from them, so like, you know, they were like, you know, raised as like, you know, brother and sister. So like, you know, she feels really bad about it, and like, you know, asks if it's okay that she likes him, and Kirito's just like, yeah, sure. And you know, she's got like, it's like, you know, kind of like when Nanako in Persona 4 calls like MC Big Bro, right? And like Oni-chan, or something like that. And you know, you have this like, you know, Rifa being very grateful. Yep. That's all. And then we're gonna go get let's do the rest of the floor with her. Like I said, this game is pretty long. I really don't want any technical difficulties from this point on. But as I said, I really want to do a run on an emulator. I want to be, because it is legitimately faster. Because you know, like you even have a delay when you praise the party member original. Whereas on emulator it's instant. really interests me how it's actually gonna affect the run. But you know, we're playing like, you know, as I wanted to. Because I just really think it on the original hardware, it looks a little bit crustier, but it looks nicer, I would say. Even though you have like really low internal resolution. There's less. God. Come on. Really? Please. Yeah, I mean, it runs as much as it would run on like PSP. So. Now I need to make it. My God, my control. I need to resync the controller because it just. I hate technical difficulties. Hold on, please. Are we on? Are we? Yeah, okay, cool, we synced again. My God, like, right as I see that, like, you know, my God, please. Like I said, this is like basically running as it would on a PSP. But it allows me to have 1080p capture. And I can use like, you know, DualShock 4 for. So like I can even route it through HDMI and, you know, have like you know, a very crisp picture, you know, without any of the other like, you know, upscaler things. Like if you try to like, you know, capture from an like real PSP, it's a bit of a pain because then you have to have an upscaler. Like, you know, you have to have like cables because you have to have AV cables, then you have to run it through an upscaler, and all of that you will be running with like, you know, with a tiny handheld. So like yeah, this is much more preferable method, since, you know, at least for me, because, you know, like it's the ease of capture and you know. I don't think that, you know, the hardware just provides any more horsepower. Like, you know, it just like runs the game as the PSP would run it. And to be fair, like, this game does push the limits on the PSP. Like, it really pushes the hardware with all of the highly detailed sprites and all. Like, this game doesn't run at 60 FPS, I can tell you that much. It fluctuates on 30 FPS at best. Because, like, you know, all of the models are very detailed.
ナイススキルチャンスだ。
ないわよ。ちょっとやばいかも。
ナイス
So yeah, I need one more orc and then we can actually do one of the hold on. Fine. The event's gonna slow down considerably after like 2 floors, but you know, and then we have like a scream here, and then like, you know, we have to save the player here. Like, to be fair, I really could, if I really wanted to, I could just, you know, submit an emulator, but because, like I said, this is one of my most favorite games, and I really wanted, you know, I really wanted to represent the game as it was, you know. Please, don't tell me I got to control this thing again. Please, like... Oh no. I really hate technical difficulties. Like... I don't even know why it does that. Like, randomly these. So you have to, like, you know, reset it. But yeah, the reason that I didn't want to run it, I could very well run this on an emulator, but I wanted to, you know, showcase the game, and, you know, I actually really like when I boot the run, then, you know, you can, like, hold on. Does it desync again? Please don't desync. Like when you boot up, you know, then you get the PSP logo. It's just so nostalgic. Like I said, I really like how, you know, you just run the game as it was meant to be, without any of the bugs that wouldn't be on, like, within the game itself. Outside of that, right? That was my reason why I really insisted on playing on original hardware. I really think that I'm gonna just do the run like one, you know, like again. Outside of this marathon, and you know, hopefully without any technical difficulties. I was thinking about, like, you know, trying to, you know, submit this run, but, like, you know, I'm not gonna submit this run which had technical difficulties. You know, I'd rather have it like on one like you know, that has technical, because then you would have to explain, like, that you didn't do anything weird, and, you know, I'd rather have, like, the run to be one continuous chunk, you know, like, because then you wouldn't have to have more scrutiny. And like I said, I do appreciate emulation, but for niche games like this, because you have to understand that emulation gets optimized for the more popular games first, right? And everything that's less popular only uses like quirks of the you know, quirks of the like, you know, hardware to some extent. Emulation struggles with, you know, it always did. Like always the popular stuff gets like, you know, ironed out first, and then like, yeah, I honestly really like, and you know, when I talk about CRT, I really do like, you know, because there's like something special playing like, you know, games that were designed for a CRT TV. You know, even when some of the consoles were like before I was even born, like I was like a video game museum. But like, oh yeah, we cleared the event, we can continue forward. If you didn't clear the event, you would just get like pushed backwards and you know, continuously. But like you even like I said, it's just, it really looks amazing. Like I've played Backtracks, right, on the video game museum, and that was such an impressive piece of machinery. Like I said, this like it's way old. Like Backtracks is way older than I am, and I really don't like to talk about my age. Like it's a personal preference, but like I really was appreciating how crisp it looked on the integrated like display. I was actually really impressed with Backtrack, and I actually didn't have any nostalgia for. Oh my god, really? Let me just. Hopefully it doesn't desync. Please don't desync. Like I said, I really like, you know, just using a controller for this, because you know, holding the small PSP, like it's like, you know, the PSP is smaller than my hand, and I would get the really big cramps without the controller present. And yeah, I'm gonna try this run again, but hopefully without any of the technical difficulties. You know, I'm gonna do like a run on emulator and, you know, for speed differences. But I was thinking about submitting this as the first run, but I don't think, especially because in the marathon I'm explaining stuff, right? And in the real attempt I'm actually like focusing on all. So like, I honestly think this is gonna go into my channel as like a, you know, just like as a personal thing. But like, you know, I'm not gonna submit it to any leaderboard. I don't really think you know, I can like push my like folder and not have any of the technical difficulty. And you know what? I'm actually happy to do this in a more relaxed way, as much as I can, technically, because like, you know, then I can actually explain stuff. You know, I don't have to like, you know, look at the time too much. And you know, I actually want people, like, you know, I actually take the time also to actually explain people the mechanics. And like even here, when you look at how this, you know, how it outputs the, you know, the hardware outputs the PSP output, you can definitely see like all of the dithering patterns, which you wouldn't see on an emulator. Because like, you know, this is like as close to if you output it like, you know, the PSP as possible. Because like you don't see any of this in like on emulation at all. Not to mention like you can smooth things out with builders and stuff. Anyway, there's a little bit of a typo. It's like a great task. It was to be great task, but you know, it's fine. It's just like a small. It's just a small like, you know, typo. I don't mind. Like, you know, it's just like Japanese trying to speak English. Yeah, so this is the great task we need to defeat for part of the side quest, and in this cave we need to beat this big dragon. So yeah, like I said, I really like, even if you look at this like image, then you know, and you can see like the individual like diffusing and dithering patterns. It's just really something special, you know, to play the game like that.
スキルチャンス
Even though this is like a little bit upscaled by the fact I'm upscaling like to 720p, right? But it's still something else even to play in original hardware. Because you are not gonna notice a lot of like, you know, these like quote-unquote imperfections or something, because, you know, the screen is so small. The PSP has like 480 by 272, you know, screen, which is like really tiny, and that actually really looks good on that. So you can definitely see that, like, you know, there's some of the upscaling, but still, it still looks miles better than on emulation. Because like you get still like a better image than if you just upscale, like you would have to mod the PSP for HDMI output, or just like, you know, go get some tangled mess of AV cables and upscalers for that. And you know. And if I have like, you know, easier options to capture, that actually like, you know, that like, you know, preserves the game in the same way, but I have easier time to capture just using that. For Hack Link, I actually had to use emulation because this game heavily relied on like, you know, time button presses, and capture card introduces lag, like a lot of lag. And considering all of the game is like time button presses, like a rhythm game, this is terrible. Like, to give you an example, right? I was like, you know, playing Persona 4 Golden on, you know, using the same device I'm using right now, like, you know, just so I could capture it onto my monitor screen. And I was like so terrible at the bug catching minigame. Like you catch bugs to you know, use for the usage for the like, you know, fishing, right, in that game. And I actually always missed the timing, and I just thought I was bad at the timing, even though I followed the instructions. Then the PC version got released, and I didn't have to run it through the capture, and like, you know, I nailed it every time. So, you know, so that's like, you know, so, you know, like imagine trying to just run through a capture like something like Link, which is like 95% timed button presses. Like, you know, exact timing button, but like that wouldn't like no. I wanted to run this on like, you know, using this method, but I just couldn't because of the capture. Like the capture card would and my monitor would introduce so much lag that I would fail that even more than, so I had to run this on like, you know, on an emulator, because, you know, like Infinity Moment is fine. Did it okay, no, it didn't. There we go. I was just so that the controller this. It's weird because I have it connected, but like, if you see this border, then this border would like really flat on emulation, like really flat, like absurdly flat. Like, you know, it would actually ruin the effect of the border. You can see how like, you know, the border is like perfectly diffused with the pixels, like, you know, on the, you know, using this method. If you run this on an emulator, then the border would be completely flat and it would ruin the effect. Because I actually run this, you know, on emulator, I could notice the small difference. It really does, like, you know. And this is like this is a switch that opens the door to the chest, but I don't really need to get that chest. So yeah, like you can definitely see the subtle differences in picture quality. again, like the PSP itself, if it didn't come up with the AV cables, then and you know how AV cables are if you don't have an upscaler running through that, and even then it's like hit or miss, right? It's just like you would definitely like, if you wanted the most crisp, then you would have to mod the PSP itself to allow for HDMI output, and yeah, that's something that I'm not really willing to go through. Anyway, this dungeon has a very interesting 3-floor gimmick. If you go through here, 3 difficult enemies will spawn, but if you don't want to fight that, then you have to go through longer route, but you don't fight anything. On New Game Plus, you can go through the shorter route, because you will be powerful enough to handle it, but the speedrun, I don't want to fight when I don't need to. So this is gonna be faster. So yeah. Like, it's kind of amazing, right? Like, when you compare the border and the effects, I'm pretty sure that they are a little bit broken on emulation. Which, you don't see when you upscale the game in the original way like this. Like I said, I didn't really think that it would make that much of a difference until I played this game and compared, like, the way that I'm playing now plus an emulation. Come on, please don't Can I, like, have the cable different? I have mine? Nice. So yeah, like, it really does make a difference in the picture. Even though you see it a little bit crustier, it just looks way nicer when blended together. Again, like, the game wasn't supposed to be much upscaled because, like, yeah, 480 by 272. But yeah. Okay, have a nice dinner, Coco. I'm sorry that you're watching such a long category. Because, like, any percent would be way ahead. And I'm actually, like, narrating for the marathon because I really want people to appreciate the game as much as I do. And if I was sitting here in silence, I really, like, one of the things is that I really want to just bring the game closer to more people, and why I love it so much and why it's such a labor of love. Obviously, if you don't like Sword Art Online at all, then nothing that this game does will convince you, really. Unless you really like dungeon crawlers, but like, if you really hate Sword Art Online, which I do understand, some people don't like the harem, some people don't like, harem anime, or the way that Sword Art Online presents harem, right? But like, that's fine. I just really, want to just bring this, in my opinion, very underrated game closer, and to a game that actually really surprised me and introduced me to the intellectual property, and and it's just so it was just so much of an experience. Like, again, I didn't expect this to be this much. And not to mention that I love the battle system, and that it's basically a dungeon crawler. I still want to play Hollow Realization. I mean, I want to give it a chance. I know Hollow Realization is like more of an MMORPG. It's not much my thing, but I want to, in a weird way, actually kind of experience it. Even though it's a genre I don't like. Hold on. Huh? Alright, cool. Oh, yeah, that's one thing I would like to at least, give it a chance. I mean, at least say that I finished it. it's kind of, I kind of feel bad that I don't like the genre, but because the game is very good, that's always saddens me. But you know, I think I can like I think I can, you know, I can like just, you know, get through that. I think I just don't think about it too. Because I really liked, you know, when I tried it a little bit, but like it wasn't just my genre, so I don't know if I would enjoy it based on that fact. But it's a very good game. From what I played, like if you really like something like MMORPG, then I think you would enjoy the structure. But yeah, I gravitated towards Infinity Moment because dungeon crawler and the battle system, and yeah. Now I need the, now this one is kind of important last attack bonus, so forgive me if I stop speaking for a little bit. But it's not like, it's not completely necessary. It's a bow, but it is not big of a deal if I don't get it. It's a Hydra. This is an upgraded version, the Maelstrom of Trihead. It's the upgraded version of the Tempest of Trihead, and what this Hydra does is that be generally more stronger, and it has like paralysis attacks and like, you know, poison attacks, so you need to be careful. It also attacks with the tail, so yeah, that's also yeah, like here I'm gonna just like break out of the attack mode. Thank you, Shinon, for skill chaining these. And yeah, it does like the head attack, as you can see. So yeah, I just please don't fail me. Yeah, the reason that the parry didn't work there is because I was still under the effect of invincibility shield. Like I said, this game has a lot of little complexities that you have to pick up on, like, you know, and you pick up on when you play it. But yeah, I hope that you really appreciate the commentary, because like I honestly was like, you know, I was like debating how I should approach the marathon run, but you know, I decided that like it would be better to actually just like, you know, to be actually just you know, go a little bit, sometimes like, you know, pause for a bit and explain what's happening, so that, you know, the audience, like, you know, everyone can, like, you know, enjoy the game. And you know, even though it's much more difficult than if I didn't speak much. Yeah, I actually couldn't cleanse the paralysis because you know it was like it procced by the time that I did select the cleanse. So I mean you have to watch if you really want to cleanse that. You know, because like you have like 5 seconds or so and then you're gonna get paralyzed. I also watching Klein, I'm actually very scared because Klein is dying. And that's actually very scary. If Klein dies, it's game over. Yeah, Klein is like one of the main characters, so that's why he is marked as important. Okay, did I get it or did someone else get it? I think someone else got it. Oh, I got it, okay. This is a bow. I'm gonna give it to Shinon. Cool. There we go. So, okay. Klein. Yeah, I need to talk to Klein. Because that's the last point of, you know, Klein. Where he... Yeah, bro, I'm gonna get the quest. So, yeah, everything is going fine. So, which actually is, aside from occasional controller disconnects, but we need to talk to client to actually initiate the quest. So yeah, Klein is depressed, so we have to talk to him, and then he redirects us to Shinon, which is gonna be the final event of her, for her. Liz as well. Liz is Liz is actually like, you know, thinking about all of the times they spent together. And like, she's gonna, you know, make Kirito a great sword. And this sword is actually gonna be, you know, filled with her feelings for him. Like, Kirito just doesn't get why Liz is so focused here, but, you know, because, but like Liz is just basically thinking to herself because she loves him so much and she gives all of her feelings into the sword. So that's why she just, like, you know, like strikes the sword with such ferocity. It's a very, this scene always stirs me up because Liz is like very guilty about like liking Kirito because she knows that he has someone else, but she can't help herself. And instead of she tries to, like, you know, get her feelings into the sword that she is making for. So that's why, like, this always stirs me up because I am really weak in scenes like
この
this.
件はただあんたをあんたのことだけを思って
So yeah, she makes him sword that's called Lingering Heart, and it's a very red sword, and it's a special sword. You can actually use it. It has very
でき
special.
たわ
You can, it's not only you can upgrade it with whatever you want, like, you know, path. So like you can choose if you want dexterity, though you are still locked into a path. So like if you chose like strength, you can only upgrade strength, but that's like for all I'm enhancing. So you have to like lock your choice for that weapon. But it also has like very high you know, enhancement attempt count, like 10. And it has like very good base power, like 900. Well, even like the elucidator has like 800 something. So it's a very good sword. It's a very cool reward. You can even like, you know, equip. You know, if it doesn't show heat. Gets the dagger for. But yeah, that's the sword that she made for. Yeah, Asuna and and like Shinon shared the same floor for their final event. So. This thing. Disaster. Let me get Yui. Let me get Yui first. Cause like I really need to, you know. That's like part of the event. It's an actual. Like all of the events here. And she found like, you know, this kind of like, you know, working computer, and so gonna trigger this event. And she was attacked, you know, before she could decipher it, so that's why Kirito just like, you know, fended up the. And Shinon is gonna be saved first, and then we're gonna go with Asuna. I mean, technically, don't. Let me just get like Asuna first, because I'm gonna have Shinon for. Well, it doesn't matter because in this instance I'm gonna be teleported here anyway. I can just do. Because like after this event, then Shinon will you know, then Shinon will I will teleport back, so I will have to like go there multiple times anyway. So yeah, floor 80. Alright. So yeah, I'm gonna be like fulfilling this quest like right away. It's killed 13 of these skeletons. Again, I'm very grateful to ReallyReallyALongathon for allowing me to showcasing this, you know, favorite game of mine. I hope that even though this game is in Japanese and you know it's a little bit like by obscure, you are able to appreciate the game with me.
Nice.
これでどう？了解よ。行くわよ。
よし。ナイス。
Yeah, that's definitely something. Like I said, I really didn't believe how much difference would it make visually, but it really does. So yeah, like here I'm actually like killing 13 of these, you know, because this floor is centered around the undead and knights. Basically the lore of this floor is that there's a necromancer going through, you know, resurrecting all of the dead warriors, and you know they are actually disturbed by Kirito going to. Obviously, this is like, you know, meant to be as a, you know, game, you know, because they are effectively, the heroes are playing a video game, but I still like to, you know, present the lore as the, you know, heroes experience. Like, you know, we are, you know, I'm playing, like, I'm speedrunning a video game about people being and playing a video game. Being in and playing a video game. I mean, it's a deadly video game, but still.
了解よ。
スキルチャンスだ。
食らいなさい。
ナイス。
よっ。
スキルチャンスだ。
Two more.
これでどう？ナイス。
了解よ。
よし。ナイス。ナイス。 ナイス。
了解よ。
Anyway, we have completed the quest and we can move on. Hold on. I moved backwards, I'm sorry. So yeah, we're gonna be fulfilling 2 events here. Asuna and Shinon. It's such a good like, you know, I'm really surprised by all of the, you know, kind of like, you know, positivity. I'm gonna be getting 1 new weapon here. Again, this floor is like filled with undead, so you know, like you're gonna see a lot of knights and skeletons here. Also, in the remake, they made the full map kind of like not transparent at all, and it's kind of this, like this kind of like really awkward color combination, white and, you know, like pale blue, like the kind of like what is that, like azure or something like that. Like it's like kind of like really obnoxious like blue. I know it's like they wanted to make it like the show, but it really just makes the visibility awful. The contrast is just awkward and and like you like here you can perfectly clearly see the map, but then in the remake it's just gonna be blasted up and like blasted on like with this like you know, really over blue. With the new weapon, there we go. It's a little bit of an upgrade. Slightly down. It's gonna be like, it's like better in other areas. So yeah, even it doesn't have this color scheme. It's one of the reasons that I really don't. Also, the font is like the Sword Art Online show, but it's kind of, I mean, I don't really like it all that much in that game. I just prefer this like very simple and rounded font, really. And yeah, Shinon gets like it, you know, kind of like into danger, so. Now I need to go and get the higher potion, because I'm gonna be fighting like multiple waves of enemies. What is nice about round axle is that even though it has like less power, it actually hits like multiple enemies at once. I would say like, you know, the limit I would say is like 5 or 6. It's pretty nuts. So if you can get like huddle the enemies up, then you know you can get like, even though you get like less overall total power, it's just really good to hit everyone like here. And as you can see, the praise mechanic is disabled, so, because you don't have anyone to praise. So yeah, you have to be careful here because Shinon starts this battle injured, so she can die. Like it happens rarely, but it can. You just have to protect her or like try to protect her by misdirecting the dragon until she can heal.
Nice.
I misclicked here, I meant to refill SP.
Nice. Nice.
So yeah, and now Shinon is safe from Scarlet Disaster, and as a reward, even though she's embarrassed, she gives him a cake. She's very, very, she's very like, forget about what happened, like I don't even want anyone to find out. And if you tell anyone, you'll see. And she'll earn her ultimate. Minion howling. Now, it's a little bit like, because she will have the ultimate mixed in with her normal moveset. So that means she can randomly select it from the pool, and it usually like it's undesirable, but it can be a good like cleansing tool and stalling tool, but like it's generally like desirable more to just use her the DOTs. But that's like what like the negative quote unquote, and like that she can just use this at random. So that like you have like you have like more diluted skill pool. But it can have like uses. It generally like like the ultimates in this game work in this way that like they are undodgeable. You cannot dodge them, like they are like like you have like Tales of Mystic Arts. And you cannot dodge them once they happen, but like if you have like certain effects on you when they happen, then you can like you can like survive certain certain ultimates and all. So like it's really just like it's a good stalling strategy for you and the boss, and I actually prefer it over to just being able to dodge these ultimates, because in the remake they made the ultimates dodgeable, and I don't know how I feel about that. Like it feels kind of like it gets kind of cheap, because then you can just like run away from the ultimate, and it cannot, and since it's still kept the distance based hit rate, it just kind of like you see the enemy just like get this big ultimate and you are like 5 meters away. Like I said, it's kind of cheapens the impact. Here, Asuna. Anyway, oh, Asuna is like enjoying. Oh, you can see she was like enjoying. She was enjoying food. Like I love these little details. Like this game is chock full of them. She was just enjoying food. Like again, they didn't have to go through the extra mile, but they did, and it. Anyway. You can see why I love this game. It can be a little bit unorthodox, and you know, its battle system is not, like might not be everyone's cup of. I actually like the effort is insane. And now we do Asuna Squad. It's gonna be also a culmination, and there's gonna be a little bit of trivia I'm gonna talk about. So, come on, controller, please. It is synced again. That's... He just not connect and I don't know what that happens. It's annoying. Anyway, now before they can be wed again, then they had to defeat this knight as a proof of the oath. That was actually bad. I should have. Okay, cool. It missed. And I'm gonna be talking about this scene in a moment. Because it's one of my favorite pieces of trivia about this game. So, they are finally, you know, husband and wife again. You know, Asuna is just like blushing, like look at her. And you can see, I'm gonna talk about this scene in a moment. So yeah, it's a talk about like, you know, you just went before God and stuff. But I wanna point you out to this picture, right? So do you see this picture? It's a little bit different from all of the other pictures, right? Like it looks very different art style, and this is because based on, you know, the compression artifacts, this was originally meant to be, to my understanding and to my belief, a movie cutscene, an anime cutscene, because it's in the same style. But you know, due to either budget issues or production issues, they couldn't make it happen. Like it makes sense that they would want to animate this moment because, you know, very iconic, you know, iconic couple just. And so this was originally meant to be a movie cutscene, and as evidenced by the compression artifacts and the art style used for the you know, everything. But for whatever reason they weren't able to do it. So you get this still frame that's way different art style wise. The remake actually just like replaced this frame with like, you know, another vector art, and I actually really do like the movie cutscenes art style. So it actually saddened me that they made it that. I understand why they did it, because they redid everything else in the vector style. But you know, it's really a shame, especially since, as you could see from the movie anime cutscenes, the anime cutscenes were very well animated. So yeah, that's the, and now that they are like, you know, husband and wife, and you know, and Kirito has you know, the ring again. Please, control. I'm gonna go with Asuna back, and you know, I'm gonna just big Shin. Like, I just really don't want to deal with Asuna, especially during the mini boss. So yeah, that's actually really, that was my favorite pieces of trivia. Like, I've been struggling. I've been meaning to make videos about like the games that I really enjoy. But like I really struggled with video editing and content creation because I usually really struggle, especially with video editing. It's really more difficult than it. But if I ever get around to do it, which I really want to, then because I really want to showcase the remake and the original and stuff, then I really want to showcase why this game, even though it might not be for like everyone, and I think it has like, you know, the merits in the way that it's presented and how much of a labor of love this was. Obviously, you cannot convince, like, you know, you cannot convince everyone like you have to play this or any of this superlative like that, but I was able to appreciate this game for, you know, what it is and for the quirkiness that it has, and you know, I think that some other people might enjoy that too. So like, you know, I wanted to showcase, because this game is very much overshadowed by its remake, and because the remake was localized, this wasn't not, and it was like released at the tail end of the PSP. So you know, very much underappreciated, especially since you know, as Sword Art Online is very popular, and as with any popular IP, you have very diverse fandom. Like, some people are more reasonable than others, and having sometimes discussions can get very heated. So you know, it's really a shame, in my opinion. Yeah, the video editing is really just the worst, especially if you want to sync, if you want to showcase like two pieces of footage, and like both of them run at different frame rates, and you want to show the exact moment. Like, this is the worst thing ever. Like, recording the footage for a game and voiceover is not all that bad, but like, you know, showcasing differences, like, you know, side by side is the worst. Like, I've been meaning to actually do for two games just the comparison, how the remakes were rushed and all. But like, you know, that alone fact, and the fact that it just like, you know, it is so harder to sync that it looks. It just like, you know, it really, even making like couple minutes was just like a struggle, especially since you have a lot of things to cover. So yeah. But if I ever get you know, around like and get good at it, then I will publish, because I really think, that even if like people just might not like my personality or whatever, I really want to showcase and at least give these games some exposure that they need to, especially in an age where like, you know, they're remaking everything and not caring about, like, you know, if the remake is even of acceptable quality. Then, you know, I think this is neat. Because, like, I think people's work should be recognized if they, like, work hard on it, which on this game you can definitely see the big effort, like, from the way this game looks, from the way this game is balanced around, and the mechanical, you know, like, cohesion, and how it's, you know, tied together, how it doesn't, like, one mechanic doesn't overshadow the other, how, like, every single mechanic has, like, you know, pluses and minuses. Even though it culminates in a relatively easy game, it's very well put together. Definitely you can see the passion and like, you know, the hard work, you know. And, you know, the studio had like, what, like 40 people, 50 people at that time? Very small studio. Come on, please don't be sick. Again, yeah, I'm not gonna probably submit this speedrun. I just want to iron out the technical issues, but like, I'm so like, I do have another controller. If it just gets me annoyed enough, like I never had like that. But I do have a spare. I always like try to have a spare in case something breaks. But yeah, that's basically why. I honestly even felt bad about it sometimes, because like I honestly don't want to because like drama is really just like a lot more quote unquote accepted. I don't want to see. I just, you know, hate this remake because I hate that it's a remake. I usually don't dislike remakes just because they're different. I just really dislike remakes that were like, you know, or either rushed and are replacing the original, or just were like uncaring from the publishers. You know, and they, like I said, and they are meant to be replacements for you know, pieces of media like people, you know, previous like developments team worked hard on. You know, especially since video games are tricky medium to preserve. You know, since emulation, unless it's like, you know, done really well and for one specific case with, you know, and very carefully, then it can result in a subpar experience. So it's definitely a tricky thing, and I definitely didn't think I would be ever in this situation, but you know, I seem to like, you know, kind of like gain an appreciation for like, you know, small endeavors, or like endeavors like this, when you can definitely see the passion and effort of the developers. You can even you know, pick a thing or two about game design, and you notice this more. Especially since, like, you know, you don't really notice good game design until the good game design breaks in some way, and you can definitely feel that in the remake of this game, that the design just broke. Even casually, it's just like a really horrible experience comparatively, because if you try to play it, like, I mean, you can play it as the game tells you how you should play it, but like, it's very easy to just like, you know, I don't know, like, play it too well, because the mechanics got super broken. Like, even if here I'm pushing the game to its limit, I'm still playing within the confines of like the you know, with the game design framework. So even though I'm actually having, like, you know, relatively easy time with it, I'm still not like doing something that would be considered unintended or game. Because, you know, the game actually tells you how, like, that this is how you should play it. You should like use your skill set to your fullest, and you should react to your enemy. And I'm not doing anything that would exploit, you know, that would exploit that to an absurd degree. And you will see that in the final battle, because I will have to actually use all of the party members and lean into their strengths and weaknesses. Even though, like, the main idea and main goal with Kirito will be similar and, like, you know, the same, but the way that the party members interact will influence the fight, or fights actually.
Nice.
And, you know, you don't really do anything outside of the confines of the game, how it was designed. And whereas if you play the remake, you definitely can tell you weren't supposed to, like, stun lock every boss so that they don't do anything. But you can do that, and it's very easy to do so, because the game, like, allows you to do that. Even though the game tells you you should be playing it as the way that I'm playing Infinity Moment, but you don't really. You just stun lock everything too. And that's like, you know, that's in my opinion a broken game design, because the game doesn't intend for you to play this way, considering the tutorials and how it's set up, but that's how it plays.
Nice.
Whereas I'm not doing anything the game wouldn't tell me during its tutorial. Like, I'm still reacting to enemies and using the skills that I've learned.
Nice. スキルチャンスだ。くらえ。よっ。いけ。
Yeah, see, I actually mistimed the parry incorrectly, and I just got punished for it. So yeah, we're gonna go to the labyrinth. And hold on, Lost Soldier. I don't have anything, right? Let's just do a stoma. I actually forgot she don't get the bow. I'm gonna give her the bow like before the boss. So yeah, as you can see, this dungeon is about, like, you know, just progressing by opening switches. And filled with undead, like the whole floor. You can even see this undead priest here. Don't worry, there's gonna be much more, like, you know, defined floors. It's not like, you know, even with, like, you know, going through a certain path and stuff. But yeah, like, some of the floors, like these labyrinth floors, are more involved than others. Yeah, it's we're gonna like have, right, then we okay, then we're gonna go and save Strea here. So yeah, we saved Strea from this, and she's very grateful. Like, it definitely seems a little bit odd that Strea would constantly go and put herself in danger, but you know, she has a purpose. You know, she haven't told anyone the purpose yet. But yeah, they definitely feel it's a, like, even Kirito feels it's a little bit Strea gets always like in like danger situation for no reason. gosh, like my throat is so. I haven't even like, you know, I'm gonna drink some.
いよいよか。
Anyway, it's very exhausting, especially talking about everything, focusing. We are about like halfway done. But like it's not done because there's gonna be like, you know, 6 bosses. Yeah, this is a very different, like very
キリト
the very, this is a special, you know, made by her, you know, like I really like this design, to be fair. Like I do like the green red colors. This one, let me just see if I, yeah,
攻略
this one has one of the chaos armor sets, if I remember correctly. Let me just try to, this one is like the, this one is the one of the skeleton, yeah, this is the king of skeletons, skeleton king. But yeah, I'm actually happy. Everything is going okay so far. The King of Skeletons, I don't think he summons enemy. I think he might. I know that the Emperor of Death does, but oh yeah, and he can poison you. In all events, how does it change from any percent? Well, any percent you do only one ending. In the all events you do the final fight 6 times. So it's very much punishing, yes. Because you do the final fight, like the very punishing final fight, you know, multiple times. So you have to focus for the whole duration. It is definitely much more punishing, especially because you will use different party members who have different, like, you know, attack patterns and different AI priorities. So you have to actually adapt and change your strategy, like, you know, to accommodate for their to accommodate for their, you know, pattern. Like it's not gonna look like hyper drastically different. It's just more of like this subtle, you know, these subtle, like, you know, cogs, I would say, that like you would have to adjust your playstyle toward. Because some characters allow you to have more leeway than others. So you have to be more or less careful depending on character and how can you push fighting with. Push the fights with. It's very much one of my favorite things, and the reason that I wanted to do this category so much, even though any person is just like a very punishing, you know, very punishing helpful, because even though this is like 6 times more difficult comparatively, I think like it necessitates a whole like, you know, reload just for marathon and round safety. Like it's, but I'm gonna talk about the specifics unless you really want me to. I'm gonna talk about the specific during the final fights themselves. So I'm not gonna be talking too much, so maybe I should explain that. But like, I really want to kind of like, you know, say that as it happens, like so you have the context. So if you want me to say it, I'm gonna like, you know, try to explain to the best of my knowledge. So come on, really? Like, I don't even know why the controller does that. I don't even know why. Like, please, please, please. So yeah, I honestly like that. Like, not to mention, I mean, I have it connected. I have it connected, so like, I mean, I could like swap a controller. This one is more comfortable for me. I have a DualShock 3. I mean, it's like less comfy to hold, but like I do, but like I have it connected by USB. Definitely annoying that it happens. Maybe it like draws like more than it can charge, but I never had this happen. That also could be it, but like I never had this. Maybe I could like change the cable, I do. So this one is bravest. I'm just like, you know, surprised that it just like, you know, has like these issues. Because like I used this controller like at the previous Longathon without issue. Yeah, it definitely is a little bit. If it gonna gets too bad, I'm gonna just like, you know, use the other controller that I have as a backup. Yeah. Oh my god, I got it, nice. Yes. Yeah, that's the Felice. That's actually the case with this category too. 6 times more. Yeah, if I lose the focus for a second, then yeah, like I can actually lose the run. Because like every final fight attempt is like half an hour. Like it's a very punishing gauntlet. Just say like, okay, need to focus for events. Just hold on. I need to focus on events. I'm gonna tell you how it was. What necessitated the reroute to make this possible, and you know how it's gonna impact the fight. But let me just tell us already. So alright. Now we're gonna get to Asuna. Hey Yui! And Yui gave us the nice little thingies as memento. Hello. But yeah, that is definitely still the case. You know, in practice it happened even with the new strats. Because I'm not only like very much underleveled, but also I don't have the top of the line equipment. So I had to be very creative to make this even possible. And even still, I can die if I just lose focus. Like the final fight will be very hectic. You know, comparatively everything. You know, and it's not like these fights are super easy. So anyway, Elizabeth is here, and she wanted to give Kiri to Arbor. So this is the complete book that they made, and you know, and And like, you know, Liz is just like, you know, hey, I want to give you a gift. But like, you know, close your eyes.
いい行くわよ
Here I go. And he didn't close his eyes. Anyway, Kiritoru, Agile Asunafu. So, this is gonna be definitely still the case. Right? Like, it doesn't get any easier. Like, this is honestly so bad that without the readout, this would be impossible. Like, quite literally impossible. It's so insane, in fact, that even casual players had issues with the final fight. And the response they got from another, you know, player got, the response they got is that, like, you know, you should just like grind and get the best equipment. I'm not gonna do either of those two things. So, you know, it's gonna be very dangerous. And every death is like 30 minutes down the drain. I really wish that. So, I really wish that the controller stopped being like such a like, you know, picky bastard. It's just like these things for a little bit. Don't know why. It's connected. It even shows that it's charging. Like, I haven't replaced the battery on the DualShock 4. It might be the battery going back. But, you know, I'm gonna deal with this unless it's gonna be absolute. Like, I'm gonna try different cables if I get, like... It's just kind of weird. You know, happening all of a sudden. Oh yeah, this is a beautiful scene. I'm gonna let this play a little bit. Oh yeah, so like, you know, Yui had the idea they should play, they should do family roleplay, which means they're gonna play like, I'm a mother and you are a child, and if I'm, yeah, and like, you know, they're gonna do that with like all of the characters. So if I you know, if I remember this scene correctly. Oh yeah, this is the scene. Yeah. So like, Yui had the idea there that everyone should just play family, and Yui is gonna be like, you know, he is gonna be like, I don't know like how it is, but like, Yui is gonna be the older sister, and everyone else is gonna be younger, including, you know, the teenage girls, which it's gonna be very hilarious. Like, I'm gonna let this scene play because you can like replay events in this game, sadly. Otherwise I would wait until the end of the run, but this is too precious. Oh yeah, this is the little sister, by the way. So like, you know, this is gonna be like ages like 4 and like pretend ages 4 and 5 and it's so... This is just... Hey. Like, this is so funny. Because like, you know, Yeah, like, you know, it's Yui that's trying to be, you know, the pirate and stuff.
外から帰ってきたら
It's just so sweet and wholesome.
何や
And then Lisbeth is gonna be even younger
三女
than that, like, that 4 years old.
なるほど
And she's like goes with it, just why
リズの
not?
三女だからねもう役まで
So, you know.
タッコ
Rizu?
ちょっとくっつきすぎよ
And just like, Asuna is trying to just like ease Kirito into it.
甘えパパあのね取引屋で取引されてる
Yeah.
8万コルのレア鉱石が欲しいな
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And like the best thing will be last, honestly.
リズちゃんは本当
I just burst
に
laughing.
さんですね
Yeah.
よしリズちゃんはいい子ですね甘えたくなったらいつでもこうしてあげますからね
I had like the cutscene percent of this, and I was just like, I had like, you know, Japanese person in my chat, like, and he had so much fun. Or she, I don't know if they were like he or she, but they had so much fun. it's just like something, it's just something out of left field sometimes, and it's so
リズ
funny.
さんみんな何してるのおままごと四女が来たわよさあさあこっちこっち私もやるの
Am I gonna be like, you know, the aunt?
問答無用の強制参加よ今ならキリとパパとユイママに甘えたい放題の特典付き甘えたい放題ほらリーファちゃんそんなところにいないでママのところにいらっしゃいうんそういうことなら私も
like she's just thinking it's so kind of like okay, and then she comes.
みんな晩ご飯ができましたよ
Everyone.
わーい今日のご飯何かな今日はリーファちゃんの大好きなラグーラビットのシチューですよやったーママの作るシチュー私大好きママはこの料理でパパのハートを射止めたんですよえキリトくんゆいちゃんじゃなくてママその話はちょっと恥ずかしいというかあそれは本当のパパとママの話でしたママはパパとラブラブで羨ましいな私パパの隣の席がいいですそれなら私は左隣もらうもん
I just have like how everyone is just like weirded out by this.
もうみんな真面目におままごとしてくださいなるほどなるほどそれなら私はパパの膝の上にそれはさすがに認められませんはいはいみんな喧嘩しちゃダメですよパパとママの言うこと聞いていい子にしてくださいねはいそれじゃあみんなでいただきますしましょういただきます
Itadakimasu.
具だくさんでとっても幸せですこれは
Oh no, yeah, here it
どういう
comes.
状況シノノンも一緒にどうとっても楽しいですよシノンさん楽しいですよ
You have so much fun.
うん
And she knows it's like, oh my
Sure.
god.
入れてもらってもいいかしら
Like so
どう
weird.
ぞどうぞシノンさんは 一番下の妹ですか。気がついたら私ずいぶんお姉ちゃんになっちゃいました。
Yeah, like they just like thinking about what to do with Chino, right? Because like everyone is younger, right?
そもそも私たち何歳の設定よ。私7歳くらいのつもりでした。そうなると私は4歳とか。
Yeah, I'm like 4?
じゃあシノンさんは赤ちゃん役ですね。
And Chino's gonna be a baby. Like, oh my god. Like I just lost it at this point. When I first played it, I lost it.
シノンちゃん、ママが抱っこしてあげまちゅね。
This is just so silly.
それはさすがに。
It's just like, Shino, this is so embarrassing, come on.
おー、よしよし、いい子いい子。アスナ。
And just like, Hatsuna, please help me.
シノナ、頑張って。赤ちゃんになりたい。
Shino, you can do it. Find you in a baby. Yeah.
そんな。
Yeah, please do it, Shino. Find you in a baby.
はい、シノンちゃんもそろそろご飯の時間でちゅよ。おっぱい欲しいでちゅか。
And like, Shino is just gonna force it so hard.
バブー。
Yeah. This moment is speed. Shino is just like making baby sound. I just lost it at this point.
よくやったわ、シノナ。すっごく可愛い赤ちゃんだったよ。まあ、次、私にシノちゃんを抱っこさせてください。死ぬほど恥ずかしい。
And she's so embarrassed by this. Yeah. Like.
はい、それじゃあ、そろそ
And
ろ。
that was the scene. Like everyone had so much fun
でも
and enjoyed themselves. I had to. That scene deserved to be shown. Asuna. Hey, Asuna. Yeah, go to Asuna to her home. My god. Beautiful. Absolutely stunning. So silly. And so funny.
キリト。
Again, this was the scene where I completely lost it. Okay, hold on. Need to focus. Time from funny scenes and teleport. Cool. I think I know what I've got. It's nothing like important. You know, to get the last of the bonus. I think I know what I got. Anyway, yeah, Asuna needs. And oh yeah, I'm gonna see if I actually got the orc fangs. Because now we have to go and report the orc fangs. I didn't accept the quest, hold up. No. No. That's that one. Yeah. Have it. Has to be one. Yeah, I actually wrote this in. I didn't get anyone? Like I refuse to believe I got like I didn't get any more. See. No, I didn't get a single one, really? Actually really weird. Like I usually get at least one. Hold on. Like I refuse to believe that. I didn't get a single orc fan. This is like, wow. That's some astonishingly bad adding. I didn't get a single one. I killed like 5 orcs and didn't drop a. This is astonishing. Yep. Yeah, that's why you have beta testers testing your products. So, to be perfectly clear, even nowadays we have like very much malfunctioning garbage. And like, you know, companies that invest millions into malfunctioning products. So, you know, this is not like out of the ordinary at all. Anyway, we need to go to the home. And yeah, this scene. We had like funny scene, but now, the moment where Kirito becomes a dumbass. Or like emotional dumbass. So like you have this, you have like this free time with your wife on a secluded home. Right? And like, you know, Asuna, they just have like, you know, some fun time here. And then like, you know, they're just gonna go and visit some sakura trees like here. Like look at this. This is like gorgeous background. Again, these backgrounds are hand painted. They are not vectors, unlike in the remake. So you can definitely see like the brush strokes and all. And now, since they, you know, after they've been like enjoying sakura trees, then they're just like, you know, Asuna here is just like you know, kind of like trying to tell him something. And like, you know, she's even blushing, you know, she's like, you know, making this very obvious. And she's like, you know, now that we have like, you know, we did like, you know, so much fun time, like what should we do? And Kirito goes, I kid you not. Kirito goes, well, I should just go to sleep. And like Asuna's like, what the? Like, that's she definitely didn't expect this reaction. Like I was just like, this is the moment where you just, if you have any emotional intelligence at all, you just face desk, right? And just Asuna is completely just like, you know, in disbelief that this happened. And yeah, he effectively gets to sleep too, just like, he effectively just falls asleep. Like, it's just completely emotionally tone deaf. Yeah, like, he's like sleeping too, and just like Asuna, just like, what the heck? And Kirito's like, what? Kirito is even like saying, Asuna, what? Like, this... You can't even hear the disappointment. And even the sad music plays during it. Like, this is so... I'm not even like, you know, disappointed. I'm just like, you know, face this king in disbelief.
いいよ。でもいつでも私に相談してね。
So yeah, she kind of like has to like ease him into it.
何キリト君。
I mean, it will eventually work. It's just that, you know, like when as soon as I saw that reaction, I was just like, ah.
キリト、確かに SAO
So
だからこそゲーム
yeah,
をクリそんなに
I mean the scene is pretty sweet, but like the preceding is just like, yeah.
二人で戦わない。そばにいる私のことちゃんと見て感じて。
Yeah, I just wanted to showcase this scene because
キリト君、ずっと一緒だよ。キリト君。
because clearly the Sakura trees and, you know, the romantic mood wasn't enough. I mean, she had to, you know, try a different tactic.
優しいね。
Mm.
キリト君、ぎゅーっとして
It eventually worked.
暖かくて気持ちいい。キリト君の匂いと音がする。ねえ、私の音も聞いて。私を愛してね。あ、キリト君、そこは。あ、ダメ。
And yeah, you get this scene.
おはよう、キリト君。
I don't think that there need to be said any more words. I think everyone just understands what happened. Yes, again. One thing that the remake did that was actually kind of very questionable is that the remake actually made the pet scenes able to be done with everyone, which was done apparently or supposedly because of management demands, because of you know, because like fan service or whatever. Despite this would make Kirito look like a cheating bumhole. So, like, honestly, I'm not. That's like one of the new features that the remake did. It just made like the, you know, the bad scenes with everyone, and I do mean everyone. It's just kind of like, yeah, that's. I don't know how I would feel about that, honestly. I never actually even did the scenes because that requires you to engage in the talking minigame, which is absolutely kind of, it wasn't really well done at all. So like, you know, I actually don't know how I would feel about that. And fun fact, in Fractured Daydream, right, when you go into the Hollow Fragment section, the remake, the bed scenes with all of the characters that the remake added is its own separate memory unlock. So, you know, as if to saying that this was the selling point of the remake. You know, that's kind of... And I don't really know how to feel about it. Especially since you have, like, clearly established story with this and, you know, even characters being, you know, that way, and then just, then you just add, like, you know, sex scenes for fan service, I suppose. Like, it's not like real, like, sex scene, but, you know, you get what I'm trying to say. So, you know. Rethink this? So, yeah, that's one of the issues that also I don't really think that the remake did all that well. I mean, yes, fan service, but, like, yeah, it definitely is not, like, tactful or anything. It was like kind of tacked on. So yeah, that's one thing that don't really think that, and I don't know if like anyone like, you know, I think like the general fan base like, you know, like that idea, but like, you know, I don't think like it just didn't sit well with me, especially since, you know, like I really got invested into the story and like, you know, how it was like presented. And you know, it just didn't sit well with me that you have like, you know, just sex scene just because. Like that's the entire, like that's the one of the half of the selling point. Like one thing is persona, right? Like when you have like, you know, scenes and all, and that's kind of like, you know, its thing. But then when you have like clearly established like, you know, couple and stuff, that's kind of gets a little bit peevy, I would say. Anyway, since I didn't get the orc fangs, I'm just gonna go get them, I suppose. You know, we need to hunt some orcs. And to be clear, I don't mind stories where, you know, the point is to be like, you know, the protagonist is cheating. I actually do like one of the it's like I actually like the School Days and Shiny Days visual novels about like cheating and all, like School Days especially. But those stories are specifically made in mind, or like specifically written around the fact that like, you know, you can make the main character cheat. There is like a non-cheating option in like School Days, but it's like a very run-of-the-mill, you know, ending, and like, you know, that's not what like, you know, people would enjoy School Days for. Like, the point of School Days and the visual novel is like to see how far you can push the envelope, how well you can like, you know, make, you know, everyone in the characters just like, you know, lose their mind and like, you know, be screwed because of your actions. It actually makes you feel like, you know, very guilty for doing so, but that's like the main draw of School Days. Like, that's the whole point, right? Like, I don't mind stories where the main character is cheating on, you know, their significant other. But, you know, I really think that like in here in Sword Art Online, especially with the way that the story is framed, I really think it just not only cheapens the impact, but it's kind of like, I don't know, it just doesn't sound well with me. Like, it's something that shouldn't just be there, you know? Like, yes, like, you know, the kisses and all that, and like, yeah, that's fine, but like, you know, straight up bedroom scenes? That's something that I just like I said, it definitely was like tacked on to the remake because like I said, I heard, I don't know how true it is that it was like management demanding this feature to be implemented, because not the developers or, you know, the like, you know, who else was there, like the main, I don't know, like the author just like didn't really want it to, but like it was pushed because of marketing. And so that kind of would explains why it's just kind of tacked on. I never like really engaged in those, you know, in like, you know, just like unlock these scenes, because really I just really never felt the need to. I mean, maybe if I wanted to do completionist's sake, but and then we gonna get the joy, um, yeah, I'm not sure if it's true or not. It's just something I've read. You can like read so many things on the internet, and without asking the developers directly, I really can't say. But you know, that's something just I've heard. Yeah, and I didn't get a single fan. I just got one drop. I beaten like multiple orcs and I didn't get a single drop. So I will be doing, if this doesn't drop, I will be doing the rest of the dungeon. Just because the game wants to make fun of me, it dropped immediately. Like, this game is just, you know, this game is just laughing at me at this. Yeah, basically. Like, I killed like 6 orcs and none of them dropped the fang. Like, the orcs that I've killed are the same orcs. It's not like a specific orc, they are the same orcs. So we went to the Cave of Shame just for the game to humiliate. And again, this is why I really do like speedrunning this game if I get like, you know, the time. Because like I really just do like how, you know, despite its simplicity, it's very technical, and even you have the hefty dose of RNG. Need to make sure that I get like, there's gonna be a dagger. Should I even go for the dagger though? Might not be. Like I'm tempted to go for it. It's not necessary to be perfect here, but because my point of reference is this antlion. But I guess it's like, hey, it's not. Oh, it's fine. I don't think I need a dagger though. We now be jumping into hole. Hopefully I don't screw up this puzzle. Oh yeah, here it's in the second. It's better. And I still didn't give Shin on the bow. Like, I mean, at this point, I'm probably not gonna give her the bow. We're just gonna wait until she gets her upgraded one later on. Like, this bow is not essential by any means, because she gonna be replacing the bow in like 2-3 floors. I could have got, you know, given it to her. He even has a bow, and will have a bow that matches her color scheme, which is my favorite. Because yes, even the bows are like different, based on the function. You know, so like she will get like a bow that's similar to her color scheme. Oh, I'm not in battle. I was like, why am I not attacking? I'm not in battle mode. And if you're wondering, yeah, are those levels that I'm getting gonna be enough for the final boss to be completely safe? No. Not by a long shot. Those extra levels are basically for some, like, you know, extra edge case when you can like survive for the normal endgame encounters. But like, you know, it's still not gonna make the final fights easier or anything. It's like very exhausting. Anyway, we're gonna be killing this scorpion here. This is a very different, as you can see, this is very different. You know, and like this room, you can only see in the main game, I think, only once, and it's this really gritty little, you know, pyramid-looking thing. Some of these rooms you just see only, like, you know, once or twice. Yeah, see that this scorpion can also zoom and poison you. That's less desirable. You know what? We poison you as well. Poison. Again, I would heal that, but you know, I cannot, like, you know, I don't really need to. I have plenty of health. When it gets really heavy, when you have like less health than that, or in the final dungeon, that's also when it gets pretty hairy. Because you have like fast attacking enemies that can apply double poison, and then your you know, then they keep attacking you while you're poisoned, so your health will drain very fast. Again, this run does, this dungeon has a gimmick where if you don't get seen by the end lions, you get a reward. And even though it's very easy because of the sneaking thing, I'm not gonna be needing any of those rewards. I was like unsure if I equipped like the, you know, the pieces of equipment I was supposed to. No, like at first, like I said, I was trying to be like, this is gonna be extra serious speedrun, but like I said, as more and more I'm like, trying to just like, explain all of the mechanics and even some of my favorite story segments, then I just decided, you know what, screw just being super extra serious. I'm just gonna, take the extra time to actually like, just explain stuff. And especially we may have like the technical difficulties. I just hope that the console doesn't get turned off again. If it would be horrible if it turned off in the middle of saving. Because again, this game has only one save file that it constantly saves too, for the diegetic experience. But, games do not generally like if you turn them off, like when they save. Last recollection, meanwhile, it's not diegetic at all. It's basically standard. You have both auto saves and manual saves. Like again, this is basically part of the design. Kirby here. Please have these fangs. I had to kill like 2 extra orcs for. Again, my estimate is a little like little more conservative, but I'd rather finish on time. I have basically the extra time if the final fights go badly, or any of the other fights, because that's like multiple minutes down the drain. Okay, this one is a little bit scary. This was like a innocent looking bug. It does poison and paralysis. But yeah, I'm gonna be trying. Oh my god, why do I have that selected? Yeah, an SP minus. Minus is like annoying because instead of like your SP like decreases, as I said. I will be trying to get the item from this, though this one is not like that necessary, but if I get it, it would be extra cash or elemental resistance, which has slightly better stats, so I could forgo the rabbit cape or the elemental cape. Also, I would like to point out, if you maybe you noticed already, but when I use the like AI commands menu, you can see this little bouncy smiley. Then I always really liked that detail, like speaking, and it's just so cute. The remake doesn't have anything like this. It just has generic buttons without any of the flair. So it's just buttons. They are labeled what they do, but still, it doesn't have anything like this. Yeah. Not sure why they got rid of that. It was a nice flair. Oh my god. You might have noticed I used something like a weapon bash, and you might be asking, newbie, why don't you use this more often? This cancels an enemy attack, no? Yes, this cancels an enemy attack. However, it costs 50 SP, and you will lose SP for it, and they will usually follow it immediately by another attack. So it's only good for very specific situations where you really need to have that opening. And you still have to wait for the cooldown to reset. Like, it's not like useless, far from it. It's actually very useful, but it's not something that you should really spam. Because you not only have to be on the defensive and make the opening, but also you have to constantly attack too. So you have to juggle between using attacks and just like interrupting an enemy, or even getting the invincibility. Because you cannot parry when you're using invincibility, so it's like a trade-off. You will be invulnerable, including your partner, but like you really need to be careful, because like you could gain something by parrying. It's basically for emergency situations like this, where you need to toss a potion. Or yeah, that I wasn't. I did press this too early. Ah, that was too. Like, oh my god. I really wanted the last attack bomb. I'm still under effect of paralysis, and I blew my my paralysis cleanser. Okay, I got the elemental cape, nice. And as you can see with this battle system, even though the fights might seem easy, you really have to, pay attention to what you're doing, otherwise you won't create an opening and be able to attack. The final fights will be all about that. So, cooking competition. Shinon made a simple hamburger, and because I like Shinon, I'm just gonna pick Shinon's dish. It's just like they got this boar meat, and they needed to do something in it, like because it was like really good meat, and Asuna just did some cooking, and Strea did some cooking, and basically everyone cooked something, and Chinon cooked a hamburger. Yeah, that's what cooks Strea. That doesn't look edible, but she thinks it's yummy. Now I'm gonna pick Shinon. Make her happy.
よし
You have this
それじゃ
feast.
1位も決まったところで早速みんなで食おうぜ
Like, look at all of this food. And I really like how Pina is just sitting on Silica's head. Ren now is going to Kirito's room to actually tell him that how, you know, anxious she feels and nervous. Like something doesn't really, something like bothers her, something that she cannot really explain. And Kirito's like, you know, Kirito's like very supportive of her. But like, yeah, that's what Strea is wondering about. Then she slept like, you know, with him in the same room, and then Asuna came. So he had to explain stuff. Little wing. Blue feathers. Like, as I'm approaching the, you know, the end game, I'm dreading everything. Because I know how insane these fights will be. So drained. Where's she? She's here at the central. I need to stretch a little bit. As much as I can, given my, you know, disability.
よし
Okay, done. So yeah, sketching on so that we can get into through the floor 88. Gonna arrange. Okay, cool. 11 hours should, like 10 hours should be enough, but you know, I think I will have some overhead as long as I don't. I have basically overhead for like 1 or 2 fights going on
何
with the final fight. And even then, I'm not even at the end game yet, so. So we are arriving at floor 88. This is also one of my favorite floors, at least aesthetically, but like both for this area and because it's like really, you know, dark and like eerie and like kind of fantasy like, you know, kind of like fairy tale fantasy like. You know, aside from these flowers. Gosh, like I'm so hungry. I would love to like, you know, just like take a small break to eat something, but I cannot. Like I really know how this game can you know, can just be mean, and I really don't want to go overestimate because you know it really, especially the end game, it has some pretty awful encounters. Especially the final dungeon, which is like a boss gauntlet, you know, back to back. So yeah, here is the guy request, Little Wings. I'm gonna be gathering, it's a guy request, so it's RNG, and I'm gonna be gathering these flowers. We just go here. Two out of 4 is not bad. So I'm actually hoping for good RNG here, at these junctures. Like you have 3 spots. I had this happen, where like I checked all of the 3 spots and I only got 3 out of 4, so I had to come back. Yeah, I didn't want to kill this flower, but I already initiated the battle, so. Really? Okay, there's one spot. There's like 3 spots though. Okay, cool. Got the good RNG. you can tell that this really, drained me out of all of my energy, but I still will be going on. Again, I'm so happy that I could get another opportunity to showcase this, kind of, like I said. Hold on. Okay, cool. They have technical difficulty. We go, please. There we go. I'm really sorry for all of the technical difficulties. Didn't expect them. Like, since, like stuff I can just do full, like, run without any issue. Genuinely not sure. But anyway. This, this, mid-dungeon labyrinth has... This mid-dungeon labyrinth has two big bosses that you need to defeat in order to open the center. So as you can see, this is themed for, after the night. And you even have some red knights here, which are more aggressive. And yeah, you will just go there and kill the I really like that. This is like something that I haven't been able to, like, just like I don't think I ever talked this much during a marathon. Like I feel so incredibly exhausted from talking. Not to mention that I just would like to eat something, but I really. Oh yeah. See, I let my okay, cool. Let my guard down for 1 second, and this happened. So yeah, like. Anyway, yeah, don't forget to actually open this and destroy this crystal. It happened to me more than once that I just defeated Knight and left. So yeah, don't forget to actually open the door and leave. And like, touch the crystal and leave. And then we're gonna go to the other side. Yeah, like, I know. I just, you know, I just want to, like I said, I really feel that if I, you know, just didn't keep up the commentary, then, you know, because like I said, every single dungeon has some interesting gimmick that I would like to talk about. Especially since in this game the dungeons are all unique. They're unique, own little unique gimmick. It's honestly why I do like it so much. Again, it really shows real effort and, you know, to bring this, you know, the source material to a video game. Okay, I really, I'm so hungry. I really feel like I should just eat at least a soup, but I would have to leave because I'm you know, disabled. It would take me way more than like a healthy person. And you know, I just really okay. Yeah, this is kind of difficult, by the way, because hold on. If now.
Nice.
了解よ。体力に気をつけて。
スキルチャンス。サンキ
食らいなさい。
ュー。ナイス。ナイス。スキルチャンス。
My God.
行くわよ。
スキルチャンスだ。
下がって。やられたわね。
ナイス。
Yeah, now Shinon died. I thought I pressed the like, you know, healing button. Apparently not. Thankfully you don't lose too much progress. But yeah, like the I don't think I've ever like commentated with this much vigor for this long. I'm actually like really I'm actually really just like exhausted from just doing that. I need to focus. You know, you just saw what happened if I just don't focus for a sec. Game is easy, but you have to focus on the game. Otherwise, the game will kick you out. And in the final fight, this is gonna be 10 times worse. Eight 1000 HP is fine. Don't worry about it, this is fine. Okay, cool. That was like really painful. Yeah, we're gonna go back and beat the dragon in center. So yeah, this is gonna be a dragon. Gonna be slightly stronger version of the of the zombie dragon. Necro dragon.
よしナイス
Capri Fire. Faster. And once again, I really want to make, you know, point out like the real great texture work, like the rotten flesh, and you know the high detail of the models themselves.
ナイススキルチャンスだやっ食らいなさい
I'm embarrassed to admit, but like the Necro Dragon killed me more than one. Like, but yeah. You need to kill this man. Gluttony Rafflesia. Rafflesia.
いけナイス行こうよスキルチャンス
Yeah.
だけど
Basically, yeah. Like the PSP screen gets tiny. Even if you have a little bit of blur, you know, you have to remember that the the models themselves are of a higher detail.
スキルチャンスだけど
If we don't count, the texture themselves. So they are very high polygon models. Especially high polygon for the PSP. Like if you look at Hack Link, the game that I speedrun earlier in the marathon, you can definitely see that the models have less polygon. And the environments are tinier. It's the fact these high poly models are just crammed onto this with all of the different real time movement and all. Like that's
食らうか
impressive.
よいけナイス
Like it's this game is 2 years younger than Link, 3 years younger, and but you can honestly tell the difference. I know CyberConnect just wanted maybe they weren't as experienced and all, but you can definitely tell that the models are more blocky in Link than here. It's honestly kind of hard to see, since AQURIA is always committed to good art direction. But it's kind of hard to see the SAO fandom really craps on them for this reason. Because they just expect something of AAA quality, which you know, that's not like up to the developers themselves. That's like, you know, up to the conditions they are making the games, you know. My god, I went backwards, didn't I? Yeah. So, you know, it's kind of like I said, you wouldn't tell that this was, I mean, maybe you could, but like still it's kind of amazing what you know, it was like the development team was able to accomplish on the PSP, you know, that especially since very few games have like, I can like tell like Square Enix, like obviously, and like you know, thank you Coco, and like Square Enix, like in Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep, that's like one notable exception, right? With like very good like you know, but like that's Square Enix. With Kingdom Hearts, they always just push the limits on Kingdom Hearts and Final Fantasy. Like that's their shtick, right? Like, and it's that was Square Enix, you know, not like small studio like from like, you know, 50 to 60 people. Like obviously, like, you know, I know this is a late PSP title, but it's still amazing to see all of these systems running, you know, like with the enemy patterns and all, and just running on something so tiny. And especially when you compare to majority PSP titles having this blockiness. But like, again, notable exceptions are like, you know, bigger companies like Rockstar or Square Enix, but that's an exception rather than the norm, especially on like with the PSP itself. Like I said that before, right? Like we could have a debate, and there probably should be, whenever it is like, you know, whenever it is like good, or like, well, good is not the correct word, but whenever it is just right to, you know, just like make you know, small studios work so hard for like essentially sometimes peanuts, right? And like, you know, just in case that you can like, you know, overcharge for the final product. Because a lot of like these small endeavors, you know, a lot of these small endeavors, especially when you see this high level of effort, is like, you know, just comes from a studio that would really want to make something good, but they just didn't get the resources. And like, you know, or they don't have the experience, or, you know, other factors. Like there's also like a, you know, there's also a thing to be made whenever it is the right thing to do to like, you know, to save on costs, to offsort a remake of a, like, already from a small studio that put a heart and soul and work into, to a like a cheaper studio, just because you want to save a few thousand yen, or like few 100,000 yen, you know, and make a worse product as a result of it. That's also a thing that this company also had this happen when a different game they made, it had like performance issues, but like they put their whole heart and soul into it, and the publisher, instead of, you know, contacted them for a remaster or something, or gave them like more time and budget, they just went, you know, took the game from them that they made, you know, like, I know it was like a commission, but they made the game, like game design and everything, like art direction, everything. They took the game from them, found like a, you know, newly established cheaper studio, and just gave them even less money and said, please make an enhanced remake out of this, and we will take the game, whatever state is in, and you will release it on this day. unsurprisingly, the remake is absolutely the remake is absolutely terrible. It's riddled with like art direction issues, gameplay issues, game design issues, and even like awful looking cutscenes which are of lower quality despite it being HD, because they offsource the anime cutscenes instead of, you know, something normal like an anime studio. They just offsource it to university students. And I'm not even joking with that statement. They offsource the anime cutscenes to university students from a technical college in Yokohama. And they basically, like, you know, did that, and the cutscenes in that game are looking HD, but they have animation errors, less frames, and they are generally like lower effort. And what they obviously even saved on costs. The way they wanted to market like you know, female protagonist, like we improved and we added female protagonist, and like, you know, they in order to save costs, they just cheapen out with everything they could. Everything they could save, some like, you know, make students animated, they did, regardless of quality, regardless of how it looked. And what's being worst of all is that like the development team just got one single mention. They didn't even mention the development team, like, at all. Just they mentioned, like, you know, one small footnote, like with the help from you know, AQURIA Co. Ltd. And they just, you know, didn't acknowledge the development team, and marketed it as an improved edition. And the worst part is that like the fans like really just defended for this like, because it has new stuff. So, you know, so that just perpetuates this to happen in the future. Just like it happened in this game, which, you know, had a remake that focused on quantity over quality. It happened with that game too. Just because it added new stuff, then people say, oh no, because this game is now better because it fixed the frame rate and added new stuff. But how it added new stuff, and, you know, how does it look now? How is it paced now? It's just completely something that's barely recognizable. And, you know, and I even found some people who defended this, and they, even though I tried to explain, okay, cool, okay, sure, the original game, like, you know, had issues like with the frame rate and all, but don't you think it would be, you know, good to just like build on top of that and just like enhance it, like, you know, with care and proper, and they just weren't, you know, able to, hold on, they just weren't able to, like, you know, grasp that fact, and like you just, you know, circle around just like, you know, new content and all that. And this is why it actually bothers me that I cannot really do video editing, because this thing is just so insane, and like it has like it's even worse than when we had like GTA Definitive. Like, because that as well didn't exploit like university students who were hopeful to get job in the game industry one day. It's actually like, even if they got paid, it's just the fact that they listed like 32 individual students and people in the credits. Like, I honestly don't think, based on the animation quality and the fact that it has like numerous animation errors, sometimes glaring ones, I don't think they really gave them money to like, you know, redo anything, like, you know, and the quality was even a concern. So instead of like, you know, anime studio that now is defunct and, you know, just like improving on that, they just said, hey students, do you want some free credits on your resume? And they did that. And I'm not even like joking with that, because it's listed in the credits. You can see that in the game's credits. They, like, you know, because I guess they had to legally, or they just want, the students want to be acknowledged. But it's just so much insane. This is also why I really think that, you know, I'm just so upset that I cannot do video editing. Because, you know, I just really think that I just want to just present this. Even if, like, you know, people just end up, like, disliking me, I just really think that the game just deserves some like, you know, acknowledgement, at least the original. And, like, on one hand, I'm really sad that the developers had to go through this. But, you know, you cannot, like, you know, excuse a bad product that's still being sold just because we need to be sorry for the developers. I mean, I am, but, like, being sorry for the developers doesn't make the game better or, like, fix its issues. So, like, you know, I'm sorry, but, you know, you delivered and you continue to deliver a shoddy product that you charge, like, you know, $60 bucks for, and like $17 on sale, 12 or whatever. With the without DLC, with DLC is like for like still. It's one of the most insane cases that I've seen, and it honestly made me kind of dislike the idea of a low budget remake, because we shouldn't have, like, you know, pieces of art destroyed like this. Especially since the remake wiped out the really, you know, interesting mechanics, like just like the remake for this game. So. Did I get it? Please? Yes! Another strong, cool, let's go. So yeah, it definitely, that's also why I, you know, I'm presenting this game instead of the remake. Even though you can get this remake for this game for like $4 on sale. Very cheap, and $20 on non-sale. But yeah, Estrella is just getting into the same place. This is a nice callback from where Kirito and Lisbeth were there, and they went into the same place. So Estrella is very grateful for, you know, Kirito being here and just, like, you know, calm her down. And this is a special condition because the developers wanted you to do this dungeon in the dark. And it also symbolized the fact that lizards won. That, you know, you know, Kirito went with Strea for the whole day, so you get to be in the, you know, in the night. I'm gonna get the... Yeah. And again, I really like the, you know, nighttime music here. You can hear. I'm gonna also check one thing. You can also make her change into attack equipment. If I have enough time. I do. And you will see her attacking too. I'm gonna give her the bow. Yeah, she wants it. And then I'm gonna give her the new dagger. Anyway. The Chaos Armor set. Though specifically I will not be, if I went for PB attempts, I would probably get the Chaos Arm because, it's stronger. But I'm gonna stick with the dual gloves because they have multiple different benefits. Including vitality. So, Tower of Lizard. Floor 89. We are slowly approaching the late game. One more floor. But yeah, this is the new bow that Shinon has, and this is her attacking equipment. So you can tell that I told her to change into attack equipment, and look at her. That's her equipment. So yeah. Anyway. You will only get this option if you get like a certain rank, with her and the other party member. But like, yeah, this, I actually really like the attack, the minimalistic outfit. I just really like its need. Especially because, you can like just, request her. Anyway, now we're gonna go into the Tower of Lizards. And we will kill 10 lizards. So, yeah. Like, you can tell why I have so much fun just at a longathon just playing this game a lot, because it definitely is like I would call deceptively simple. It's like simple to learn, hard to master. Like, and I actually really do like how it actually requires from the player to actually be, knowledgeable about the enemy attack and enemy attack patterns. And that it's not about like, hyper mashing or, it's about just like, being more of a like, methodical. What really are you gonna do then? When to use a potion, how much, which one of them? The accent, like, let me go with the 20%.
Nice.
You know, it's like I'm gonna tell a funny story regarding this game's remake. So the game's remake has a true ending, right? And they added like the new area, and in order to get the true ending, you have to go through the area with the not so stellar new game mechanics. So when I actually just like let me just pick the trash up. When I just like look at the speedrun leaderboard, I actually saw people were like just like one person is like I think that this game's gonna, the true ending is gonna take like 20 plus hours. Can we get like a break, right? And then I just went in, I routed this thing, and I clocked in at about 11 hours. Not like and realistically, I think you could push for like a sub 11 too. It's just like this is gonna take more than 24 hours. It's gonna like no one looked at it ever since the game was released, and just like I just look at it like me who really loved Infinity Moment, right? And I just really didn't think that really look at the beautiful blue gem. That's like for the lizards there. So yeah, and it's shining here. Oh, shiny. But yeah, I was just like, I really don't want to play the remake. The remake is bad. I honestly thought like Asuna is just gonna be the best because that's what the speedrun used, and then I actually started to road stuff. I just like, man, this is like really bad. Let me just read out this a little bit, and I once all that was said and done, I had a route that realistically could push like 1030 if you get the good weapon. If the RNG versus you, it's definitely something that I was like actually surprised by. I was like, do we really need breaks for it? It's just like, this is kind of like really, I just find it very fun actually. And so it's like, oh yeah, and the first true ending run that was like over 24 hours, or like, no, it was 21 hours, I apologize. So, it was, despite it not being in the rules that it can be segmented, it was from a person who, like, submitted the, the Anchorad route that I'm doing right now, with like some serious errors and stuff, that mod had to retime it, and like it was like, also meant like, it was kind of like segmented too, and the mod not like reprimanded him, but when the person actually submitted the true ending, it was in multiple parts and it was done. Not single segment, not like segmented. It was done over the course of a month in 4 segments. Despite it not being anywhere in the rules that it could be accepted. And that was just like accepted onto the board. And I was just like I was kind of like, I was very confused, like I don't, and you know what the description of that run was? Like, I'm gonna tell you, I'm not gonna tell you the name of the person, you could like, see that for yourself if you really care, but I'm not gonna say the name of that person, but the description was, this was a little bit of a pain, and part 3 was delayed due to my PC issues for over a month. But even when that's factored in, no one will be crazy enough to run this again. I was just like, okay, that's a weird descriptions. That's a weird description. So I was like, okay, maybe they found something really cool, right? Maybe there was something to, just like something really cool, right? Like maybe some new strats that they didn't thought of, and no. What I saw, the person didn't know you can rebind the keys before the run starts, didn't know you can disable the sword skill animations before the run too, and also didn't even skip cutscenes by pressing B, because the remake has skippable cutscenes. Like, a lot of. They just like pressed A, like they were doing a casual playthrough. I watched like 5 minutes of this, and I was just like, oh my god, my head hurts. Like, this doesn't even. Is this a speedrun or a casual playthrough? Like, where are the strats that I was like? And, you know, and then I just like, you know. And they didn't even use the quick step mechanic to propel yours, like, themselves forward, because, like, speed is useless for most of the game now, except for the quick step. So they didn't even do that, like. I was just like, is this really a speedrun? And I just, and then I just like, okay, cool. Let's just do a run. And yeah, I clocked about like 12 hours my first playthrough, and speedy playthrough, and yeah, and decided like, and discovered that in order to get a good time you need to actually roll the gacha, because the gacha is even stronger than the free DLC weapons that you get. Let that sink in. From the you know, gacha roll, you get stronger weapons than the free DLC that's explicitly made for the purpose of making the game easier. Wrap your head around that. So, you know, that's something that I actually discovered, and we moved from there. Then I got into some fights with the moderation team because like it wasn't stated, because in the true ending you have an extra fight that you have to do. The game doesn't care if you win or lose the fight. You know, like internally you get like the same ending. You just don't get like a single you just don't get a single like, you know, ending CG. And nowhere in the rules were stated that you have to beat the person, as in win the duel. So I didn't win the duel at the Longathon and submitted that, and then the moderator there was just like, you didn't follow the rules, right? Like you didn't beat that. And I was just like so confused and kind of livid, right? Because like, what rules? I did beat the true ending, like you saw, like there was not any other stipulations, and then the other moderator told me that I should have beaten, you know, the duel and to get the CG, and I was like, okay, sure. I mean, you can, and he told me you can even, and I kid you not, he told me that they would accept my run if I just went back and, like, you know, beaten that fight. Like, you know, like some kind of segmented, like, I was just like, no, I'm just redoing, like, no, I'm redoing that run over. like, you know, there's like not really any, like, I was just so baffled that, by the way, we actually got the drops, and one neat thing about the dungeon was that, like, you know, you know, you light up the switches there, which are quite nice. So yeah, I was actually really kind of like, yeah, that was actually really strange. Like, I get that they were, like, you know, more accepting because no one wanted to run the game, but I honestly think that, you know, like, it's because I don't think that I do think what's unselling then is that the game is not very good speedrun at all. Like, it definitely doesn't showcase much skill aside from button mashing, and it generally is very boring too. Not even visually, like, interesting, so, you know, you cannot even talk about interesting strats like I'm doing here. You know, I think it's just the run that's being really bad, especially if you want to go for a PB in that game. Like, I only did the remake because someone dropped out of last year's Longathon, and it actually, like, you know, I actually, like, you know, you know what, we had Infinity Moment that didn't finish, let's just showcase the remake. and I was unable to talk about any of the bosses, like, you know, what they do or what the attack patterns are, because none of that matters. Like, I even said to one boss they added, the new one, that they added to Anchor instead of like something else, that this is a new boss. I don't know what it does, but I do know they're incredibly fragile and they have lower defense, so that they will die faster. And that's what I said. And that's not what you want to hear in an action RPG. Because that's how it looked like. So, you know, that's basically, you know, why, like, I was even unable to, like, talk about any of the bosses, because everyone who saw that, you know, was just like, you know, okay, we see a boss is being nuked, and there's nothing interesting to say about them. I'm trying to balance commentary with, like, focusing. And I honestly, like, I don't even want to submit this on Alongathon as a joke anymore. Everyone saw that, like, and if they don't, they could watch the VOD. But this one is way more interesting in my opinion. Especially since you can actually see some reactive gameplay, as you should in an action RPG. Even though the gameplay is ultimately really simple to grasp. And your ultimate goal is to get stronger and stronger, so that you can keep up with the enemy, you know, with the enemy stats and all. Again, I really won't be submitting this new run to the leaderboard, because, you know, I'd rather have something that it would be pretty neat probably to have, like, you know, to have like you know, a run submitted at such an awesome, you know, marathon and a good cause. But I honestly think that a run has like technical issues and all that. It's not really you know, it wouldn't be really equal. I need to turn down the volume. And I'm not really arguing if, like, oh my gosh, this game is like super hard. I'm just saying that this game has at least some, you know, interactivity from the player. Even though it is ultimately on the easiest. Kind of, relatively speaking. So, yeah. I need to check if I accidentally didn't. No, this one. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm gonna try to, like, you know, just not showcase things as much, so that I can actually fit within the estimate. I'm getting really scared. Like, I think I should, but there's no telling. Like, it should, like, you know, it should fit based on, like, you know, my testing and all, but Again, the final fight is with the new strats doable with all characters, but it's definitely one of the harder, like I would say the hardest that you could ever do, because again you don't need I'm not gonna be over leveling. I'm not gonna be you know, getting some overpowered stupid equipment. I will just have, you know, my skills both in game and right now, and that's will gonna get me through skills and knowledge. Like I said, it's not gonna be any easier, but it's gonna be doable now. With like more consistency-ish. Anyway, this is gonna be new boss. This is gonna be three-headed Cerberus dog. This dog has like, you know, 3 distinct attacks. First one is the one that you already saw. The first one has, you know, it's like the zoom attack, as you can see here. Then the second one is like, you know, biting with their mouth. The third one is like, you know, the third one is like that one is like raining fire, I'm pretty sure. Unless like I'm misremembering with the other one. They also have a basic head attack that they can use. With the breath attack, you cannot parry that. The only thing that you could like block against is to have like you know, skill that gives you temporary protection against breaths. But I don't have that because that's another 50 SP that I really don't need to spend, because this SP is better spent on attacking. Gonna stop like, you know, speaking for a bit to focus on the boss. I get the belt, I think. I did. Okay, cool. Thank you, guys. I honestly thought that it didn't connect. We are finally at floor 90. 10 floors left plus the boss rush. 6 times. So yay, we have only 10 floors left. Everyone's happy. Oh, we have 10 floors left. Now we be gonna... This is one of my least favorite floors. Because the floor is just like, you know, a lot of the... How to put it? There's a lot of like... I would say like I mean, in a concept it's interesting, but like in practice it just like requires you to do the same thing 3 times, and there's like a teleport puzzle mixer, so it kind of feels longer than it actually is.
キリト
Yeah, this event is actually triggered why you go alone in the shopping street. So yeah, that's actually the event, and then I'm gonna go to Shinon and begin, you know, begin the floor 90. I'm actually both very terrified and very excited to do the final fights. Like, they are still away, but you know, everything. Oh my gosh, you is sat down. Oh, look at her, she's so cute. Let's go. Floor 19. I'm gonna be telling the mechanics, so this will actually require me to use the inn, which pushes a day forward, but refreshes gather spots. This is the only time that, you know, that like, you know, you theoretically have to use this, as I haven't had that happen where you know, when I would get like all of the gathers in one day. I'm not gonna cast the storm. 1, 2, 3. I don't think I will get. Maybe get all the gathers in one day. I never had that happen, but 4. No. Just one is missing. Yeah, it didn't. I thought so. It doesn't happen. That's okay though. That's more than okay because we have this in button. And we just gonna rest one. You can also rest in Kirito's room in floor 976, but you know, that's just if you really want to. Like, this is faster. So we're gonna gather the last spot, and we have the honey. In the past, I usually went and reported the quest now, but it's faster to like, you know, do it later. Gonna use a stoma. Oh my god, really? Please control, hold on. I know that, you know. My gosh, my controller. My controller is really not liking all of this, like, you know, intense action. But the gimmick of this is that the gimmick of this dungeon is that you get a switch that you have to push, and you get to teleport to the teleport outside. So I'm gonna just you know, just that. So this is outside. And for the first one, they have the key beside it. So you use the key to open the door to press a switch. Like I said, they got a really good mileage out of all of these mechanics, and they remixed them to hell and back. But it doesn't. I don't really. I wouldn't mind, you know, the dungeon if not for the, you know, the teleportation puzzle. I don't think it's bad. I just don't really enjoy it. So yeah. Open door here. So we press the switch and go outside. Like, I know this is a very long. Yes. 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 It's also published by Namco Bandai, so there's that. I mean, if the UI isn't any indication, then yes, this is trying to emulate an MMO. Both .hack, Link, and this game are my favorite games, and I hope you understood for the, you know, over the course of this speedrun why, so far. I hope I did a very good job at explaining. Yeah, I mean, I really enjoy how this game is made. And you know, Link is more of a like, there's a lot more recycling assets, but that's because .hack needed to compress like multimedia narrative into one final game. So you know, the game just went a little bit on the wayside in order to make room for the story. But you know, I like the simple gameplay of Link nonetheless. It honestly, you know, kind of grew on me. Like, even though I wasn't able to finish it, you know, when I first played it, you know, during my childhood. Then, you know, because I just got bored, to be quite frank. I actually really enjoyed it after I gave it a chance, like, nowadays. But, you know... Actually, one of my friends, you know, started to play this, and they were like, I mean, this is very interesting. I was like, okay, really? The game that I was playing like way back when? Like, really? Like, should I? And he was like, yeah, that's very fun. And then I gave it a chance, and I actually really enjoyed it. How, you know, precise everything. Anyway, one thing we have to, you know, beat is that, like, this entrance is guarded by an eyeball again. So we gonna just go and beat the eyeball up. And like I said, if this run didn't have any technical difficulties, I would probably consider submitting it. But, which actually, I actually was a little bit disappointed. But because, you know, if it didn't, then I probably would, because, you know, marathon runs are usually very special. But, you know, nah, I'm not gonna. I really don't think that this run that was actually, you know, very suboptimal and has like technical difficulties. You know, I honestly would like to have the run to be like uninterrupted, you know, so that, you know, it's easier to verify and you can have like a legitimate, you know, case for just having, you know, the category be some, you know, kind of like, I would say, I don't know, competitive or like interesting enough. And I honestly think this category is, especially because, like, I really wish that this showcased more of a divergence from any percent up until the end game, because the end game is when this category shines the most, really. But I really think that, you know, I really wanted something that actually would make, you know, ReallyReality like proud, because I was honestly surprised the first time they took this game, and, you know, I was honestly fearing the prejudice, because, you know, Sword Art Online has a reputation because it's a popular property. Often, you know, you would be right to assume licensed games are not of the highest quality because of the precedent they have. But I honestly feel, especially with this game, With Last Recollection, you could make an argument it's like it's less interesting, but I would disagree. Like to a point, I think you know, at least hard mode on that game has some merit to be showcased to be speedrun. Because you know it actually just like makes you think about the game a lot more, because the game is relatively easy, and you know, and it was made with the assumption of like more of a general audience. It still has the quirkiness though that like AQURIA's games are known for, and it's that, you know, quirkiness and, you know, the unique spin on the idea of like, you know, double being like, you know, leader, like, you know, like teams, two teams working together, and you like in real time you like, you know, divert like the two teams to actually do counters, because Last Recollection is based around counters and breaking the enemy shield, as opposed to more of a like a bonus when you break the shield. So yeah, even though it got like a lot of flack from the general audience, you know, because Last Recollection, they felt it was too automated and the enemies were too bullet spongy, which is like true, especially the bullet spongy is true to an extent. Then I really think that you know, the game, at least on hard mode, has certainly some merit to be trying to push for a you know, for a good time. Oh yeah, there's a fake door. I really like how the eyeball just waits until I engage in combat before like blaring the sight. So, you know. And I honestly feel like, you know, this game has more of a complex, I don't know if I would say complexity in its battle system that like something like a Link.hack Link has. Though I would say that Link's combat has its charm, you know. I honestly, because of the cool tunes and characters that you can choose, and you know, the fact that, you know, the combat is very easy to get into. Okay, let's go here. Then I honestly feel that it has, especially when if you saw the speedrun where you really have to make sure that you know, pressing the buttons at the correct times and stuff. Because with easy games like that, you have usually very little wiggle room, because the order of business is to optimize everything, because it is so easy. And that, I would argue, it makes the speedrun harder. Especially if RNG is involved. It's in the game case in this game, like it's very easy to learn, but it's hard to master, especially in speed. You can also, like any other RPG, you can just overlevel and just not think about, you know, like, you know, all of the challenges and all, but I honestly think that, like, you can say that for most other RPGs. You can just level up past your problem. And even though I sounded like negative for, like, you know, the Sword Art Online speedrunning community, I honestly feel that they are like really, you know, cool people. They just don't have any organization or, like, you know, any like, you know, governing like, you know, set of rules that they just adhere to, and that means they really feel rather disorganized, with, like, you know, not them talking until, like, you know, you point out like some of the inconsistency. But, like, I honestly don't think they are, like, you know, bad people. It's just, you know, they were like kind of like, I understand that they were, like, you know, struggling to find, you know, runners for the, you know, for the games. Some of them, like, especially the less popular ones, like Last Recollection, because I honestly wanted to make a case for like, you know, please add hard mode, but I honestly feel I don't have a good run enough for the hard mode to actually argue my case for. I really want to just do a couple of runs when I get, you know, when I get the opportunity to actually, you know, argue about inclusion of hard mode as a separate like, you know, trackable category. But even if they don't, I'm definitely interested in pushing that game for it. And I know it's in Last Recollection is more of a linear adventure, and you meant to more experience the story, and like, you know, just you are just like more or less strung along. You even get like, you know, rewarded for going through the story by like equipment and everything. You don't have like a weapon enhancement, you find the equipment on the way. And you know, it definitely is the most linear that I've seen. Like very, but I still think that there's still some like, you know, room for interesting strats, especially on the hardest difficulty. Even though, due to its structure, it's very hard to push for very good knowledge. Unless you have like some very intense precision in your movement and, you know how to actually avoid enemy encounters, because in Last Recollection you cannot open doors or interact with objects if enemies target you. Which is one of the main criticisms I have for the remake of this game. The hollow area implement this mechanic. And I don't really agree with that. Hold on. Did I went backwards again? I might have been backwards. Because I'm supposed to go up. This was supposed to be the last one. I went backwards. That's my fault. Should I actually go forward, not backward? Yeah, I just went backwards. That's on me, I apologize. Again, one of the reasons that I don't really want to submit anything like that anymore. Because of all of the little mistakes. But you know what? I'm really trying to make this entertaining. And you know, I hope that I hope that you can tell by the way that you see the gameplay on screen and I talk about the game that I really enjoy the game structure, and you can definitely see I don't want to see the word again, but you can definitely see, you know, a lot of merit and effort into. So it's one of my least favorite. This one was like one of my least favorite, just because of all of the teleporting and, you know, the like it's not that bad, but it's just something about the structure that bothers me. Anyway, yeah, let's set my note and. Okay, this last attack bonus will be important. It's also gonna be against an enemy type who is very, very tanky and defensive. It's the ruler of blade, and you will see the absolute unit that like enemy is. I will be trying my hardest because the reward for this is a very good sword, Uriel's Gem Blade, which is about 700 plus base power. The problem, like I said, he's very tanky. You will see why I said that. It's not like a literal tank, but you'll see. And now, in this point in the story, Strea wanted to help Kirito, but she gets attacked. And look at the size of this absolute unit. Dual wielding 200 sword. I mean, when they said that it's the ruler of blades, they weren't kidding. Thankfully, a lot of these attacks can be parried. But just to be on the safe side, I ripped out the temporary invincibility. And again, the reward for this is Uriel's Gem Blade, which is a very good sword, so I hopefully will be able to get it. I will potentially reset for it. I hope I will do get this first try. So allow me to give a little bit of a moment of peace as I actually assess my option. And as you can see, you can parry some of his attacks. Not the breath attack, but yeah, you can. Yeah, this one, the whoosh attack. I should have saved the parry for this, because you could parry this, and it does quite a sensible chunk of damage, especially since he's all about AoE. I'm actually really happy that Shinon is back away, and so that she can shoot the poison. Again, I need to be careful. I don't want to kill him before, I deal the last hit, but she can shred through his very beefy defense. It is why Shinon is used, even though she's a little bit involved to get the bow going, because look at that. Please tell me I got it. That looked like a final hit. Yes! I got it, and it's like a good time too. I don't care about the rank, it's like 3 minutes, it's fine. Yes. And now Strea got a little bit crazy. You know, for whatever reason. So she's gonna be a little bit out of it. So she's not gonna be that bubbly Strea that we know and love. So I got the blade. I'm gonna show you the blade once I get into a field. Depending on how I get like estimate wise, I will showcase. And you know, the final heartwarming scene when everyone gets together. Before the final battle. You know, I just kind of gave up, but you know, this being a serious speedrun. But I'm glad that there are no technical difficulties. And they're not. No, event. Alright. So let me just get the. Let me just get the quest. It is the beast fur. And I don't want to drag Asuna, I want. If I. Hello Shinon, let's go to another floor. So it again. This is like a real scuffed, okay. Floor 91. 9 floors left. Let me just take a sip of my drink again. I'm feeling a little bit dry in my throat. Anyway, I had like get this published, and so this one will have a very interesting teleporting puzzle where we actually meet another player. Yeah, I'm gonna just kind of like, you know. And now, like, my controller is fine. Hopefully, okay, crossing fingers that nothing bad happens. Everything is working correctly now. So happy. So yeah, this dungeon is another floating one, but like look at the design, like, you know, you had like this like big tower over there, and you have like this very much like you know, teleporting complex. Like, look at this. It's absolutely gorgeous. It is like a big gemstone in the middle. Like the towers. So we're gonna get teleported to this teleport puzzle. And we see Namco, a player here, and she's gonna like tell us how to do the puzzle. She's gonna leave behind some of her valuables, and Kirito's gonna return that, and, you know. Don't. We have to kill this queen. The named enemy. There's nothing much of an issue here. And then we're gonna go. See Nanako again. And like, Kirito, hey, please wait. He's gonna go best. We're gonna go, yes. Gonna go east. Gonna be the final event. And Nanako's here. You don't want to step on the teleport plate because you will be sent back to the start of the puzzle. She wants to go away, so she went to the... Don't follow her. Kirito has the four wonders, like, you know, 4 wonders for the quest. And if you want to see how this map is, look, that's the whole teleporting concept. Floating island. Pretty cool. And this teleporter, they want to use it, but it doesn't work. So they actually have to go to the other side to actually activate. One of the really cool things about this game is that if you first play it and you don't know the game, you really get like surprised by everything and just enjoy the little puzzles there. So we have we activated the gem, but we have to defeat these enemies. This is a sound, like, this is a blessing and sound to your ears. And I got the drop, nice! Cool, like, free more. ideally we will get them over here. Also, I'm gonna use an item to override this, and I'm gonna get this bigger potion. Simply because I will be fighting more, so I'm gonna. Good thing is that like I get like triple the regen. But obviously the smaller potion will run out quick. And it's gone.
Nice.
The grand potion will be actually used extensively in the final battle. Because we will be dealing with multiple waves of enemies and the extra regen is very helpful. Because as you see, it allows you to attack more. Oh yeah, I promised you that I'm gonna show you the gem blade. It's a very distinct blade. Oh, that's a lingering heart. But yeah, this is an 800 base power. Lingering heart is Kirito exclusive, but it's like 900 base power. Look at this blade. So yeah, and if you want to see how it would look like if you were going dual wield. Ta-da! I'm not gonna be using this. But, you know, you if you want to go dual wield, you can. Looks really nice. Actually, that's my diagram. It really is, yeah. Like, the speedrun has no use for it, but casually you can definitely go dual wield. Just be mindful that you will get less overall DPS at the trade-off of more hits. So it kind of like balances out, but like you will have to have like better weapons from the get-go to offset the less overall DPS. It's just basically, it has like a low, like a high hit count, but for lower, like, you know, for lower like overall DPS, so it kind of balances out. The issue with dual wielding in this game is that like attack won't stop until it's until it's resolved. So that means that, you know, if you kill an enemy, like, you know, if an enemy has a sliver of health and then you use an attack that has 15 hits, you will have to wait for the 15 hits to resolve. I experimented in the earlier parts of the route by dual wielding and daggers. Bow builds. Sadly, bow is exclusive to Shinon. Last Recollection does have bow for Kirito and others, and it has also whips and stuff, but this game, no. Bow is a Shinon exclusive weapon. So no, it doesn't. So, you know, which is the only type Kirito cannot use. Like, Shinon does get a bow and she gets like the nice skills from it, but you know, Kirito doesn't. I honestly it's kind of like, you know, 50-50, right? Like, on one hand you would like to have a bow build, because I honestly certainly would, because bow is my favorite type of build. Like, that was my favorite type of build casually in Last Recollection. But on the other hand, I do understand having, you know, extra weapon for Shinon to give her own identity. So it's like, you know, 50-50. Like, some ways I'm like, you know, disappointed, some ways I'm actually not minding. Yeah, I can get that. I actually do that as well. Like, that's why I actually enjoyed Last Recollection too. And Fractured Daydream, ironically enough, didn't have bows. It only had a Xenon with a sniper rifle. So that was actually disappointing too. Is that I went into Fractured Daydream expecting some character with a bow build, and I got only a sniper rifle. Which I don't really like contemporary weaponry that much. I'm more about the fantasy weaponry than contemporary. So that's why I was very disappointed, and I didn't even use Xenon all that much. Like, I honestly was like playing that game. I talked about this before. I only played that game because the general fan base that actually kind of like even bad mode like Last Recollection, because they didn't like how it played. They kind of like, you know, was going on and on about like how, you know, this developer that developed this game and Last Recollection and a few others is like complete crap, and Dimps is the savior of mankind, and like, you know, they have the best SAO game, and like the this developer should get completely dissolved, and all of the fun stuff. And one of the really angry reviews at Last Recollection even said that he wanted to fire every single person from the company, which you know, I think it's a little bit excessive, but you know. Which is all the more like, you know, all the more like, you know, ironic when you consider that game had a demo. That game had a demo. You could like play full 2 chapters of game. You could like reasonably see the game design. And the person decided to buy that game anyway and leave that really toxic review.
Nice.
Like I honestly, you know, I honestly expected something more reasonable. That, you know, I didn't enjoy the game. I think it was like very disappointing for me because no, I got like something really toxic and very not constructive. I'm gonna hope that every single person gets fired. Like you know, I mean, dude, you know, sure, like you just like paid like $60 for a video game you didn't like it. I mean, I paid like, you know, I paid like the same amount for Fractured Daydream, and I just wanted to quit like after like a few maps. And I'm not gonna say that like Fractured Daydream is crap and Dimps is just like the worst game company ever. Like, no, I didn't enjoy game. I might like say why I didn't enjoy it, why I think it's a little bit of a cash grab, but I really don't think like, you know, that game deserves to, you know. I mean, it did please the general audience, you know, it actually just followed the trends of live services times. You know, I really cannot like, you know, blame the direction that it took. It didn't just resonate. Did I get everything? Did I get it? Did I miss it? But yeah. So yeah, I actually really spent a lot of time just, you know, using Xenon with the bow in Last Recollection. She had this really, like, she had like really blue goddess attire. She was like the goddess Solace. And I really enjoyed like using the bow, even though it kind of felt at times that I'm just, you know, doing, you know, I'm just like, you know, attacking less with her, even though I kind of attack the same amount. Because it, like, her attacks weren't as like, you know, producing the most number of hits, and you only see them from the distance. So, you know, but yeah, I did play the Archer the most. But yeah, definitely, like, I definitely recommended the when like person there was like a person that asked, you know, how do you feel about Last Recollection? And I was like, you know, please play the demo first. If you don't like it, then okay, let's see. I need like one griffin. Yeah, no, it wasn't it. But yeah, like play the demo please, and if you like it, then just keep in mind that's all the game will be up until the very end. And you know, one of the person said, well, you know, without any constructive criticism, now this game is garbage, and no providing any of the other, like, you know, why he said that. It's just like, no, it's garbage. And instead of I just like provided my own, like, you know, pros and cons and warned them about, yeah, if you expected something more, like, you know, if the game evolves, now it doesn't. The things that you experienced in the first few chapters gameplay was that's gonna be the game. So, you know, it depends if you really want that or not. I still missing one griffin. Which, you know, gameplay. So far, everything seems to be going great as far as technical stuff goes. So let's hope it stays that way. So yeah, I'm just trying to, you know, kill the griffin. There we go, we can move on. There we go. Technically, I can like get free boots if I get one more griffin. But I think I'm gonna go. I don't need the boot. I mean, it's free money, so let's see. If it goes well, then I don't know, like maybe it's the last one that yeah, I needed like to kill one. There we go. I got the boots. You can now leave. But yeah, like this floor is not that bad. Honestly, like, again, one of my favorite things about it. I really can't decide which floor is my favorite because each one of them has this own little gimmick that I do enjoy. So yeah, here I'm gonna check for the get. I don't think this one requires. This one could be good for Asuna, but if I don't get it, Asuna gets something else. To check. Is for nothing. Okay, the next one is gonna be the annoying. as you can see that like I really just, you know, this game is very long. Oh. No tutorial.
No.
Please don't. This one will be an upgrade to our old friend we met at the start of the game. This is the absolute geyser. And it's gonna be the blue version of our eyeball friend that we missed so much. It has pretty much the same kit, just more annoying and faster. Hopefully Shinon will make short work of this, because I really don't like the SP minus. SP is hard to manage as it is, and like, you know, SP minus is like when it hits you with this, it's really annoying. But again, even if you know, I actually really do like Shinon, you know, because I really love how she... Hold on, I need to make sure that... I need to make sure that Shinon gets, you know, some space. Because she has a preference of using a dagger, these gloves. It's not guaranteed though, but, you know, it's like more of a preference when she's like farther away. She is using a bow. So like, yeah, you need to actually tell her to actually, you know, well, like, hope that she uses the poison. Need to make sure that I actually tell her to attack, because like the way that this works is that if you tell her to attack, you are basically instructing her to use a skill. Otherwise she attacks automatically, which is not usually what you want, because skills are more powerful. Like you know, the only exception for this is that if you really try to go for the fast attack bonuses and you really don't want her to miss them, then you actually don't want to instruct to use a skill. And you can also notice that when she uses the you know, the poison attack, she has a different stance, so I'm able to tell when she uses it. That was too. Then she has a different stance than when she uses like something like Thanos. Come on. I hope I don't die from this. Mid-battle controller issues. Wow, that's thank you, Shinon, for tossing that potion onto me. I went with the invincibility instead. But yeah, let me just try to. Yeah. Oh my god, I wasted that because it. Oh. That's time of snap. I'm able to tell because the sounds that she. God dang it. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Please, please let me cleanse this. Oh my god, no! Oh god, no! Oh my god, that's not even a... Okay, rip that, rip that. Oh my god, I got it? How? Okay, thank you, game. I don't know how I was the last. Like, but... Yeah, like, I didn't expect that. Like, I honestly expected that she's gonna get it. But I got the rapier for Asuna. Okay. And now there's gonna be another event. Gonna be an Agile